listened to her words. Tarkshire had asked, saying, "Excellent lady, what is the best thing for a man to do here below, and how must he act so that he may not deviate from the path of virtue? Tell me all this, O beautiful lady, so that, instructed by thee, I may not fall away from the path of virtue. When and how must one offer oblations to their sacred fire, and when must he worship so that virtue may not be compromised? Tell me all this, O excellent lady, so that I may live without any passions, craving, or desire, in this world." Markandeya continued, thus questioned by the cheerful Muni, and seeing him eager to learn and endued with high intelligence, Saraswati addressed these pious and beneficial words to the Brahmana, Tarkshire. Saraswati said, "He who is engaged in the study of the Vedas, and with sanctity and equanimity perceives the Supreme Godhead in his proper sphere, ascends the celestial regions and attains supreme beatitude with the immortals. Many large, beautiful, pellucid and sacred lakes are there, abounding with fish, flowers, and golden lilies. They are like shrines, and their very sight is calculated to assuage grief. Pious men, distinctively worshipped by virtuous, well-adorned, golden-complexioned apsaras, dwell in contentment on the shores of those lakes. He who giveth cows to Brahmanas attaineth the highest regions. By giving bullocks he reacheth the solar regions. By giving clothes he getteth to the lunar world, and by giving gold he attaineth to the state of the immortals. He who giveth a beautiful cow with a fine calf, and which is easily milked and which doth not run away, is destined to live for as many years in the celestial regions as there are hairs on the body of that animal. He who giveth a fine, strong, powerful, young bullock, capable of drawing the plough and bearing burdens, reacheth the regions attained by men who give 10 cows. When a man bestoweth a well-caparisoned cow with a brazen milk pail and with money given afterwards, that cow becoming, by its own distinguished qualities, a giver of everything, reacheth the side of the man who gave her away. He who giveth away cows, reapeth innumerable sprouts of his action, measured by the hairs on the body of that animal. He also saveth from perdition in the next world his sons and grandsons and ancestors to the 7th generation. He who presenteth to a Brahmana sesamum made up in the form of a cow, having horns made of gold, with money besides, and a brazen milk pail, subsequently attaineth easily to the regions of the Vasas. By his own acts man descends into the darksome lower regions, infested by evil spirits, of his own passions, like a ship tossed by the storm in the high seas, but the gift of kine to Brahmanas saves him in the next world. He who giveth his daughter in marriage, in the Brahma form, who bestoweth gifts of land on Brahmanas, and who duly maketh other presents, attaineth to the regions of Purandara. O Darkshire, the virtuous man who is constant in presenting oblations to the sacred fire for 7 years, sanctifieth by his own action 7 generations up and down. Tarkshire said, "O beautiful lady, explain to me who ask thee the rules for the maintenance of the sacred fire as inculcated in the Vedas. I shall now learn from thee the time-honored rules for perpetually keeping up the sacred fire." Section V. Then Yudhishthira, the son of Pandu, said to the Brahmana, "Markandeya, do thou now narrate the history of Vayavaswata Manu?" Markandeya replied, "O king, O foremost of men, there was a powerful and great rishi of the name of Manu. He was the son of Vivaswan and was equal unto Brahma in glory. And he far excelled his father and grandfather in strength, in power, in fortune, as also in religious austerities. And standing on one leg and with uplifted hand, that lord of men did severe penance in the jujube forest called Visala. And there with head downwards and with steadfast eyes he practiced the rigid and severe penance for 10,000 years. And one day, whilst he was practicing austerities there with wet clothes on and matted hair on head, a fish approaching the banks of the Cyrene, addressed him thus, "Worshipful sir, I am a helpless little fish. I am afraid of the large ones. Therefore, do thou, O great devotee, think it worth thy while to protect me from them, especially as this fixed custom is well established amongst us that the strong fish always preys upon the weak ones. Therefore do thou think it fit to save me from being drowned in this sea of terrors. I shall requite thee for thy good offices." On hearing these words from the fish, Vajvaswata Manu was overpowered with pity, and he took out the fish from the water with his own hands. And the fish, which had a body glistening like the rays of the moon when taken out of the water, was put back in an earthen water vessel. And thus reared that fish, O king, grew up in size, and Manu tended it carefully like a child. And after a long while, it became so large in size that there was no room for it in that vessel. And then seeing Manu, one day, it again addressed these words to him, "Worshipful sir, do thou appoint some better habitation for me." And then the adorable Manu, the conqueror of hostile cities, took it out of that vessel and carried it to a large tank and placed it there. And there again the fish grew for many a long year. And although the tank was 2 yojanas in length and 1 yojana in width, even there, O lotus-eyed son of Kunti and ruler of men, was no room for the fish to play about. And beholding Manu, it said again, "O pious and adorable father, take me to the Ganga, the favourite spouse of the ocean, so that I may live there, or do as thou listest. O sinless one, as I have grown to this great bulk by thy favour, I shall do thy bidding cheerfully." Thus asked the upright and continent and worshipful Manu, took the fish to the river Ganga, and he put it into the river with his own hands. And there, O conqueror of thy enemies, the fish again grew for some little time, and then beholding Manu, it said again, "O Lord, I am unable to move about in the Ganga on account of my great body. Therefore, worshipful sir, do thou please take me quickly to the sea." O son of Pritha, Manu then taking it out of the Ganga, carried it to the sea and consigned it there. And despite its great bulk, Manu transported it easily, and its touch and smell were also pleasant to him. And when it was thrown into the sea by Manu, it said these words to him with a smile, "O adorable being, thou hast protected me with special care. Do thou now listen to me as to what thou shouldst do in the fullness of time. O fortunate and worshipful sir, the dissolution of all this mobile and immobile world is nigh at hand. The time for the purging of this world is now ripe. Therefore do I now explain what is good for thee. The mobile and immobile divisions of the creation, those that have the power of locomotion, and those that have it not, of all these the terrible doom hath now approached. Thou shalt build a strong, massive ark and have it furnished with a long rope. On that must thou ascend, O great Muni, with the 7 rishis, and take with thee all the different seeds which were enumerated by regenerate Brahmanas in days of yore, and separately and carefully must thou preserve them therein. And whilst there, O beloved of the Munis, thou shalt wait for me, and I shall appear to thee like a horned animal, and thus, O ascetic, shall thou recognize me. And I shall now depart, and thou shalt act according to my instructions, for, without my assistance, thou canst not save thyself from that fearful flood. Then Manu said unto the fish, I do not doubt all that thou hast said, O great one. Even so shall I act. And giving instructions to each other, they both went away. And Manu then, O great and powerful king and conqueror of thy enemies, procured all the different seeds as directed by the fish, and set sail in an excellent vessel on the surging sea. And then, O Lord of the earth, he bethought himself of that fish. And the fish too, O conqueror of thy enemies and foremost sign of Bharata's race, knowing his mind, appeared there with horns on his head. And then, O tiger among men, beholding in the ocean that horned fish emerging like a rock in the form of which he had been before appraised, he lowered the ropey noose on its head, and fastened by the noose, the fish, O king and conqueror of hostile cities, towed the ark with great force through the salt waters, and it conveyed them in that vessel on the roaring and billow-beaten sea. And, O conqueror of thy enemies and hostile cities, tossed by the tempest on the great ocean, the vessel reeled about like a drunken harlot, and neither land nor the 4 cardinal points of the compass could be distinguished. And there was water everywhere, and the waters covered the heaven and the firmament also. And, O bull of Bharata's race, when the world was thus flooded, none but Manu, the 7 rishis and the fish could be seen. And, O king, the fish diligently dragged the boat through the flood for many a long year, and then, O descendant of Kuru, an ornament of Bharata's race, it towed the vessel towards the highest peak of the Himavat. And, O Bharata, the fish then told those on the vessel to tie it to the peak of the Himavat. And hearing the words of the fish, they immediately tied the boat on that peak of the mountain. And, O son of Kunti, an ornament of Bharata's race, know that that high peak of the Himavat is still called by the name of Nobandana, the harbour. Then the fish, addressing the associated rishis, told them these words: I am Brahma, the lord of all creatures. There is none greater than myself. Assuming the shape of a fish, I have saved you from this cataclysm. Manu will create, again, all beings, gods, asuras and men, all those divisions of creation which have the power of locomotion and which have it not. By practicing severe austerities he will acquire this power, and with my blessing, illusion will have no power over him. So saying, the fish vanished instantly, and Vayavaswata Manu himself became desirous of creating the world. In this work of creation illusion overtook him, and he, therefore, practiced great asceticism. And endowed with ascetic merit, Manu, O ornament of Bharata's race, again set about his work of creating all beings in proper and exact order. This story which I have narrated to thee, and the hearing of which destroyeth all sin, is celebrated as the legend of the fish. And the man who listeneth every day to this primeval history of Manu, attaineth happiness and all other objects of desire, and goeth to heaven. Section VI. Then the virtuous King Yudhishthira in all humility again inquired of the illustrious Markandeya, saying, O great Muni, thou hast seen many thousands of ages pass away. In this world there is none so long-lived as thou. O best of those that have attained the knowledge of Supreme Spirit, there is none equal to thee in years except the great-minded Brahma living in the most exalted place. Thou, O Brahmana, worshippest Brahma at the time of the great dissolution of the universe, when this world is without sky and without the gods and Danavas. And when that cataclysm ceaseth and the grandsire waketh, thou alone, O regenerate Rishi, beholdest Brahma duly recreate the 4 borders of beings after having filled the cardinal points with air and consigned the waters to their proper place. Thou, O great Brahmana, hast worshipped in his presence the great Lord and grandsire of all creatures with soul wrapped in meditation and entirely swallowed up in him. And, O Brahmana, thou hast many a time witnessed with thy eyes the primeval acts of creation, and, plunged in severe ascetic austerities, thou hast also surpassed the Prajapatis themselves. Thou art esteemed as one who is nearest to Narayana in the next world. Many a time in days of yore hast thou beheld the Supreme Creator of the universe with eyes of spiritual abstraction and renunciation, having first opened thy pure and lotus-like heart, the only place where the multiform Vishnu of universal knowledge may be seen. It is for this, O learned Rishi, by the grace of God neither all-destroying death, nor dotage that causeth the decay of the body, hath any power over thee. When neither the sun, nor the moon, nor fire, nor earth, nor air, nor sky remains, when all the world being destroyed looketh like one vast ocean, when the gods and Asuras and the great Uragas are annihilated, and when the great-minded Brahma, the lord of all creatures, taking his seat on a lotus flower, sleepeth there, then thou alone remainest to worship him. And, O best of Brahman, as thou hast seen all this that occurred before, with thy own eyes, and thou alone hast witnessed many things by the senses, and never in all the worlds hath there been anything unknown to thee. Therefore do I long to hear any discourse explaining the causes of things. Markandeya replied, Indeed, I shall explain all, after having bowed down to that self-existent, primordial being, who is eternal and undeteriorating and inconceivable, and who is at once vested with and divested of attributes. O tiger among men, this Janardana attired in yellow robes is the grand mover and creator of all, the soul and framer of all things, and the Lord of all. He is also called the Great, the Incomprehensible, the Wonderful and the Immaculate. He is without beginning and without end, pervades all the world, is unchangeable and undeteriorating. He is the creator of all, but is himself uncreate and is the cause of all power. His knowledge is greater than that of all the gods together. O best of kings and preeminent of men, after the dissolution of the universe, all this wonderful creation again comes into life. 4,000 years have been said to constitute the Great Yuga. Its dawn also, as well as its eve, hath been said to comprise 400 years. The Treta Yuga is said to comprise 3,000 years, and its dawn, as well as its eve, is said to comprise 300 years. The Yuga that comes next is called Dwapara, and it hath been computed to consist of 2,000 years. Its dawn, as well as its eve, is said to comprise 200 years. The next Yuga, called Kali, is said to comprise 1,000 years, and its dawn, as well as eve, is said to comprise 100 years. Know, O king, that the duration of the dawn is the same as that of the eve of a Yuga. And after the Kali Yuga is over, the Krita Yuga comes again. A cycle of the Yugas thus comprised a period of 12,000 years. A full 1,000 of such cycles would constitute a day of Brahma. O tiger among men, when all this universe is withdrawn and ensconced within its home, the Creator himself, that disappearance of all things has called by the learned to be universal destruction. O bull of the Brahta race, towards the end of the last mentioned period of 1,000 years, that is, when the period wanted to complete a cycle is short, men generally become addicted to falsehood in speech. O son of Pritha, then sacrifices and gifts and vows, instead of being performed by principles, are suffered to be performed by representatives. Brahmanas then perform acts that are reserved for the Sudras, and the Sudras betake themselves to the acquisition of wealth. Then Kshatriyas also betake themselves to the practice of religious acts. In the Kali age, the Brahmanas also abstain from sacrifices and the study of the Vedas, are divested of their staff and deerskin, and in respect of food become omnivorous. And, O son, the Brahmanas in that age also abstain from prayers and meditation, while the Sudras betake themselves to these. The course of the world looketh contrary, and indeed, these are the signs that foreshadow the universal destruction. And, O Lord of men, numerous Mleccha kings then rule over the earth, and those sinful monarchs, addicted to false speech, govern their subjects on principles that are false. The Andas, the Sakas, the Pulindas, the Yavanas, the Kamvojas, the Valikas and the Abhiras, then become, O best of men, possessed of bravery and the sovereignty of the earth. This, O tiger among men, becometh the state of the world during the eve, O Bharata, of the Kali age. Not a single Brahmana then adhereth to the duties of his order. And the Kshatriyas and the Vaisyas also, O monarch, follow practices contrary to those that are proper for their own orders. And men become short-lived, weak in strength, energy, and prowess, and endued with small might and diminutive bodies, they become scarcely truthful in speech. And the human population dwindles away over large tracts of country, and the regions of the earth, north and south, and east and west, become crowded with animals and beasts of prey. And during this period, they also that utter Brahma do so in vain. The Sudras address Brahmanas, saying, Bo, while the Brahmanas address Sudras, saying, Respected Sir. And, O tiger among men, at the end of the Yuga, animals increased enormously. And, O king, odors and perfumes do not then become so agreeable to our sense of scent, and, O tiger among men, the very tastes of things do not then so well accord with our organs of taste as at other periods. And, O king, women then become mothers of numerous progeny, endued with low statures, and destitute of good behavior and good manners. And they also make their very mouths serve the purposes of the organ of procreation. And famine ravages the habitations of men, and the highways are infested by women of ill fame, while females in general, O king, become at such periods hostile to their lords and destitute of modesty. And, O king, the very kine at such periods yield little milk, while the trees, sat over with swarms of crows, do not produce many flowers and fruits. And, O Lord of the earth, regenerate classes, tainted with the sin of the slaying Brahmanas, accept gifts from monarchs that are addicted to falsehood in speech, and filled with covetousness and ignorance, and bearing on their persons the outward symbols of religion, they set out on eleemosynary rounds, afflicting the people of the earth, and people leading domestic lives, afraid of the burden of taxes, become deceivers, while Brahmanas, falsely assuming the garb of ascetics, earn wealth by trade, with nails and hair unpared and uncut. And, O tiger among men, many of the twice-born classes become, from avarice of wealth, religious mendicants of the Brahmaka in order. And, O monarch, men at such periods behave contrary to the modes of life to which they betake themselves, and addicted to intoxicating drinks and capable of violating the beds of their preceptors. Their desires are all of this world, pursuing matters ministering to the flesh and the blood. And O tiger among men, at such period the asylums of ascetics become full of sinful and audacious wretches ever applauding lives of dependence. And the illustrious chastiser of Parka never showers rain according to the seasons, and the seeds also that are scattered on earth do not, O Bharata, all sprout forth. And men, unholy in deed and thought, take pleasure in envy and malice. And, O sinless one, the earth then becometh full of sin and immorality. And, O Lord of the earth, he that becometh virtuous at such periods doth not live long. Indeed, the earth becometh reft of virtue in every shape. And, O tiger among men, the merchants and traders then full of guile, sell large quantities of articles with false weights and measures. And they that are virtuous do not prosper, while they that are sinful prosper exceedingly. And virtue loseth her strength, while sin becometh all-powerful. And men that are devoted to virtue become poor and short-lived, while they that are sinful become long-lived and win prosperity. And in such times, people behave sinfully even in places of public amusements in cities and towns. And men always seek the accomplishment of their ends by means that are sinful. And having earned fortunes that are really small, they become intoxicated with the pride of wealth. And O monarch, many men at such periods strive to rob the wealth that hath from trust been deposited with them in secrecy. And wedded to sinful practices, they shamelessly declare, there is nothing in deposit. And beasts of prey and other animals and fowl may be seen to lie down in places of public amusement in cities and towns, as well as in sacred edifices. And, O king, girls of 7 or 8 years of age do then conceive, while boys of 10 or 12 years beget offspring. and in their 16th year, men are overtaken with decrepitude and decay, and the period of life itself is soon outrun. And O king, when men become so short-lived, more youths act like the aged, while all that is observable in youth may be noticed in the old. And women given to impropriety of conduct and marked by evil manners, deceive even the best of husbands and forget themselves with menials and slaves and even with animals. And O king, even women that are wives of heroes seek a companionship of other men and forget themselves with these during the lifetime of their husbands. O king, towards the end of those thousands of years constituting the 4 yugas, and when the lives of men become so short, a drought occurs extending for many years. And then, O Lord of the earth, men and creatures endued with small strength and vitality, becoming hungry, die by thousands. And then, O Lord of men, 7 blazing suns, appearing in the firmament, drink up all the waters of the earth that are in rivers or seas. And, O bull of the Brata race, then also everything of the nature of wood and grass that is wet to dry, is consumed and reduced to ashes. And then, O Bharata, the fire called Samvataka, impelled by the winds, appeareth on the earth that hath already been dried to cinders by the 7 suns. And then that fire, penetrating through the earth and making its appearance in the nether regions, also begetteth great terror in the hearts of the gods, the Danavas and the Yakshas. And, O Lord of the earth, consuming the nether regions, as also everything upon this earth, that fire destroyeth all things in a moment. And that fire called Samvataka, aided by that inauspicious wind, consumeth this world extending for hundreds and thousands of yojanas. And that Lord of all things, that fire, blazing forth in effulgence, consumeth this universe with gods and asuras and Gandharvas and Yakshas and snakes and Rakshasas. And there rise in the sky deep masses of clouds, looking like herds of elephants and decked with wreaths of lightning that are wonderful to behold. And some of those clouds are of the hue of the blue lotus, and some are of the hue of the water lily, and some resemble in tint the filaments of the lotus, and some are purple, and some are yellow as turmeric, and some of the hue of the crow's egg. And some are bright as the petals of the lotus, and some red as vermilion. And some resemble palatial cities in shape, and some herds of elephants. And some are of the form of lizards, and some of crocodiles and sharks. And, O king, the clouds that gather in the sky on the occasion are terrible to behold, and wreathed with lightnings, roar frightfully. And those vapoury masses, charged with rain, soon cover the entire welkin. And, O king, those masses of vapour then flood with water the whole earth with her mountains and forests and mines. And, O bull among men, urged by the Supreme Lord, those clouds, roaring frightfully, soon flood over the entire surface of the earth, and pouring in a great quantity of water and filling the whole earth, they quench that terrible inauspicious fire, of which I have already spoken to thee. And urged by the illustrious Lord, those clouds filling the earth with a downpour shower incessantly for 12 years. And then, O Bharata, the ocean oversteps his continents, the mountains sunder in fragments, and the earth sinks under the increasing flood. And then moved on the sudden by the impetus of the wind, those clouds wander along the entire expanse of the firmament and disappear from the view. And then, O ruler of men, the self-create Lord, the first cause of everything, having his abode in the lotus, drinketh those terrible winds and goeth to sleep, O Bharata. And then when the universe become one dead expanse of water, when all mobile and immobile creatures have been destroyed, when the gods and the asuras cease to be, when the yakshas and the rakshasas are no more, when man is not, when trees and beasts of prey have disappeared, when the firmament itself has ceased to exist, I alone, O Lord of the earth, wander in affliction. And, O best of kings, wandering over that dreadful expanse of water, my heart becometh afflicted in consequence of my not beholding any creature. And, O king, wandering without cessation, through that flood, I become fatigued, but I obtain no resting place. And some time after I behold in that expanse of accumulated waters a vast and wide-extending banyan tree, O Lord of earth. And I then behold, O Bharata, seated on a conch, O king, overlaid with a celestial bed and attached to a far-extended bough of that banyan, a boy, O great king, of face fair as the lotus saw the moon, and of eyes, O ruler of men, large as petals of a full-blown lotus. And at this sight, O Lord of earth, wonder filled my heart. And I asked myself, how doth this boy alone sit here when the world itself hath been destroyed? And, O king, although I have full knowledge of the past, the present, and the future, still I failed to learn anything of this by means of even ascetic meditation. Endued with the lustre of the Atasi flower, and decked with the mark of Srivatsa, he seemed to me to be like the abode of Lakshmi herself. And that boy, of eyes like the petals of the lotus, having the mark of Srivatsa, and possessed of blazing effulgence, then addressed me in words highly pleasant to the ear, saying, O sire, I know thee to be fatigued and desirous of rest. O Markandeya of Bhrigu's race, rest thou here as long as thou wishest. O best of Munis, entering within my body, rest thou there. That hath been the abode assigned to thee by me. I have been pleased with thee. Thus addressed by that boy, a sense of total disregard possessed me in respect both of my long life and state of manhood. Then that boy suddenly opened his mouth, and as fate would have it, I entered his mouth deprived of the power of motion. But, O king, having suddenly entered into the stomach of that boy, I behold there the whole earth teeming with cities and kingdoms. And, O best of men, while wandering through the stomach of that illustrious one, I behold the Ganga, the Satudru, the Sita, the Yamuna, and the Kausiki, the Charmanwati, the Vetravati, the Chandrabhaga, the Saraswati, the Sindhu, the Vipasa, and the Godavari, the Vaswakasara, the Nalini and the Namada, the Damra, and the Vena also of delightful current and sacred waters, the Suvena, the Krishnavena, the Arama, and the Mahanadi, the Vitasti, O great king, and that large river, the Kaveri, the one also, O tiger among men, the Visalia, and the Kimpuna also. I beheld all these and many other rivers that are on the earth. And, O slayer of foes, I also beheld there the ocean inhabited by alligators and sharks, that mine of gems, that excellent abode of waters. And I beheld there the firmament also, decked with the sun and the moon, blazing with effulgence, and possessed of lustre of fire of the Sunday. And I beheld there, O king, the earth also, graced with woods and forests. And, O monarch, I beheld the many Brahmanas also, engaged in various sacrifices, and the Kshatriyas engaged in doing good to all the orders, and the Vaisyas employed in pursuits in agriculture, and the Sudras devoted to the service of the regenerate classes. And, O king, while wandering through the stomach of that high-souled one, I also beheld the Himavat and the mountains of Himakata. And I also saw Nishada, and the mountains of Swetu abounding in silver. And, O king, I saw the mountain Gandhamadana, and, O tiger among men, also Mandara and the huge mountains of Nila. And, O great king, I saw the golden mountains of Mu and also Mahendra and those excellent mountains called the Vindhyas. And I beheld there the mountains of Malaya and of Parupatra also. These and many other mountains that are on earth were all seen by me in his stomach. And all these were decked with jewels and gems. And, O monarch, while wandering through his stomach, I also beheld lions and tigers and boars and, indeed, all other animals that are on earth, O great king. O tiger among men, having entered his stomach, as I wandered around, I also beheld the whole tribe of the gods with their chief Sakra, the Satyas, the Rudras, the Adityas, the Gaikas, the Pitras, the snakes and the Nagas, the feathery tribes, the Vasas, the Aswins, the Gandhavas, the Apsaras, the Yakshas, the Rishis, the hordes of the Daityas and the Danavas, and the Nagas also, O king, and the sons of Singika and all the other enemies of the gods. Indeed, what else of mobile and immobile creatures may be seen on earth, were all seen by me, O monarch, within the stomach of that high-souled one. And, O Lord, living upon fruit side, dwelt within his body for many centuries, wandering over the entire universe that is there. Never did I yet, O king, behold the limits of his body. And when, O Lord of earth, I failed to measure the limits of that high-souled one's body, even though I wandered within him continuously in great anxiety of mind, I then, in thought and deed, sought the protection of that boon-giving and pre-eminent deity, duly acknowledging his superiority. And when I had done this, O king, I was suddenly projected from within his body, through that high-souled one's open mouth by means, O chief of men, of a gust of wind. And, O king, I then beheld seated on the branch of that very banyan that same being of immeasurable energy, in the form of a boy with the mark of Srivatsa on his breast, having, O tiger among men, swallowed up the whole universe. And that boy of blazing effulgence and bearing the mark of Srivatsa and attired in yellow robes, gratified with me, smilingly addressed me, saying, O Markandeya, O best of Munis, having dwelt for some time within my body, thou hast been fatigued. I shall however speak unto thee. And as he said this to me, at that very moment I acquired a new sight, so to speak, in consequence of which I beheld myself to be possessed of true knowledge and emancipated from the illusions of the world. And, O child, having witnessed the inexhaustible power of that being of immeasurable energy, I then worshipped his revered and well-shaped feet with soles bright as burnished copper and well decked with toes of mild red hue, having placed them carefully on my head and joining my palms in humility and approaching him with reverence. I beheld that divine being who is the soul of all things and whose eyes are like the petals of the lotus. And having bowed unto him with joined hands I addressed him saying, I wish to know thee, O divine being, as also this high and wonderful illusion of thine. O illustrious one, having entered into thy body through thy mouth, I have beheld the entire universe in thy stomach. O divine being, the gods, the Danavas and the Rakshasas, the Yakshas, the Gandhavas, and the Nagas, indeed, the whole universe, mobile and immobile, are all within thy body, and though I have ceaselessly wandered through thy body at a quick pace, through thy grace, O God, my memory faileth me not. And, O great Lord, I have come out of thy body at thy desire but not of mine. O thou of eyes like lotus leaves, I desire to know thee who art free from all faults. Why dost thou stay here in the form of a boy having swallowed up the entire universe? It behoveth thee to explain all this to me. Why, O sinless one, is the entire universe within thy body? How long also, O chastiser of foes, wilt thou stay here? Urged by a curiosity that is not improper for Brahmanas, I desire, O Lord of all the gods, to hear all this from thee. O thou of eyes like lotus leaves, with every detail and exactly as it all happens, for all I have seen, O Lord, is wonderful and inconceivable. And thus addressed by me, that deity of deities, of blazing effulgence and great beauty, that foremost of all speakers consoling me properly, spoke unto me these words. Section VI. Markandeya continued, the deity then said, O Brahmana, the gods even do not know me truly. As however, I have been gratified with thee, I will tell thee how I created the universe. O regenerate Rishi, thou art devoted to thy ancestors and hast also sought my protection. Thou hast also beheld me with thy eyes, and thy ascetic merit also is great. In ancient times I called the waters by the name of Nara, and because the waters have ever been my ayana or home, therefore have I been called Narayana, the water-homed. O best of regenerate ones, I am Narayana, the source of all things, the eternal, the unchangeable. I am the creator of all things, and the destroyer also of all. I am Vishnu, I am Brahma, and I am Sakra, the chief of the gods. I am King Vaisravana, and I am Yama, the lord of the deceased spirits. I am Shiva, I am Soma, and I am Kasyapa, the lord of the created things. And, O best of regenerate ones, I am he called Datri, and he also that is called Vitri, and I am sacrifice embodied. Fire is my mouth, the earth my feet, and the sun and the moon are my eyes. The heaven is the crown of my head, the firmament and the cardinal points are my ears, the waters are born of my sweat. Space with the cardinal points are my body, and the air is my mind. I have performed many hundreds of sacrifices with gifts in profusion. I am always present in the sacrifices of the gods, and they that are cognizant of the Vedas and officiate therein, make their offerings to me. On earth the Kshatriya chiefs that rule over men, in performing their sacrifices from desire of obtaining heaven, and the Vaisyas also in performing theirs from desire of winning those happy regions, all worship me at such times and by those ceremonials. It is I who, assuming the form of sessile support, on my head, this earth bounded by the four seas and decked by Mru and Mandara. And O regenerate one, it is I who, assuming the form of a boar, had raised in days of yore this earth sunk in water. And, O best of Brahmanas, it is I who, becoming the fire that issues out of the equine mouth, drink up the waters of the ocean, and create them again. In consequence of my energy from my mouth, my arms, my thighs, and my feet gradually sprang Brahmanas and Kshatriyas and Vaisyas and Sudras. It is from me that the Rig, the Sama, the Ajas, and the Atharvan Vedas spring, and it is in me that they all enter when the time cometh. Brahmanas devoted to asceticism, they that value peace as the highest attribute, they that have their souls under complete control, they that are desirous of knowledge, they that are freed from lust and wrath and envy, they that are unwedded to things of the earth, they that have their sins completely washed away, they that are possessed of gentleness and virtue, and are divested of pride, they that have a full knowledge of the soul, all worship me with profound meditation. I am the flame known as Samvataka, I am the wind called by that name, I am the sun wearing that appellation, and I am the fire that hath that designation. And, O best of Brahmanas, those things that are seen in the firmament as stars, know them to be the pores of my skin. The ocean, those mines of gems and the four cardinal points, know, O Brahmana, are my robes, my bed, and my home. By me have they been distributed for serving the purposes of the gods. And, O best of men, know also that lust, wrath, joy, fear, and the overclouding of the intellect, are all different forms of myself. And, O Brahmana, whatever is obtained by men by the practice of truth, charity, ascetic austerities, and peace and harmlessness towards all creatures, and such other handsome deeds, is obtained because of my arrangements. Governed by my ordinance, men wander within my body, their senses overwhelmed by me. They move not according to their will but as they are moved by me. Regenerate Brahmanas that have thoroughly studied the Vedas, that have tranquility in their souls, they that have subdued their wrath, obtain a higher reward by means of their numerous sacrifices. That reward, however, is unattainable by men that are wicked in their deeds, overwhelmed by covetousness, mean and disreputable with souls unblessed and impure. Therefore, must thou know, O Brahmana, that this reward which is obtained by persons having their souls under control and which is unobtainable by the ignorant and the foolish, this which is attainable by asceticism alone, is productive of high merit. And, O best of men, at those times when virtue and morality decrease and sin and immorality increase, I create myself in new forms. And, O moon, when fierce and malicious satyrs and rakshasas that are incapable of being slain by even the foremost of the gods are born on earth, I then take my birth in the families of virtuous men, and assuming human body restore tranquility by exterminating all evils. Moved by my own Maya, I create gods and men, and Gandharvas and Rakshasas, and all immobile things, and then destroy them all myself, when the time cometh. For the preservation of rectitude and morality I assume a human form, and when the season for action cometh, I again assume forms that are inconceivable. In the Krita age I become white, in the Treta age I become yellow, in the Dwapara I have become red, and in the Kali age I become dark in hue. The Kali age, the proportion of immorality becometh 3/4, a fourth only being that of morality. And when the end of the Yuga cometh, assuming the fierce form of death, alone I destroy all the 3 worlds with their mobile and immobile existences. With 3 steps, I cover the whole universe. I am the soul of the universe. I am the source of all happiness. I am the humbler of all pride. I am omnipresent. I am infinite. I am the lord of the senses, and my prowess is great. O Brahmana, alone do I set going the wheel of time. I am formless. I am the destroyer of all creatures, and I am the cause of all efforts of all my creatures. O best of Munis, my soul completely pervadeth all my creatures, but, O foremost of all regenerate ones, no one knoweth me. It is me that the pious and the devoted worship in all the worlds. O regenerate one, whatever of pain thou hast felt within my stomach, know, O sinless one, that all that is for thy happiness and good fortune. And whatever of mobile and immobile objects thou hast seen in the world, everything hath been ordained by my soul, which is the spring of all existence. The grandsire of all creatures is half my body. I am called Narayana, and I am bearer of the conch shell, the discus and the mace. O regenerate Rishi, for a period measured by 1,000 times the length of the yugas, I who am the universal soul sleep overwhelming all creatures in insensibility. And, O best of regenerate Rishis, I stay here thus for all time, in the form of a boy though I am old, until Brahma waketh up. O foremost of Brahmanas, gratified with thee, I who am Brahma have repeatedly granted thee boons. O thou who art worshipped by regenerate Rishis, beholding one vast expanse of water and seeing that all mobile and immobile creatures have been destroyed, thou wert afflicted with melancholy. I know this, and it is for this that I showed thee the universe, within my stomach. And while thou wert within my body, beholding the entire universe, thou wert filled with wonder and deprived of thy senses. O regenerate Rishi, it is for this that thou wert speedily brought out by me through my mouth. I have, now, told thee of that soul which is incapable of being comprehended by the gods and the Asuras. And as long as that great ascetic, the holy Brahma, doth not awake, thou, O regenerate Rishi, canst happily and trustfully dwell here. And when that grandsire of all creatures awaketh up, I will then, O best of Brahmanas, alone create all creatures endued with bodies, the firmament, the earth, light, the atmosphere, water, and indeed all else of mobile and immobile creatures, that thou mayst have seen, on the earth. Markandeya continued, having said so unto me, that wonderful deity vanished, O sun, from my sight. I then beheld this varied and wondrous creation start into life. O king, O thou foremost of the Bharata race, I witnessed all this, so wonderful, O thou foremost of all virtuous men, at the end of the Yuga. And the deity, of eyes large as lotus leaves, seen by me, in days of yore is this tiger among men, this Janardana who hath become thy relative. It is in consequence of the boon granted to me by this one that memory doth not fail me, that the period of my life, O son of Kunti, is so long and death itself is under my control. This is that ancient and supreme Lord Hari of inconceivable soul who hath taken his birth as Krishna of the Vrishani race, and who endued with mighty arms, seemeth to sport in this world. This one is Datri and Vatri, the destroyer of all the eternal, the bearer of the Srivatsa mark on his breast, the Lord of all creatures, the highest of the high, called also Govinda. Beholding this foremost of all gods, this ever-victorious being, attired in yellow robes, this chief of the Vrishani race, my recollection cometh back to me. This Madhava is the father and mother of all creatures. Ye bulls of the Kuru race, seek ye the refuge of this protector. Vaisampayana continued, thus addressed, the sons of Pritha and those bulls among men, the twins, along with Draupadi, all bowed down unto Janardana. And that tiger among men deserving of every respect thus revered by the sons of Pandu, then consoled them all with words of great sweetness. Section 6. Vaisampayana said Yudhishthira, the son of Kunti, once more asked the great Muni Markandeya about the future course of the government of the earth. And Yudhishthira said, O thou foremost of all speakers, O Muni of Bhrigu's race, that which we have heard from thee about the destruction and rebirth of all things at the end of the Yuga, is, indeed, full of wonder. I am filled with curiosity, however, in respect of what may happen in the Kali age. When morality and virtue will be at an end, what will remain there? What will be the prowess of men in that age, what their food, and what their amusements? What will be the period of life at the end of the Yuga? What also is the limit, having attained which the greater age will begin anew? Tell me all in detail, O Moon, for all that thou narratest is varied and delightful. Thus addressed, that foremost of Munis began his discourse again, delighting that tiger of the Vrishani race and the sons of Bandu as well. And Markandeya said, Listen, O monarch, to all that hath been seen and heard by me, and to all, O King of kings, that hath been known to me by intuition from the grace of the God of gods. O bull of the Brata race, listen to me as I narrate the future history of the world during the sinful age. O bull of the Brata race, in the Krita age, everything was free from deceit and guile and avarice and covetousness, and morality like a bull was among men, with all the 4 legs complete. In the Treta age sin took away one of these legs and morality had 3 legs. In the Dwapara, sin and morality are mixed half and half, and accordingly morality is said to have 2 legs only. In the Dark age, of Kali, O thou best of the Brata race, morality mixed with 3 parts of sin liveth by the side of men. Accordingly morality then is said to wait on men, with only a 4th part of itself remaining. Know, O Yudhishthira, that the period of life, the energy, intellect and the physical strength of men decrease in every yuga. O Pandava, the Brahmanas and Kshatriyas and Vaisyas and Sudras, in the Kali age, will practice morality and virtue deceitfully, and men in general will deceive their fellows by spreading the net of virtue. And men with false reputation of learning will, by their acts, cause truth to be contracted and concealed. And in consequence of the shortness of their lives they will not be able to acquire much knowledge. And in consequence of the littleness of their knowledge, they will have no wisdom. And for this, covetousness and avarice will overwhelm them all. And wedded to avarice and wrath and ignorance and lust men will entertain animosities towards one another, desiring to take one another's lives. and Brahmanas and Kshatriyas and Vaisyas with their virtue contracted and divested of asceticism and truth will all be reduced to an equality with the Sudras. And the lowest orders of men will rise to the position of the intermediate ones, and those in intermediate stations will, without doubt, descend to the level of the lowest ones. Even such, O Yudhishthira, will become the state of the world at the end of the Yuga. Of robes those will be regarded the best that are made of flax, and of grain the paspalum from Entasia 45 will be regarded the best. Towards this period men will regard their wives as their only friends. And men will live on fish and milk, goats and sheep, for cows will be extinct. And towards that period, even they that are always observant of vows, will become covetous. And opposed to one another, men will, at such a time, seek one another's lives, and divested of Yuga, people will become atheists and thieves. And they will even dig the banks of streams with their spades and sow grains thereon. And even those places will prove barren for them at such a time. And those men who are devoted to ceremonial rites in honor of the deceased and of the gods, will be avaricious and will also appropriate and enjoy what belongs to others. The father will enjoy what belongs to the son, and the son what belongs to the father. And those things will also be enjoyed by men in such times, the enjoyment of which hath been forbidden in the scriptures. And the Brahmanas, speaking disrespectfully of the Vedas, will not practice vows, and their understanding clouded by the science of disputation. They will no longer perform sacrifices and the Homa. And deceived by the false science of reasons, they will direct their hearts towards everything mean and low. And men will till low lands for cultivation and employ cows and calves that are 1 year old, in drawing the plough and carrying burthens. And sons having slain their sires, and sires having slain their sons will incur no opprobrium. And they will frequently save themselves from anxiety by such deeds, and even glory in them. And the whole world will be filled with lecher behavior and notions and ceremonies, and sacrifices will cease, and joy will be nowhere, and general rejoicing will disappear. And men will rob the possession of helpless persons of those that are friendless, and of wisdoms also. And, possessed of small energy and strength, without knowledge and given to avarice and folly and sinful practices, men will accept with joy the gifts made by wicked people with words of contempt. And, O son of Kunti, the kings of the earth, with hearts wedded to sin without knowledge and always boastful of their wisdom, will challenge one another from desire of taking one another's life. And the Kshatriyas also towards the end of such a period will become the thorns of the earth, and filled with avarice and swelling with pride and vanity, and unable and unwilling to protect their subjects, they will take pleasure in inflicting punishments only, and attacking and repeating their attacks upon the good and the honest, and feeling no pity for the latter, even when they will cry in grief. The Kshatriyas will, O Bharata, rob these of their wives and wealth. And no one will ask for a girl for purposes of marriage, and no one will give away a girl for such purposes, but the girls will themselves choose their lords, when the end of the Yuga comes. And the kings of the earth, with souls steeped in ignorance, and discontented with what they have, will at such a time rob their subjects by every means in their power. And without doubt the whole world will be mlechified. 46. And when the end of the Yuga comes, the right hand will deceive the left, and the left the right. And men with false reputation of learning will contract truth, and the old will betray the shamelessness of the young, and the young will betray the dotage of the old. And cowards will have the reputation of bravery, and the brave will be cheerless like cowards. And towards the end of the Yuga men will cease to trust one another. And full of avarice and folly the whole world will have but one kind of food. And sin will increase and prosper, while virtue will fade and cease to flourish. And Brahmanas and Kshatriyas and Vaisyas will disappear, leaving, O king, no remnants of their orders. and all men towards the end of the Yuga will become members of one common order, without distinction of any kind. And sires will not forgive sons, and sons will not forgive sires. And when the end approaches, wives will not wait upon and serve their husbands. And at such a time men will seek those countries where wheat and barley form the staple food. And, O monarch, both men and women will become perfectly free in their behavior and will not tolerate one another's acts. And, O Yudhishthira, the whole world will be malachified. And men will cease to gratify the gods by offerings of sraddhas. And no one will listen to the words of others, and no one will be regarded as a preceptor by another. And, O ruler of men, intellectual darkness will envelop the whole earth, and the life of man will then be measured by 16 years, on attaining to which age death will ensue. And girls of 5 or 6 years of age will bring forth children, and boys of 7 or 8 years of age will become fathers. And, O tiger among kings, when the end of the Yuga will come, the wife will never be content with her husband, nor the husband with his wife. And the possessions of men will never be much, and people will falsely bear the marks of religion, and jealousy and malice will fill the world. And no one will, at that time, be a giver of wealth or anything else, in respect to anyone else. And the inhabited regions of the earth will be afflicted with dearth and famine, and the highways will be filled with lustful men and women of evil repute. And, at such a time, the women will also entertain an aversion towards their husbands. And without doubt all men will adopt the behavior of the malechers, become omnivorous without distinction, and cruel in all their acts, when the end of the Yuga will come. And, O thou foremost of the Bharatas, urged by avarice, men will, at that time, deceive one another when they sell and purchase. And without a knowledge of the ordinance, men will perform ceremonies and rites, and, indeed, behave as listeth them, when the end of the Yuga comes. And when the end of the Yuga comes, urged by their very dispositions, men will act cruelly, and speak ill of one another. And people will, without compunction, destroy trees and gardens. And men will be filled with anxiety as regards the means of living. And, O king, overwhelmed with covetousness, men will kill brahmanas and appropriate and enjoy the possessions of their victims. And the regenerate ones, oppressed by sudras, and afflicted with fear, and crying oh and alas, will wander over the earth without anybody to protect them. And when men will begin to slay one another, and become wicked and fierce and without any respect for animal life, then will Yuga come to an end. And, O king, even the foremost of the regenerate ones, afflicted by robbers, will, like crows, fly in terror and with speed, and seek refuge, O perpetuator of the Kuru race, in rivers and mountains and inaccessible regions. And always oppressed by bad rulers with burthens of taxes, the foremost of the regenerate classes, O Lord of the earth, will, in those terrible times, take leave of all patience and do improper acts by becoming even the servants of the Sudras. And Sudras will expound the scriptures, and Brahmanas will wait upon and listen to them, and settle their course of duty, accepting such interpretations as their guides. And the low will become the high, and the course of things will look contrary. And renouncing the gods, men will worship bones and other relics deposited within walls. And, at the end of the Yuga, the Sudras will cease to wait upon and serve the Brahmanas. And in the asylums of great rishis, and the teaching institutions of Brahmanas, and in places sacred to the gods and sacrificial compounds, and in sacred tanks, the earth will be disfigured with tombs and pillars containing bony relics and not graced with temples dedicated to the gods. All this will take place at the end of the Yuga, and know that these are the signs of the end of the Yuga. And when men become fierce and destitute of virtue and carnivorous and addicted to intoxicating drinks, then doth the Yuga come to an end. And, O monarch, when flowers will be begot within flowers, and fruits within fruits, then will Yuga come to an end. And the clouds will pour rain unseasonably when the end of the Yuga approaches. And, at that time, ceremonial rites of men will not follow one another in due order, and the Sudras will quarrel with the Brahmanas. And the earth will soon be full of milechas, and the Brahmanas will fly in all directions for fear of the burthen of taxes. And all distinctions between men will cease as regards conduct and behavior, and afflicted with honorary tasks and offices, people will fly to woody retreats, subsisting on fruits and roots. And the world will be so afflicted that rectitude of conduct will cease to be exhibited anywhere. And disciples will set at naught the instructions of preceptors, and seek even to injure them. And preceptors impoverished will be disregarded by men. And friends and relatives and kinsmen will perform friendly offices for the sake of the wealth only that is possessed by a person. And when the end of the Yuga comes, everybody will be in want. And all the points of the horizon will be ablaze, and the stars and stellar groups will be destitute of brilliancy, and the planets and planetary conjunctions will be inauspicious. And the course of the winds will be confused and agitated, and innumerable meteors will flash through the sky, foreboding evil. And the sun will appear with 6 others of the same kind. And all around there will be din and uproar, and everywhere there will be conflagrations. And the sun, from the hour of his rising to that of setting, will be enveloped by Ra'u, and the deity of 1,000 eyes will shower rain unseasonably. And when the end of the Yuga comes, crops will not grow in abundance. And the women will always be sharp in speech and pitiless and fond of weeping. And they will never abide by the commands of their husbands. And when the end of the Yuga comes, sons will slay fathers and mothers. And women, living uncontrolled, will slay their husbands and sons. And, O king, when the end of the Yuga comes, Ra'u will swallow the sun unseasonably, and fires will blaze up on all sides, and travellers unable to obtain food and drink and shelter even when they ask for those, will lie down on the wayside refraining from urging their solicitations. And when the end of the Yuga comes, crows and snakes and vultures and kites and other animals and birds will utter frightful and dissonant cries. And when the end of the Yuga comes, men will cast away and neglect their friends and relatives and attendants. And, O monarch, when the end of the Yuga comes, men abandoning the countries and directions and towns and cities of their occupation will seek for new ones, one after another. And people will wander over the earth, uttering, O Father, O Son, and such other frightful and rending cries. And when those terrible times will be over, the creation will begin anew, and men will again be created and distributed into the 4 orders beginning with Brahmanas. And about that time, in order that men may increase, providence, according to its pleasure, will once more become propitious. And then when the sun, the moon, and Brihaspati will, with the constellation Pushaya 47, enter the same sign, the Krita age will begin again. And the clouds will commence to shower seasonably, and the stars and stellar conjunctions will become auspicious. And the planets, duly revolving in their orbits, will become exceedingly propitious. And all around, there will be prosperity and abundance and health and peace. And commissioned by time, a Brahmana of the name of Kalki will take his birth. And he will glorify Vishnu and possess great energy, great intelligence, and great prowess. And he will take his birth in a town of the name of Sambala in an auspicious Brahmana family. And vehicles and weapons, and warriors and arms, and coats of mail will be at his disposal as soon as he will think of them. And he will be the king of kings, and ever victorious with the strength of virtue. And he will restore order and peace in this world crowded with creatures and contradictory in its course. And that blazing Brahmana of mighty intellect, having appeared, will destroy all things. And he will be the destroyer of all, and will inaugurate a new Yuga. and surrounded by the Brahmanas, that Brahmana will exterminate all the milechas wherever those lower and despicable persons may take refuge. Section CLXL. Markandeya continued, having exterminated the thieves and robbers, Kalki will, at a great horse sacrifice, duly give away this earth to the Brahmanas, and having established anew the blessed rectitude ordained by the self-create, Kalki, of sacred deeds and illustrious reputation, will enter a delightful forest, and the people of this earth will imitate his conduct, and when the Brahmanas will have exterminated the thieves and robbers, there will be prosperity everywhere on earth. And as the countries of the earth will one after another be subjugated, the tiger among Brahmanas, Kalki, having placed deer skins and lances and tridents there, will roam over the earth, adored by foremost Brahmanas and showing his regard for them, and engaged all the while in slaughtering thieves and robbers. And he will exterminate the thieves and robbers amid heart-rending cries of "O Father, O Mother!" "O Son!" and the like, and "O Bharata," when sin will thus have been rooted out and virtue will flourish on arrival of the Krita age, men will once more betake themselves to the practice of religious rites. And in the age that will set in, viz., the Krita, well-planted gardens and sacrificial compounds and large tanks and educational centers for the cultivation of Brahmanic law and ponds and temples will reappear everywhere. And the ceremonies and rites of sacrifices will also begin to be performed. And the Brahmanas will become good and honest, and the regenerate ones, devoted to ascetic austerities, will become munis, and the asylums of ascetics, which had before been filled with wretches, will once more be homes of men devoted to truth, and men in general will begin to honor and practice truth. And all seeds, sown on earth, will grow, and, O monarch, every kind of crop will grow in every season. And men will devotedly practice charity and vows and observances, and the Brahmanas devoted to meditation and sacrifices will be a virtuous soul and always cheerful, and the rulers of the earth will govern their kingdoms virtuously, and in the Krita age, the Vaisyas will be devoted to the practices of their order, and the Brahmanas will be devoted to the sixfold duties of study, teaching, performance of sacrifices on their own account, officiating at sacrifices performed by others, charity and acceptance of gifts, and the Kshatriyas will be devoted to feats of prowess, and Sudras will be devoted to service of the three high orders. These, O Yudhishthira, are the courses of the Krita, the Treta, the Dwapara and the succeeding age. I have now narrated to thee everything. I have also told thee, O son of Pandu, the periods embraced by the several yugas as generally known. I have now told thee everything appertaining to both the past and the future as narrated by Vayu in the Purana, which goes by his name and which is adored by the rishis. Being immortal, I have many a time beheld and otherwise ascertained the courses of the world. Indeed, all I have seen and felt I have now told thee. And, O thou of unfading glory, listen now with thy brothers to something else I will presently tell thee for clearing thy doubts about religion. O thou foremost of virtuous men, thou shouldst always fix thy soul on virtue. For, O monarch, a person of virtuous soul obtaineth bliss both here and hereafter. And, O sinless one, listen to the auspicious words that I will now speak to thee. Never do thou humiliate a Brahmana, for a Brahmana, if angry, may by his vow destroy the three worlds. Vaisampayana continued, hearing these words of Markandeya, the royal head of the Kurus, endued with intelligence and possessed of great lustre, spoke these words of great wisdom. O moon, if I am to protect my subjects, to what course of conduct should I adhere? And how should I behave so that I may not fall away from the duties of my order? Markandeya, hearing this, answered, Be merciful to all creatures, and devoted to their good. Love all creatures, scorning none. Be truthful in speech, humble, with passions under complete control, and always devoted to the protection of thy people. Practice virtue and renounce sin, and worship thou the Manes and the god, and whatever thou mayst have done from ignorance or carelessness, wash them off and expiate them by charity. Renouncing pride and vanity, be thou possessed to humility and good behavior. And subjugating the whole earth, rejoice thou and let happiness be thine. This is the course of conduct that accords with virtue. I have recited to thee all that was and all that will be regarded as virtuous. There is nothing appertaining to the past or the future that is unknown to thee. Therefore, O son, take not to heart this present calamity of thine. They that are wise are never overwhelmed when they are persecuted by time. O thou of mighty arms, the very dwellers of heaven cannot rise superior to time. Time afflicts all creatures. O sinless one, let not doubt cross thy mind regarding the truth of what I have told thee, for, if thou sufferest doubt to enter thy heart, thy virtue will suffer diminution. O bull of the Brata race, thou art born in the celebrated family of the Curus. Thou shouldst practice that which I have told thee, in thought, word and deed. Yudhishthira answered, O thou foremost of the regenerate ones, at thy command I will certainly act according to all the instructions thou hast given me, and which, O Lord, are also sweet to the ear. O foremost of Brahmanas, avarice and lust I have none, and neither fear nor pride nor vanity. I shall, therefore, O Lord, follow all that thou hast told me. Vaisampayana continued, having listened to the words of the intelligent Markandeya, the sons of Pandu, O king, along with the wielder of the bow called Saranga, and all those bulls among Brahmanas, and all others that were there, became filled with joy. And having heard those blessed words appertaining to olden time, from Markandeya gifted with wisdom, their hearts were filled with wonder. Section Glixlai. Janamjaya said, It behoveth thee to narrate to me in full the greatness of the Brahmanas, even as the mighty ascetic Markandeya had expounded it to the sons of Pandu. Vaisampayana said, The eldest son of Pandu had asked Markandeya, saying, It behoveth thee to expound to me the greatness of Brahmanas. Markandeya answered him, saying, Hear, O king, about the behavior of Brahmanas in days of old. And Markandeya continued, There was a king, by name Parikshit, in Ayodhya, and belonging to the race of Ikshvaku. And once upon a time Parikshit went a-hunting. And as he was riding alone on a horse chasing deer, the animal led him to a great distance from the habitations of men. And fatigued by the distance he had ridden and afflicted with hunger and thirst, he beheld in that part of the country whither he had been led a dark and dense forest, and the king, beholding that forest, entered it, and seeing a delightful tank within the forest, both the rider and the horse bathed in it, and refreshed by the bath, and placing before his horse some stalks and fibres of the lotus, the king sat by the side of the tank. And while he was lying by the side of the tank, he heard certain sweet strains of music, and hearing those strains, he reflected, I do not see here the footprints of men. Whose and whence then these strains? And the king soon beheld a maiden of great beauty gathering flowers, singing all the while, and the maiden soon came before the king, and the king thereupon asked her, Blessed one, who art thou and whose? And she replied, I am a maiden. And the king said, I ask thee to be mine. And the maiden answered, Give me a pledge, for then only I can be thine, else not. And the king then asked about the pledge, and the girl answered, Thou wilt never make me cast my eyes on water. And the king saying, So be it, married her, and King Parikshit having married her sported with her in great joy, and sat with her in silence. And while the king was staying there, his troops reached the spot, and those troops beholding the monarch stood surrounding him, and cheered by the presence of troops, the king entered a handsome vehicle accompanied by his newly wedded wife. And having arrived at his capital, he began to live with her in privacy. And persons that were even near enough to the king could not obtain any interview with him. And the minister-in-chief inquired of those females that waited upon the king, asking, "What ye do here?" And those women replied, "We behold here a female of unrivalled beauty. And the king sporteth with her, having married her with a pledge that he would never show her water." And hearing those words, the minister-in-chief caused an artificial forest to be created, consisting of many trees with abundant flowers and fruits, and he caused to be excavated within that forest and towards one of its sides a large tank, placed in a secluded spot and full of water that was sweet as amrita. The tank was well covered with a net of pearls. Approaching the king one day in private, he addressed the king saying, "This is a fine forest without water. Sport thou here joyfully." And the king, at those words of his minister, entered that forest with that adorable wife of his, and the king sported with her in that delightful forest. And afflicted with hunger and thirst and fatigued and spent, the king beheld a bower of Madhavi creepers 48, and entering that bower with his dear one, the king beheld a tank full of water that was transparent and bright as nectar, and beholding that tank, the king sat on its bank with her, and the king told his adorable wife, "Cheerfully do thou plunge into this water." And she, hearing those words, plunged into the tank. But having plunged into the water, she appeared not above the surface, and as the king searched, he failed to discover any trace of her. And the king ordered the waters of the tank to be bailed out, and thereupon he beheld a frog sitting at the mouth of the hole, and the king was enraged at this, and promulgated an order saying, "Let frogs be slaughtered everywhere in my dominions. Whoever wishes to have an interview with me must come before me with a tribute of dead frogs." And accordingly, when frogs began to be terribly slaughtered, the affrighted frogs represented all that had happened unto the king. And the king of the frogs, assuming the garb of an ascetic, came before the king Parikshit, and having approached the monarch, he said, "O king, give not thyself up to wrath. Be inclined to grace. It behoveth thee not to slay the innocent frogs." Here occurs a couple of slokas. They are these: "O thou of unfading glory, slay not the frogs. Pacify thy wrath. The prosperity and ascetic merits of those that have their souls steeped in ignorance suffer diminution. Pledge thyself not to be angry with the frogs. What need hast thou to commit such sin? What purpose will be served by slaying the frogs?" Then King Parikshit, whose soul was filled with woe on account of the death of her that was dear to him, answered the chief of the frogs, who had spoken to him thus, "I will not forgive the frogs. On the other hand, I will slay them. By these wicked wretches hath my dear one been swallowed up. The frogs, therefore, always deserve to be killed by me. It behoveth thee not, O learned one, to intercede on their behalf." And hearing these words of Parikshit, the king of the frogs, with his senses and mind much pained, said, "Be inclined to grace, O king. I am the king of the frogs by name Ayu. She who was thy wife is my daughter of the name of Sasabana. This, indeed, is an instance of her bad conduct. Before this, many kings were deceived by her." The king thereupon said to him, "I desire to have her. Let her be granted to me by thee." The king of the frogs thereupon bestowed his daughter upon Parikshit, and addressing her said, "Wait upon and serve the king." And having spoken these words to his daughter, he also addressed her in wrath, saying, "Since thou hast deceived many kings for this untruthful behavior of thine, thy offspring will prove disrespectful to Brahmanas." But having obtained her, the king became deeply enamored of her in consequence of her companionable virtues, and feeling that he had, as it were, obtained sovereignty of the three worlds, He bowed down to the king of the frogs and reverenced him in due form, and then, with utterance choked in joy and tears, said, I have been favored indeed. And the king of the frogs, obtaining the leave of his daughter, returned to the place from which he had come, and some time after the king begot 3 sons upon her, and those sons were named Salah and Dalla and Valor, and some time after, their father, installing the eldest of them of all on the throne and setting his heart on asceticism, retired into the forest. One day Salah, while out hunting, beheld a deer and pursued it on his car, and the prince said to his charioteer, Drive thou fast. And the charioteer, thus addressed, replied unto the king, saying, Do not entertain such a purpose. This deer is incapable of being caught by thee. If indeed Vimy horses had been yoked to thy car, then couldst thou have taken it. Thereupon the king addressed his charioteer, saying, Tell me all about Vimy horses, otherwise I will slay thee. Thus addressed, the charioteer became dreadfully alarmed, and he was afraid of the king and also of Vamadeva's curse, and told not the king anything. And the king then, lifting up his scimitar, said to him, Tell me soon, else I will slay thee. At last, afraid of the king, the charioteer said, The Vimy horses are those belonging to Vamadeva, they are fleet as the mind. And unto his charioteer who had said so, the king said, Repair thou to the asylum of Vamadeva. And reaching the asylum of Vamadeva, the king said unto that rishi, O Holy One, a deer struck by me is flying away. It behoveth thee to make it capable of being seized by me by granting me thy pair of Vimy horses. The rishi then answered him, saying, I give thee my pair of Vimy horses. But after accomplishing thy object, my Vimy pair you should soon return. The king, then taking those steeds and obtaining the leave of the rishi, pursued the deer, having yoked the Vimy pair unto his car. And after he had left the asylum, he spoke unto his charioteer, saying, These jewels of steeds the Brahmanas do not deserve to possess. These should not be returned to Vamadeva. Having said this and seized the deer, he returned to his capital and placed those steeds within the inner apartments of the palace. Meanwhile the rishi reflected, The prince is young. Having obtained an excellent pair of animals, he is sporting with it in joy without returning it to me. Alas, what a pity it is. And reflecting in this strain, the rishi said unto a disciple of his, after the expiration of a month, Go, O Atreya, and say to the king that if he has done with the Vimy steeds, he should return them unto thy preceptor. And the disciple Atreya, thereupon, repairing to the king, spoke unto him as instructed. And the king replied, saying, This pair of steeds deserves to be owned by kings. The Brahmanas do not deserve to possess jewels of such value. What business have Brahmanas with horses? Return thou contentedly. And Atreya, thus addressed by the king, returned and told his preceptor all that had happened. And hearing this sad intelligence, Vamadeva's heart was filled with wrath. And repairing in person to the king, he asked him for his steeds, and the king refused to give the rishi what the latter asked. And Vamadeva said, O Lord of earth, give me thou my Vimy horses. By them hast thou accomplished a task which was almost incapable of being accomplished by thee. By transgressing the practices of Brahmanas and Kshatriyas, subject not thyself, O king, to death by means of the terrible noose of Varuna. And hearing this, the king answered, O Vamadeva, this couple of excellent well-trained and docile bulls are fit animals for Brahmanas. O great rishi, take them and go with them wherever thou likest. Indeed, the very Vedas carry persons like thee. Then Vamadeva said, O king, the Vedas do, indeed, carry persons like us. But that is in the world hereafter. In this world, however, O king, animals like these carry me and persons like me as also all others. At this the king answered, Let 4 asses carry thee, or 4 mules of the best kind, or even 4 steeds endued with the speed of the wind. go thou with these. This pair of balmy horses, however, deserves to be owned by Kshatriyas. Know thou, therefore, that these are not thine." At this, Vamadeva said, "O king, terrible vows have been ordained for the Brahmanas. If I have lived in their observance, let 4 fierce and mighty Rakshasas of terrible mien and iron bodies, commanded by me, pursue thee with desire of slaying, and carry thee on their sharp lances, having cut up thy body into 4 parts." Hearing this, the king said, "Let those, O Vamadeva, that know thee as a Brahmana that in thought, word, and deed, is desirous of taking life, at my command, armed with bright lances and swords, prostrate thee with thy disciples before me." Then Vamadeva answered, "O king, having obtained these my Vami steeds, thou hadst said, I will return them. Therefore, give me back my Vami steeds, so thou mayst be able to protect thy life." Hearing this, the king said, "Pursuit of a deer hath not been ordained for the Brahmanas. I do punish thee, however, for thy untruthfulness. From this day, too, obeying all thy commands I will, O Brahmana, attain to regions of bliss." Vamadeva then said, "A Brahmana cannot be punished in thought, word or deed. That learned person who by ascetic austerities succeedeth in knowing a Brahmana to be so, faileth not to attain to prominence in this world." Markandeya continued, "After Vamadeva had said this, there arose, O king, 4 Rakshasas of terrible mien, and as they, with lances in their hands, approached the king for slaying him, the latter cried aloud, saying, 'If, O Brahmana, all the descendants of Ikshvaku's race, if, my brother, Dala, if all these Vaisyas acknowledge my sway, then I will not yield up the Vami steeds to Vamadeva, for these men can never be virtuous.' And while he was uttering those words, those Rakshasas slew him, and the Lord of Earth was soon prostrated on the ground. And the Ikshvakas, learning that their king had been slain, installed Dala on the throne, and the Brahmana Vamadeva thereupon going to the kingdom of the Ikshvakas, addressed the new monarch, saying, 'O king, it hath been declared in all the sacred books that persons should give away unto Brahmanas. If thou fearest sin, O king, give me now the Vami steeds without delay.' And hearing these words of Vamadeva, the king in anger spoke unto his charioteer, saying, 'Bring me an arrow from those I have kept, which is handsome to behold and tempered with poison, so that pierced by it Vamadeva may lie prostrate in pain, torn by the dogs.' Hearing this, Vamadeva answered, 'I know, O king, that thou hast a son of 10 years of age, called Snajita, begotten upon thy queen. Urged by my word, slay thou that dear boy of thine without delay by means of thy frightful arrows.' Markandeya continued, 'At these words of Vamadeva, O king, that arrow of fierce energy, shot by the monarch, slew the prince in the inner apartments.' And hearing this, Dala said there and then, 'Ye people of Ikshvaku's race, I will do ye good. I shall slay this Brahmana today, grinding him with force. Bring me another arrow of fierce energy. Ye lords of earth, behold my prowess now.' And at these words of Dala, Vamadeva said, 'This arrow of terrible mien and tempered with poison, that thou aimest at me, thou shalt not, O ruler of men, be able to aim nor even to shoot.' And thereupon the king said, 'Ye men of Ikshvaku's race, behold me incapable of shooting the arrow that hath been taken up by me. I fail to compass the death of this Brahmana. Let Vamadeva, who is blessed with a long life, live.' Then Vamadeva said, 'Touching thy queen with this arrow, thou mayst purge thyself of the sin of attempting to take the life of a Brahmana.' And King Dala did as he was directed, and the queen then addressed the moon, and said, 'O Vamadeva, let me be able to duly instruct this wretched husband of mine from day to day, imparting unto him words of happy import, and let me always wait upon and serve the Brahmanas, and by this acquire, O Brahmana, the sacred regions hereafter.' And hearing these words of the queen, Vamadeva said, O thou of beautiful eyes, thou hast saved this royal race. Beg thou an incomparable boon. I will grant thee whatever thou mayst ask. And, O thou faultless one, rule thou, O princess, these thy kinsmen and this great kingdom of the Ikshvakas. And hearing these words of Vamadeva, the princess said, This, O holy one, is the boon I seek, viz., that my husband may now be freed from his sin, and that thou mayst be employed in thinking of the weal of his son and kinsman. This is the boon that I ask, O thou foremost of Brahmanas. Markandeya continued, hearing these words of the queen, that Muni, O thou foremost of the Kuru race, said, So be it. And thereupon King Dalla became highly glad and gave unto the Muni his Vami steeds, having bowed down unto him with reverence. Section 6. Vaisampayana said, The Rishis, the Brahmanas, and Yudhishthira then asked Markandeya, saying, How did the Rishi Vaka become so long-lived? Thus asked by them, Markandeya answered, The royal sage Vaka is a great ascetic and endowed with long life. Ye need not inquire into the reason of this. Hearing this, O Bharata, the son of Kunti, King Yudhishthira the Just, along with his brothers, then asked Markandeya, saying, It hath been heard by us that both Vaka and Dalvia are of great souls and endowed with immortality, and that those rishis, held in universal reverence, are the friends of the chief of the gods. O Holy One, I desire to listen lo the history of the meeting of Vaka and Indra that is full of both joy and woe. Narrate thou that history unto us succinctly. Markandeya said, When that horrible conflict between the gods and the Asuras was over, Indra became the ruler of the three worlds. The clouds showered rain copiously, and the dwellers of the world had abundance of harvests, and were excellent in disposition, and devoted to virtue. They always practiced morality and enjoyed peace, and all persons, devoted to the duties of their respective orders, were perfectly happy and cheerful, and the slayer of valor, beholding all the creatures of the world happy and cheerful, became himself filled with joy. And he of 100 sacrifices, the chief of the gods seated on the back of his elephant Airavata, surveyed his happy subjects, and he cast his eyes on delightful asylums of rishis, on various auspicious rivers, towns full of prosperity, and villages and rural regions in the enjoyment of plenty. And he also cast his eyes upon kings devoted to the practice of virtue and well skilled in ruling their subjects. And he also looked upon tanks and reservoirs and wells and lakes and smaller lakes, all full of water and adored by best of Brahmanas in the observance, besides, of various excellent vows. And then descending on the delightful earth, O king, the god of 100 sacrifices, proceeded towards a blessed asylum teeming with animals and birds, situated by the side of the sea, in the delightful and auspicious regions of the east, on a spot overgrown with abundance of vegetation. And the chief of the gods beheld Vaka in that asylum, and Vaka also, beholding the ruler of the immortals, became highly glad, and he worshipped Indra by presenting him with water to wash his feet, a carpet to sit upon, the usual offering of the argaya, and fruit and roots. And the boon-giving slayer of valor, the divine ruler of those that know not old age, being seated at his ease, asked Vaka the following question, O sinless Muni, thou hast lived for 100 years. Tell me, O Brahmana, what the sorrows are of those that are immortal. Markandeya continued, hearing this, Vaka answered, saying, Life with persons that are disagreeable, separation from those that are agreeable and beloved, companionship with the wicked, these are the evils which they that are immortal have to bear. The death of sons and wives, of kinsmen and friends, and the pain of dependence on others, are some of the greatest of evils. These may all be noticed in a deathless life. There is no more pitiable sight in the world, as I conceive, than that of men destitute of wealth being insulted by others. The acquisition of family dignity by those that have it not, the loss of family dignity by those that have it, unions and disunions, these all are noticeable by those that lead deathless lives. How they that have no family dignity but have prosperity, win what they have not, all this, O God of 100 sacrifices, is before thy very eyes. What can be more pitiable than the calamities and reverses sustained by the gods, the Asuras, the Gandharvas, men, the snakes, and the Rakshasas? They that have been of good families suffer afflictions in consequence of their subjection to persons that are ill-born, and the poor are insulted by the rich. What can be more pitiable than these? Innumerable examples of such contradictory dispensations are seen in the world. The foolish and the ignorant are cheerful and happy, while the learned and the wise suffer misery. Plentiful instances of misery and woe are seen among men in this world. They that lead deathless lives are destined to behold all these and suffer on that account. Indra then said, O thou of great good fortune, tell me again, what the joys are of those persons that lead deathless lives, joys that are adored by gods and rishis. Vaku answered, if without having to associate with a wicked friend, a man cooks scanty vegetables in his own house at the 8th or the 12th part of the day, there can be nothing happier than that. 49 He in whose case the day is not counted is not called voracious. And, O Maghavan, happiness is even his own whose scanty vegetables are cooked, earned by his own efforts, without having to depend upon any one. He that eateth even fruits and vegetables in his own house is entitled to respect. He that eateth in another's house the food given to him in contempt, even if that food be rich and sweet, doth what is despicable. This, therefore, is the opinion of the wise that fie on the food of that mean wretch who like a dog or a Rakshasa eateth at another's house. If after treating guests and servants and offering food to the manes a good Brahmana eateth what remains, there can be nothing happier than that. There is nothing sweeter or more sacred, O thou of 100 sacrifices, than that food which such a person takes after serving the guest with the first portion thereof. Each mouthful of rice that the Brahmana eats after having served the guest produces merit equal to what attaches to the gift of 1,000 kine. And whatever sin such a one may have committed in his youth are all washed away of a certainty. The water in the hands of the Brahmana that hath been fed and honoured with a pecuniary gift, after the feeding is over, when touched with water, sprinkled by him that feeds, instantly purges off all the sins of the latter. Speaking of these and various other things with Vaka, the chief of the gods went away to heaven. 50. Section Kuxlii. Vaisampayana said, then the sons of Pandu again addressed Markandeya, saying, Thou hast told us of greatness of Brahmanas. We desire now to hear of the greatness of the royal Kshatriyas. Thus addressed by them, the great Rishi Markandeya spoke, Listen now to the greatness of the royal Kshatriyas. A certain king of the name of Sahitra belonging to the Kuru race went on a visit to the great rishis. And as he was returning from that visit, he beheld King Savi, the son of Usanara, seated on his car, and as each came before the other, each saluted the other as best befitted his age, and each regarding himself as the equal of the other in respect of qualities, refused to give the way to the other. And at this juncture Narada appeared there, and beholding what had happened, the celestial rishi asked, Why is it that ye both stand here blocking each other's way? And thus questioned both of them spoke to Narada, saying, O Holy One, do not speak so. The sages of old have declared that the way should be given to one who is superior or to him that is abler. We, however, that stand blocking each other's way are equal to each other in every respect. Judged properly, there is no superiority amongst us. Thus addressed by them, Narada recited 3 slokas. They are these, O thou of the Kuru race, He that is wicked behaveth wickedly even unto him that is humble. He also that is humble behaveth with humility and honestly unto him that is wicked. He that is honest behaveth honestly even towards the dishonest. Why should he not behave honestly towards him that is honest? He that is honest regardeth the service that is done to him, as if it were 100 times greater than it is. Is this not current amongst the gods themselves? Certainly it is the royal son of Uznara who is possessed of goodness that is greater than thine. One should conquer the mean by charity, the untruthful by truth, the man of wicked deeds by forgiveness, and the dishonest by honesty. Both of you are large-hearted. Let one amongst you stand aside, according to the indication of the above slokas. And having said so, Narada became silent, and hearing what Narada had said, the king of the Kuru race, walking round Sivi, and praising his numerous achievements, gave him the way and went on in his course. It was even thus that Narada had described the high blessedness of the royal Kshatriyas. Section Glixlif. Markandeya continued, listen now to another story. One day as King Yayati, the son of Nuasha, was sitting on his throne, surrounded by the citizens, there came unto him a Brahmana desirous of soliciting wealth for his preceptor, and approaching the king, the Brahmana said, O king, I beg of thee wealth for my preceptor according to my covenant. And the king said, O Holy One, tell me what thy covenant is. And thereupon the Brahmana said, O king, in this world when men are asked for alms, they entertain contempt for him that asketh it. I therefore ask thee, O king, with what feelings thou wilt give me what I ask and upon which I have set my heart. And the king replied saying, having given away a thing, I never boast of it. I never also listen to solicitations for things that cannot be given. I listen, however, to prayers for things that can be given, and giving them away I always become happy. I will give thee 1,000 kine. The Brahmana that asks me for a gift is always dear to me. I am never angry with the person that begs of me, and I am never sorry for having given away a thing. And the Brahmana then obtained from the king 1,000 kine and went away. Section CLXLV. Vaisampayana said, the son of Pandu again addressed the rishi and said, speak thou unto us of the high fortune of royal Kshatriyas. And Markandeya said, there were 2 kings of the name of Vrishadharma and Seduka, and both of them were conversant with morals and with weapons of attack and defense. And Seduka knew that Vrishadharma had from his boyhood an unuttered vow that he would give no other metal unto Brahmanas save gold and silver. And once on a time a Brahmana, having completed his study of the Vedas, came unto Seduka, and uttering a benediction upon him begged of him wealth for his preceptor, saying, give me 1,000 steeds. And thus addressed, Seduka said unto him, it is not possible for me to give thee this for thy preceptor. Therefore, go thou unto King Vrishadharma, for, O Brahmana, he is a highly virtuous king. Go and beg of him. He will grant thy request. Even this is his unuttered vow. Hearing these words, that Brahmana went to Vrishadharma and begged of him 1,000 steeds, and the king, thus solicited, struck the Brahmana with a whip, and thereupon the Brahmana said, innocent as I am, why dost thou attack me thus? And the Brahmana was on the point of cursing the king, when the latter said, O Brahmana, dost thou curse him that doth not give thee what thou askest? Or, is this behavior proper for a Brahmana? And the Brahmana said, O King of Kings, sent unto thee by Seduka, I come before thee for this. The king said, I will give thee now whatever tribute may come to me before the morning expire. How indeed can I send away the man empty-handed who hath been whipped by me? And having said this, the king gave unto that Brahmana the entire proceeds of that day, and that was more than the value of 1,000 horses. Section Glixlvi. Markandeya said, One day it was resolved by the gods that they should descend on the earth and try the goodness and virtue of King Sivi, the son of Usanara. And addressing each other well, Agni and Indra came to the earth. And Agni took the form of a pigeon flying away from Indra, who pursued him in the form of a hawk, and that pigeon fell upon the lap of King Sivi, who was seated on an excellent seat. And the priest thereupon addressing the king said, "Afraid of the hawk and desirous of saving its life, this pigeon hath come to thee for safety." The learned have said that the falling of a pigeon upon one's body forebodeth a great danger. Let the king that understands omens give away wealth for saving himself from the danger indicated. And the pigeon also addressed the king and said, "Afraid of the hawk and desirous of saving my life, I have come to thee for protection. I am a Muni. Having assumed the form of a pigeon, I come to thee as a seeker of thy protection. Indeed, I seek thee as my life. Know me as one possessed of Vedic law, as one leading the Brahmacharya mode of life, as one possessed also of self-control and ascetic virtues. And know me further as one that has never spoken disagreeably unto his preceptor, as one possessed of every virtue indeed, as one that is sinless. I repeat the Vedas, I know their prosody, indeed, I have studied all the Vedas letter by letter. I am not a pigeon. Oh, do not yield me up to the hawk. The giving up of a learned and pure Brahmana can never be a good gift." And after the pigeon said so, the hawk addressed the king, and said, "Creatures do not come into the world in the same particular order. In the order of creation, thou mayst, in a former birth, have been begotten by this pigeon. It is not proper for thee, O king, to interfere with my food by protecting this pigeon, even though he might have been thy father." And thus addressed, the king said, "Hath any one, before this, seen birds thus speak the pure speech of man? Knowing what this pigeon saith, and this hawk also, how can we act today according to virtue? He that giveth up an affrighted creature seeking protection unto its foe, doth not obtain protection when he is in need of it himself. Indeed, the very clouds do not shower rain seasonably for him, and the seeds though scattered do not grow for him. He that giveth up an afflicted creature seeking protection unto its foe, hath to see his offspring die in childhood. The ancestor of such a person can never dwell in heaven. Indeed, the very gods decline to accept the libations of clarified butter poured by him into the fire. He that giveth up an affrighted creature seeking protection unto its foe, is struck with a thunderbolt by the gods with Indra at their head. The food that he eateth is unsanctified, and he, of a narrow soul, falleth from heaven very soon. O hawk, let the people of the Sivi tribe place before thee a bull cooked with rice instead of this pigeon, and let them also carry to the place where thou livest in joy, meat in abundance." And hearing this, the hawk said, "O king, I do not ask for a bull, nor, indeed, any other meat, nor meat more in quantity than that of this pigeon. It hath been given to me by the gods. The creature, therefore, is my food today in consequence of its death that hath been ordained. Therefore, O monarch, give it up to me." Thus addressed by the hawk, the king said, "Let my men see and carefully carry the bull to thee with every limb entire. Let that bull be the ransom of this creature afflicted with fright, and let it be carried to thee before my eyes. Oh, slay not this pigeon. I will yield up my very life, yet I would not give up this pigeon. Dost thou not know, O hawk, that this creature looketh like a sacrifice with the soma juice? O blessed one, cease to take so much trouble for it. I cannot, by any means, yield up the pigeon to thee. Or, O hawk, if it pleases thee, command me to do some such thing which I may do for thee, which may be agreeable to thee, and upon doing which the men of the Sivi tribe may yet enjoy bless me in terms of applause. I promise thee that I will do what thou mayst bid me do." And at this appeal of the king, the hawk said, O king, if thou givest me as much flesh as would be equal to the weight of the pigeon, cutting it off thy right thigh, then can the pigeon be properly saved by thee. Then wouldest thou do what would be agreeable to me and what the men of the Sivi tribe would speak of in terms of praise. And the king agreed to this, and he cut off a piece of flesh from his right thigh and weighed it against the pigeon. But the pigeon weighed heavier. And thereupon the king cut off another piece of his flesh, but the pigeon still weighed heavier. And then the king cut off pieces of flesh from all parts of his body and placed them on the scale. But the pigeon still weighed heavier. And then the king himself ascended the scale, and he felt no grief at this. And beholding this, the hawk disappeared, saying, The pigeon hath been saved, and the king asked the pigeon, saying, O pigeon, let the service know who the hawk is. None but the Lord of the universe could do as he did. O Holy One, answer thou this question of mine. And the pigeon then said, I am the smoke-bannered Agni called Osuveswan-Ara. The hawk is none other than Siki's lord armed with the thunderbolt. O son of Zuritha, thou art a bull among men. We came to try thee. These pieces of flesh, O king, that thou hast cut off with thy sword from thy body for saving me have caused gashes in thy body. I will make these marks auspicious and handsome, and they will be of the color of gold and emit a sweet perfume, and earning great fame and respected by the gods and the rishis. Thou shalt long rule these subjects of thine, and a son will spring from thy flank who shall be called Kapitaraman. O king, thou shalt obtain the son of the name of Kapitaraman from out of thy own body, and thou wilt behold him become the foremost of the Soyurithas, blazing with renown, possessed of bravery and great personal beauty. Section Kikslvi. Vaisampayana said, and the son of Pandu once more addressed Markandeya, saying, Tell us again of the great good fortune of kings. And Markandeya said, There came unto the horse sacrifice of King Ashtaka of Viswamitra's race many kings. And there came unto that sacrifice the 3 brothers also of that king, viz. Pratardana, Vasumanas, and Sivi, the son of Uznara. And after the sacrifice was completed, Ashtaka was proceeding on his car along with his brothers when they all beheld Narada coming that way, and they saluted the celestial rishi and said unto him, Ride thou on this car with us. And Narada, saying, So be it, mounted on the car. And one among those kings, having gratified the holy and celestial rishi Narada, said, O Holy One, I desire to ask thee something. And the rishi said, Ask. And the person, thus permitted, said, All 4 of us are blessed with long lives and have indeed every virtue. We shall, therefore, be permitted to go to a certain heaven and dwell there for a long period. Who amongst us, however, O king, shall fall down first? Thus questioned the rishi said, This Ashtaka shall first come down. And thereupon the inquirer asked, For what cause? And the rishi answered, I lived for a few days in the abode of Ashtaka. He carried me, one day, on his car out of the town, and there I beheld thousands of kine distinguished from one another by difference of hue. And beholding those kine, I asked Ashtaka whose they were, and Ashtaka answered me, saying, I have given away these kine. By this answer he gave expression to his own praise. It is for this answer of his that Ashtaka shall have to come down. And after Narada had said so, one of them again inquired, saying, 3 of us then will stay in heaven. Amongst us 3, who shall fall down first? And the rishi answered, Pratardana. And the inquirer asked, For what cause? And the rishi answered, I lived for some days in the abode of Pratardana also. And he carried me on his car one day. And while doing so, a Brahmana asked him, saying, Give me a horse. And Pratardana replied, After returning, I will give thee one. And thereupon the Brahmana said, Let it be given to me soon. And as the Brahmana spoke those words, the king gave unto him the steed that had been yoked on the right-hand wheel of the car. And there came unto him another Brahmana desirous of obtaining a steed. And the king, having spoken to him in the same way, gave him the steed that had been yoked on the left wheel of his car. And having given away the horse unto him, the king proceeded on his journey. And then there came unto the king another Brahmana desirous of obtaining a horse. And the king soon gave him the horse on the left front of his car, unyoking the animal. And having done so, the king proceeded on his journey. And then there came unto the king another Brahmana desirous of obtaining a horse. And the king said unto him, returning, I will give thee a horse. But the Brahmana said, let the steed be given to me soon. And the king gave him the only horse he had. And seizing the yoke of the car himself, the king began to draw it. And as he did so, he said, there is now nothing for the Brahmanas. The king had given away, it is true, but he had done so with detraction. And for that speech of his, he shall have to fall down from heaven. And after the rishi had said so, of the two that remained, one asked, who amongst us two shall fall down? And the rishi answered, Vasumanas. And the inquirer asked, for what reason? And Narada said, in course of my wanderings I arrived at the abode of Vasumanas. And at that time the Brahmanas were performing the ceremony of Swastivachana for the sake of a flowery car. 51 And I approached the king's presence. And after the Brahmanas had completed the ceremony, the flowery car became visible to them. And I praised that car, and thereupon the king told me, Holy One, by thee hath this car been praised. Let this car, therefore, be thine. And after this I went to Vasumanas another time when I was in need of a flowery car. And I admired the car, and the king said, it is thine. And I went to the king a third time and admired the car again. And even then the king, exhibiting the flowery car to the Brahmanas, cast his eyes on me, and said, O Holy One, thou hast praised the flowery car sufficiently. And the king only said these words, without making me a gift of that car. And for this he will fall down from heaven. And one among them said, of the one who is to go with thee, who will go and who will fall down? And Narada answered, saying, Sivi will go, but I will fall down. For what reason? Asked the inquirer. And Narada said, I am not the equal of Sivi. For one day a Brahmana came unto Sivi and addressing him, said, O Sivi, I came to thee for food. And Sivi replied unto him, saying, What shall I do? Let me have thy orders. And the Brahmana answered, This thy son, known by the name of Vrihadgaba, should be killed. And, O king, cook him for my food. And hearing this, I waited to see what would follow. And Sivi then killed his son, and cooking him duly and placing that food in a vessel and taking it upon his head, he went out in search of the Brahmana. And while Sivi was thus seeking for the Brahmana, someone told him, The Brahmana thou seekest, having entered thy city, is setting fire to thy abode, and he is also setting fire, in wrath, to thy treasury, thy arsenal, the apartments of the females, and thy stables, the horses and elephants. And Sivi heard all this, without change of colour, and entering his city spoke unto the Brahmana, O Holy One, the food has been cooked. And the Brahmana, hearing this, spoke not a word, and from surprise he stood with downcast looks. And Sivi, with a view to gratifying the Brahmana, said, O Holy One, eat thou this. And the Brahmana, looking at Sivi for a moment, said, Eat it thyself. And thereupon Sivi said, Let it be so. And Sivi, cheerfully taking the vessel from his head, desired to eat it, and thereupon the Brahmana caught hold of Sivi's hand, and addressing him, said, Thou hast conquered wrath. There is nothing that thou canst not give unto the Brahmanas. And saying this, that Brahmana adored Sivi, and then, as Sivi cast his eyes before him, he beheld his son standing like a child of the gods, decked in ornaments and yielding a fragrance from his body. And the Brahmana, having accomplished all this, made himself visible, and it was Vittori himself who had thus come in that guise to try that royal sage. And after Vittori had disappeared, the councillors addressed the king, saying, "Thou knowest everything. For what didst thou do all this?" And Sivi answered, "It was not for fame, nor for wealth, nor from desire of acquiring objects of enjoyment that I did all this. This course is not sinful. It is for this that I do all this. The path which is trodden by the virtuous is laudable. My heart always inclineth towards such a course. This high instance of Sivi's blessedness I know, and I have, therefore, narrated it duly." Section Klxlvi. Vaisampayana said, "The sons of Bandhu and those rishis then asked Markandeya, 'Is there anybody that is blessed with longer life than thou?' And Markandeya answered them, saying, 'There is without doubt a royal sage of the name of Indradama, and his virtue having diminished, he fell from heaven, crying, My achievements are lost. And he came unto me and asked, Dost thou know me? And I answered him, saying, From our anxiety to acquire religious merit we do not confine ourselves to any home. We live but for a night in the same village or town. A person like us, therefore, cannot possibly know thy pursuits. The fasts and vows we observe render us weak in body and unable to follow any worldly pursuits on our own behalf. Hence, one like us cannot possibly know thee. He then asked me, Is there any one who is long-lived than thou? I answered him, saying, There liveth on the him of an owl of the name of Pravarukana. He is older than I. He may know thee. The part of the Himavat where he dwelleth is far off from here. And at this Indradama became a horse and carried me to where that owl lived, and the king asked the owl, saying, Dost thou know me? And the owl seemed to reflect for a moment, and then said unto the king, I do not know thee. And the royal sage Indradama thereupon asked the owl, Is there any one who is older than thou? And thus asked the owl answered, saying, There is a lake of the name of Indradama. In that lake dwelleth the crane of the name of Nadajanga. He is older than we. Ask thou him. And at this king Indradama taking both myself and the owl went to that lake where the crane Nadajanga dwelt. And that crane was asked by us, Dost thou know the king Indradama? And the crane thereupon seemed to reflect a little and then said, I do not know King Indradama. And the crane was asked by us, Is there any one who is older than thou? And he answered us, saying, There dwelleth in this very lake a tortoise of the name of Akupara. He is older than I. He may know something of this king. Therefore, inquire ye of Akupara. And then that crane gave information to the tortoise, saying, It is intended by us to ask thee something. Please come to us. And hearing this, the tortoise came out of the lake to that part of the bank where we all were, and as he came, we asked him, saying, Dost thou know this king Indradama? And the tortoise reflected for a moment, and his eyes were filled with tears, and his heart was much moved, and he trembled all over, and was nearly deprived of his senses. And he said with joined hands, Alas, do I not know this one? He had planted the sacrificial stake 1,000 times at the time of kindling the sacrificial fire. This lake was excavated by the feet of the cows given away by this king unto the Brahmanas on the completion of the sacrifice. I have lived here ever since. And after the tortoise had said all this, there came from the celestial regions a car. And an aerial voice was heard which said, addressing Indradama, Come thou and obtain the place thou deservest in heaven. Thy achievements are great. Come thou cheerfully to thy place. Here also are certain slokas, the report of virtuous deeds spreadeth over the earth and ascendeth to heaven. As long as that report lasts, so long is the dust said to be in heaven. The man whose evil deeds are bruited about is said to fall down and live, as long as that evil report lasts in the lower regions. Therefore should man be virtuous in his acts if he is to gain heaven. And he should seek refuge in virtue, abandoning a sinful heart. And hearing these words, the king said, Let the cat stay here as long as I do not take these old persons to the places whence I brought them. And having brought me and the owl Pravarikana to our respective places, he went away, riding on that car, to the place that was fit for him. Being long-lived, I witness all this. Vaisampayana continued, It was thus that Markandeya narrated all this unto the son of Pandu. And after Markandeya finished, the sons of Pandu said, Blessed be thou. Thou hadst acted properly in causing King Indradharma who had fallen from heaven to regain his sphere. And Markandeya answered them, saying, Devaki's son, Krishna, also had thus raised the royal sage Nriga who had sunk in hell and caused him to regain heaven. Section Glixlix. Vaisampayana said, King Yudhishthira, hearing from the illustrious Markandeya the story of the royal sage Indradharma's regaining of heaven, again asked the Muni, saying, O great Muni, tell me in what condition should a man practice charity in order to gain admission into the regions of Indra? Is it by practicing charity while leading a domestic mode of life, or in boyhood, or in youth, or in old age? Oh, tell me about the respective merits reaped from the practice of charity in these different stages of life. Markandeya said, Life that is futile is of 4 kinds. Charity also that is futile is of 16 kinds. His life is vain who hath no son, and his also who is out of pale of virtue, and his too who liveth on the food of other, and, lastly, his who cooketh for himself without giving therefrom unto the Pitris, the gods, and the guests, and who eateth of it before these all. The gift to one that has fallen away from the practice of virtuous vows, as also the gift of wealth that has been earned wrongly, are both in vain. The gift to a fallen Brahmana, that to a thief, that also to a preceptor that is false, is in vain. The gift to an untruthful man, to a person that is sinful, to one that is ungrateful, to one that officiates at sacrifices performed by all classes of people residing in a village, to one that sells the Vedas, 52, to a Brahmana that cooks for Sudra, to one that too by birth is a Brahmana but who is destitute of the occupations of his order, is in vain. The gift to one that has married a girl after the accession of puberty, to females, to one that sports with snakes, and to one that is employed in menial offices, is also in vain. These 16 kinds of gifts are productive of no merits. That man who with mind clouded with darkness giveth away from fear or anger, enjoyeth the merit of such gift while he is in the womb of his mother. The man who, under other circumstances, maketh gifts unto the Brahmanas, enjoyeth the fruit thereof while he is in old age. Therefore, O king, the man who wishes to win the way of heaven, should under all conditions, make gifts unto Brahmanas of everything that he wishes to give away. Yudhishthira said, By what means do Brahmanas, who accept gifts from all the 4 orders, save others as well as themselves? Markandeya said, By japa, 53 and mantras, 54 and 55 and the study of the Vedas, the Brahmanas construct a Vedic boat 56 wherewith they save both others and themselves. The gods themselves are pleased with that man who gratifieth the Brahmanas. Indeed, a man may attain heaven at the command of a Brahmana. Thou wilt, O king, without doubt ascend to regions of everlasting bliss, in consequence of thy worship of the Pitris and the gods, and thy reverence for the Brahmanas, even though thy body is filled with phlegmatic humours and withal so dull and inert. He that desires virtue and heaven should adore the Brahmanas. One should feed Brahmanas with care on occasions of sraddhas, although those among them that are cursed or fallen should be excluded. They also should be carefully excluded that are either excessively fair or excessively black, that have diseased nails, that are lepers, that are deceitful, that are born in bastardy of widows or of women having husbands alive, and they also that support themselves by the profession of alms. That strata which is censurable, consumeth the performer thereof like fire consuming fuel. If they that are to be employed in saradas happen to be dumb, blind, or deaf, care should be taken to employ them along with Brahmanas conversant with the Vedas. O Yudhishthira, listen now unto whom thou shouldst give. He that knoweth all the Vedas should give only to that able Brahmana who is competent to rescue both the giver and himself, for he, indeed, is to be regarded as able who can rescue both the giver and himself. O son of Pritha, the sacred fires do not receive such gratification from libations of clarified butter, from offerings of the flowers and sandal and other perfumed pastes, as from the entertainment of guests. Therefore, do thou strive to entertain guests, O son of Pandu. O king, they that give unto guests water to wash their feet, butter to rub over their tired legs, light during the hours of darkness, food and shelter, have not to go before Yama. The removal, after worship, of the flowery offerings unto the gods, the removal of the remnants of a Brahmana's feast, waiting upon a Brahmana with perfumed pastes, and the massaging of a Brahmana's limbs, are, each of them, O foremost of kings, productive of greater merit than the gift of kine. A person, without doubt, rescueth himself by the gift of a Kapla cow. Therefore, should one give away a Kapla cow decked with ornaments unto Brahmanas. O thou of the Brata race, one should give unto a person of good lineage and conversant with the Vedas, unto a person that is poor, unto one leading a domestic mode of life but burdened with wife and children, unto one that daily adoreth the sacred fire, and unto one that hath done thee no service. Thou shouldst always give unto such persons, but not to them that are in affluence. What merit is there, O thou foremost of the Brata race, by giving unto one that is affluent? One cow must be given unto one Brahmana. A single cow must not be given unto many. For if the cow so given away unto many be sold, the giver's family is lost for 3 generations. Such a gift would not assuredly rescue the giver nor the Brahmana that takes it. He who giveth 80 rattas of pure gold, earneth the merit of giving away 100 pieces of gold forever. He that giveth away a strong bull capable also of drawing the plough, is certainly rescued from all difficulties and finally goeth to heaven. He that giveth away land unto a learned Brahmana, hath all his desires fulfilled. The tired traveller, with weakened limbs and feet besmeared with dust, asks for the name of him that may give him food. There are men who answer him by telling him the name. That wise man who informs these toil-worn ones of the name of the person who may give them food, is, without doubt, regarded as equal in merit unto the giver himself of food. Therefore, abstaining from other kinds of gift, give thou food. There is no merit, arising out of gifts, that is so great as that of giving food. The man that according to the measure of his might gives well-cooked and pure food unto the Brahmanas, acquires, by that act of his, the companionship of Prajapati, Brahma. There is nothing superior to food. Therefore, food is regarded as the first and foremost of all things, to be given away. It hath been said that food itself is Prajapati, and Prajapati is regarded as the year, and the year is sacrifice. And everything is established in sacrifice, for it is from sacrifice that all creatures, mobile and immobile, take their origin. For this reason, it hath been heard by us, food is the foremost of all things. They that give away lakes and large pieces of water, and tanks and wells, and shelter and food, and they that have sweet words for all, have not to hear the admonitions of Yama. With him who gives rice, and wealth earned by his labour, unto Brahmana of good behaviour, the earth is satisfied, and she poureth upon him showers of wealth. The giver of food walketh first, After him the speaker of truth, and he that giveth unto persons that do not solicit. But the three go to the same place. Vaisampayana continued. Hearing all this, Yudhishthira, along with his younger brothers, impelled by curiosity, again addressed the high-souled Markandeya, saying, O great Muni, what is the distance of Yama's region from that of men? What is its measurement? How also do men pass it over? And by what means? Oh, tell me all this. Markandeya said, O king, O them foremost of virtuous men, this question of thine appertains to a great mystery. It is sacred and much applauded by the rishis. Appertaining as it also does to virtue, I will speak of it to thee. The distance of Yama's region from the abode of men is, O king, 86,000 yojanas. The way is over space, without water, and very terrible to behold. Nowhere on that road is the shade of a tree, nowhere any water, and nowhere any resting place in which the traveller, when fatigued, may rest for some moments. And men and women and all on earth that have life, are forcibly led along this way by the messengers of the armor. Those creatures that obey the mandates of the grim king, and they, O king, that have given horses and other good conveyances unto Brahmanas, proceed along this way on those animals and vehicles. And they that have given umbrellas proceed along this way with umbrellas warding off the sun's rays. And they that have given food proceed without hunger, while they that have not given food proceed afflicted with hunger. And they that have given robes proceed along this way attired in robes, while they that have given none proceed naked. And they that have given gold proceed in happiness, themselves decked in ornaments. And they that have given land proceed with every desire completely gratified. And they that have given grain proceed without being afflicted with any want. And they that have given houses proceed happily on cars. And those men that have given something to drink proceed with cheerful hearts unafflicted with thirst. And they that have given lights proceed happily lighting the way before them. And they that have given kine proceed along the way happily, freed from all their sins. And they that have fasted for a month proceed on cars drawn by swans. And they who have fasted for 6 nights proceed on cars drawn by peacocks. And, O son of Pandu, he that fasteth 3 nights upon only 1 meal without a second during this period goeth into a region free from disease and anxiety. And water hath this excellent property that it produceth happiness in the region of Yama. And they that give water find for themselves a river there of the name of Pushodaka. And the givers of water on the earth drink cool and ambrosial draughts from that stream. And they that are of evil deeds have pus ordained for them. Thus, O great king, that river serveth all purposes. Therefore, O king, adore thou duly these Brahmanas that are with thee, weak in limbs owing to the way he has walked, and besmeared with the dust of the high road. The traveller inquireth for the name of him who giveth food, and cometh in hope to his house. Adore thou him with reverent attention, for he indeed is a guest, and he is a Brahmana. The gods with Indra at their head follow him as he proceedeth. And if he is adored, the gods with Indra become gratified, and if he is not adored, the celestials with their chief become cheerless. Therefore, O thou foremost of kings, worship thou these Brahmanas duly. I have thus spoken to thee upon 100 subjects. What dost thou desire to hear from me again? Yudhishthira said, O master, conversant thou art with virtue and morality, and so I desire to repeatedly listen to thee as thou speakest on sacred subjects appertaining to virtue and morals. Markandeya said, O king, I will now speak on another sacred subject appertaining to eternal interests. I am capable of washing off all sins. Listen thou with rapt attention. O thou foremost of the Bharatas, the merit equal to that of giving away a Gopala cow in the Tirtha called Jayesh the Pushkara arises from washing the feet of Brahmanas. as long as the earth remains wet with water which a Brahmana hath touched with his feet, so long do biters drink water of cups made of lotus leaves. If the guest is welcomed with inquiries about his welfare, the deities of fire become glad, and if he is offered a seat, it is the god of 100 sacrifices who is gratified. If his feet are washed, it is the biters who are delighted, and if he is fed, it is Prajapati that is pleased. One should with collected soul give a cow when, during her throes, the feet and head of her calf are visible, before her delivery is complete. A cow with her calf in the air in course of falling from the uterus to the earth is to be regarded as equal to the earth herself. He, therefore, that giveth away such a cow, reapeth the merit of giving away the earth. And he that giveth away such a cow is adored in heaven for as many thousands of yugas as there are bristles on the bodies of the animal and her young one together. And, O Bharata, he that having accepted a thing in gift giveth it away immediately unto a person that is virtuous and honest, reapeth very great merit. Without doubt, he reapeth the fruit of giving away the whole earth to her utmost limits, and with her oceans and seas and caves, her mountains and forests and woods. That Brahmana who eateth in silence from a plate, keeping his hands between his knees, succeedeth in rescuing others. And those Brahmanas that abstain from drink and who are never spoken of by others as having any faults and who daily read the Simritis, were capable of rescuing others. Libations of butter and edible offerings should all be presented to a Brahmana who is learned in the Vedas. And as libations of clarified butter poured into fire never go in vain, so gift to virtuous Brahmanas learned in the Vedas can never go in vain. The Brahmanas have anger for their weapon, they never fight with arms of iron and steel. Indeed, the Brahmanas slay with anger like Indra slaying the Asuras with his thunderbolt. Thus prelection appertaining to virtue and morality is now over. Hearing this, the munis of the forest of Naimishka were filled with delight, and those ascetics were also freed from grief and anger by listening to it, and they were also purged of all their sins in consequence of this. And, O king, those human beings that listen to it become freed from the obligation of rebirth. Yudhishthira said, O thou of great wisdom, what purification is the by which a Brahmana may always keep himself pure? I desire to hear of it from thee, O thou foremost of all virtuous men. Markandeya answered, there are 3 kinds of purity, viz., purity in speech, purity in deed, and purity achieved by use of water. He that has recourse to these 3 different kinds of purity attains, without doubt, to heaven. That Brahmana who adoreth the goddess Sandhya in the morning and the evening, and who recites meditatively the sacred goddess Gayatri, who is the mother of the Vedas, sanctified by the latter, is freed from all his sins. Even if he accepts in gift the entire earth with her oceans, he doth not, on that account, suffer the least unhappiness. And those heavenly bodies in the sky, including the sun, that may be inauspicious and hostile towards him, soon become auspicious and favourable towards him in consequence of these acts of his, while those stars that are auspicious and favourable become more auspicious and more favourable in consequence of such conduct of his. And terrible Rakshasas subsisting on animal food, or gigantic and fierce men, all become unable to prevail over a Brahmana who practiseth these purifications. The Brahmanas are even like blazing fires. They incur no fault in consequence of teaching, of officiating at sacrifices, and of accepting gifts from others. Whether the Brahmana be cognizant of the Vedas or ignorant of them, whether they be pure or impure, they should never be insulted, for Brahmanas are like fires. As the fire that blazeth up in the place set apart for the cremation of the dead is never regarded impure on that account, so the Brahmana, be he learned or ignorant, is always pure. He is great and a very god. Cities that are adorned with walls and gates and palaces one after another, lose their beauty if they are bereft of Brahmanas. That, indeed, O king, is a city where Brahmanas accomplished in the Vedas, duly observing the duties of their order and possessed of learning and ascetic merit, reside. O son of Pritha, that spot, be it a wood or pasture land, where learned Brahmanas reside, hath been called a city. And that place, O king, becometh a hitherto also. By approaching a king that offereth protection, as also a Brahmana possessed of ascetic merit, and by offering worship unto both, a man may purge off his sins immediately. The learned have said that ablutions in the sacred tirthas, recitation of the names of holy ones, and converse with the good and virtuous, are all acts worthy of applause. They that are virtuous and honest always regard themselves as sanctified by the holy companionship of persons like themselves and by the water of pure and sacred converse. The carrying of 3 staffs, the vow of silence, matted hair on head, the shaving of the crown, covering one's person with barks and deerskins, the practice of vows, ablutions, the worship of fire, abode in the woods, emaciating the body, all these are useless if the heart be not pure. The indulgence of the 6 senses is easy, if purity be not sought in the object of enjoyment. Abstinence, however, which of itself is difficult, is scarcely easy without purity of the objects of enjoyment. O King of kings, among the 6 senses, the mind alone that is easily moved is the most dangerous. Those high-souled persons that do not commit sins in word, deed, heart and soul, are said to undergo ascetic austerities, and not they that suffer their bodies to be wasted by fasts and penances. He that hath no feeling of kindness for relatives cannot be free from sin even if his body be pure. That hard-heartedness of his is the enemy of his asceticism. Asceticism, again, is not mere abstinence from the pleasures of the world. He that is always pure and decked with virtue, he that practices kindness all his life, is a Muni even though he may lead a domestic life. Such a man is purged of all his sins. Fasts and other penances cannot destroy sins, however much they may weaken and dry up the body that is made of the flesh and blood. The man whose heart is without holiness suffers torture only by undergoing penances in ignorance of their meaning. He is never freed from sins of such acts. The fire he worshippeth doth not consume his sins. It is in consequence of holiness and virtue alone that men attain to regions of blessedness, and fasts and vows become efficacious. Subsistence on fruits and roots, the vow of silence, living upon air, the shaving of the crown, abandonment of a fixed home, the wearing of matted locks on the head, lying under the canopy of heaven, daily fasts, the worship of fire, immersion in water, and lying on the bare ground, these alone cannot produce such a result. They only that are possessed of holiness succeed, by knowledge and deeds, to conquer disease, decrepitude and death, and acquire a high status. As seeds that have been scorched by fire do not sprout forth, so the pains that have been burnt by knowledge cannot affect the soul. This inert body that is only like a block of wood when destitute of souls, is, without doubt, short-lived like froth in the ocean. He that obtaineth a view of his soul, the soul that resideth in every body, by help of one or half of the rhythmic line of the Vedas, hath no more need for anything. Some obtaining a knowledge of identity with the Supreme Soul from the 2 letters of the Vedas, and some from hundreds and thousands of rhythmic lines, acquire salvation, for the knowledge of one's identity with the Supreme Soul is the sure indication of salvation. The men of old, distinguished for their knowledge, have said, neither this world nor that hereafter nor bliss can be his who is disturbed by doubts. Unbelief of one's identity with the Supreme Soul is the indication of salvation. He that knoweth the true meaning of the Vedas, understandeth their true use. Such a man is affrighted at the Vedic ritual like a man at sight of a forest conflagration. Giving up dry disputation, have recourse to Shruti and Smriti, and seek thou, with the aid of thy reason, the knowledge of the undecaying one that is without a second. One search after this knowledge becometh futile from defect of means. Therefore, should one carefully strive to obtain that knowledge by aid of the Vedas. The Vedas are the supreme soul, they are his body, they are the truth. The soul that is bounded by the animal organism is incompetent to know him in whom all the Vedas merge. That supreme soul, however, is capable of being known by the pure intellect. The existence of the gods as stated in the Vedas, the efficacy of acts, and the capacity for action of being furnished with bodies, are noticeable in every yuga. Independence of these and annihilation are to be sought from purity of the senses. Therefore, the suspension of the function of the senses is the true fasting. One may attain to heaven by asceticism, one may obtain objects of enjoyment by the practice of charity and may have his sins purged off by ablutions in tirthas. But complete emancipation cannot be had except by knowledge. Vaisampayana continued, thus addressed, O great king, by the Rishi, Yudhishthira of great fame then said, O Holy One, I desire to listen to the rules about that charity which is meritorious. Markandeya said, O great king, O Yudhishthira, the rules about charity which thou wishest to hear from me are always highly regarded by me. Listen now to the mysteries of charity as expounded in the Suruti and the Smritis. A man that performs a sarada in the conjunction called Gajakaya at a place that is fanned by the leaves of the aswata tree enjoys the fruits thereof, O Yudhishthira, for 100,000 kalpas. O king, he that foundeth a dharmasala and established there a person to look after all comers, is crowned with the merits of all the sacrifices. He that giveth away a horse at a tirtha where the current of the river runneth in a direction opposite to its general course, reapeth merit that is inexhaustible. The guest that comes to one's house for food is none other than Indra himself. If he is entertained with food, Indra himself conferreth on the best merit that is inexhaustible. As men cross seas by vessels, so are the givers mentioned above are saved from all their sins. So what is given unto Brahmanas produceth, like gift of curds, inexhaustible merits. A gift on particular lunations produceth merit that is twice as much as a gift on other days. That in a particular season produceth merit 10 times greater than in other seasons. That in a particular year produceth merit 100 times greater than in other years. And lastly, a gift on the last day of the last month of the year produceth merit that is inexhaustible. A gift also that is made while the sun is on the solstitial points, one again that is made on the last day of the sun's path through Libra, Aries, Gemini, Virgo, and Pisces. A gift again during eclipses of the moon and the sun produce merit that is inexhaustible. The learned have also said that gifts made during the seasons produce merit that is 10 times, those made during the change of seasons, 100 times, and those made during the days when Rahu is visible, 1,000 times, greater than what is produced by gifts at other time, while a gift made on the last day of the sun's course through Libra and Aries produces merit that knows no diminution. O king, no one can enjoy landed possessions unless he giveth away land, and no one can go on cars and vehicles unless he giveth away these. Indeed, a person on rebirth obtaineth the fruition of whatever objects he hath in view at the time of making a gift to a Brahmana. Gold hath sprung from fire, the earth from Vishnu, and the cows from the sun Dehi, therefore, that giveth away gold, land, and kine attaineth all the regions of Agni, Vishnu, and the Sunday. There is nothing so eternal as a gift. Where, therefore, in the 3 worlds is anything that is more auspicious? It is for this, O king, that they who have great intelligence say that there is nothing higher and greater in the three worlds than gift. Section CC. Vaisampayana said, having, O great king, heard from the illustrious Markandeya the history of the attainment of heaven by the royal sage Indradama, Yudhishthira, that bull of the Bharata race, once more asked that sinless Muni endues with great ascetic merit and long life, saying, Thou knowest, O virtuous one, the entire host of the gods, the Danavas, and the Rakshasas. Thou art acquainted also with various royal genealogies and many eternal lines of rishis. O best of Brahmanas, there is nothing in this world that thou dost not know. Thou knowest also, O moon, many delightful stories about men, snakes and Rakshasas, about gods, Gandharvas, and Yakshas, and about Kinnaras and Apsaras. I desire now to hear from thee, O best of Brahmanas, as to why Klivalaswa, that unvanquished king of Ikshvaku's race, changed his name, assuming another, viz., Dandhumara. O thou best of Bhrigu's line, I desire to know in detail why the name of Klivalaswa of great intelligence underwent such a change. Vaisampayana continued, thus addressed by Yudhishthira, the great Muni Markandeya, O Bharata, then began the history of Dandhumara. Markandeya said, O royal Yudhishthira, listen to me, I will tell thee all. The story of Dandhumara is a moral one. Listen to it then. Listen now, O king, to the story of how the royal Klivalaswa of Ikshvaku's race came to be known as Dandhumara. O son, O Bharata, there was a celebrated rishi of the name of Utanka, and, O thou of the Kuru race, Utanka had his hermitage in a delightful wilderness. And, O great king, the rishi Utanka underwent ascetic austerities of the severest kind, and the Lord Utanka underwent those penances for numberless years with the object of obtaining the favours of Vishnu, and gratified with his penances that illustrious Lord presented himself before Utanka. And beholding the deity, the rishi in all humility began to gratify him with many hymns, and Utanka said, O thou of great effulgence, all creatures with the gods, asuras and human beings, all things that are mobile or immobile, even Brahma himself, the Vedas, and all things that are capable of being known, have, O Lord, been created by thee. The firmament is thy head, O God, and the sun and the moon are thy eyes. And, O unfading one, the winds are thy breath and fire thy energy. The directions of the horizon constitute thy arms, and the great ocean thy stomach. And, O God, the hills and mountains constitute thy thigh, and the sky thy hips, O slayer of Madhu. The earth constitutes thy feet, and the plants the bristles on thy body. And, O Lord, Indra and Soma and Agni and Varuna, indeed all the gods, the asuras and the great snakes all wait upon thee with humility, adoring thee with various hymns. O Lord of the universe, created things are pervaded by thee. The great rishis of high energy and ever plunged in ascetic meditation always adore thee. When thou art gratified, the universe is in peace. And when thou art angry, terror pervadeth every soul. Thou art, O Lord, the great dispeller of all terrors, and thou art the one supreme male being. Thou art the cause of happiness of both gods and human beings. And, O Lord, by 3 steps of thine thou didst cover the 3 worlds. And it was by thee that the asuras in the height of their power were destroyed. It is owing to thy prowess, O God, that the celestials obtained peace and happiness, and, O thou of great effulgence, it was the anger that destroyed 100 great Daitya chiefs. Thou art the creator and destroyer of all creatures in the world. It is by adoring thee that the gods have obtained happiness. It was thus, O Yudhishthira, that the high Suljutanka praised the Lord of the senses. And Vishnu, therefore, said unto Utanka, I am gratified with thee. Ask thou the boon that thou desirest. And Utanka said, This indeed hath been a great boon to me, in that I have been able to behold Hari, that eternal being, that divine creator, that Lord of the universe. Thus addressed Vishnu said, I am gratified with this absence of all desires on thy pale and with thy devotion, O thou best of men. But, O Brahmanas, O regenerate one, thou shouldst of a certainty accept some boon from me. Thus requested by Hari to accept a boon, Utanka then, O thou best of Bharatas, with joined hands begged a boon, saying, O illustrious one, O thou of eyes like lotus leaves, if thou hast been gratified with me, then let my heart always rest on virtue, truth, and self-content. And, O Lord, let my heart always turn to thee in devotion. And hearing these words of Utanka, the Holy One said, O regenerate one, all this shall happen to thee through my grace. And there will also appear in thee a yoga power endued with which thou shalt achieve a great thing for the dwellers of heaven, as also for the triple world. Even now a great Asura of the name of Dantu is undergoing ascetic penances of fierce austerity with the object of destroying the triple world. Hear now as to who will slay that Asura. O son, there will appear a king of invincible energy and great prowess, and he will be born in the race of Ikshvaku and will be known by the name of Vrihadaswa, who will have a son of the name of Kavalaswa, endued with great holiness and self-control and celebrity. And that best of kings will be furnished with yoga power springing from me and urged and commended by thee, O regenerate Rishi. That king will be the slayer of the Asura Dantu. And having said these words unto that Brahmana, Vishnu disappeared there and then. Section CCI. Markandeya said, O king, after the death of Ikshvaku, a highly virtuous king of the name of Sasada, ascending the throne of Ayodhya, ruled this earth. And from Sasada was descended Kakustha of great energy. And Kakustha had a son of name Ananas. And Ananas had a son named Prithu, and Prithu had a son named Viswagaswa, and from Viswagaswa sprang Adri, and from Adri sprang Uvanaswa, and from Uvanaswa sprang Saravastra, and it was by this Saravastra that the city called Saravasti was built, and from Saravastra was descended Vrihadaswa, and from Vrihadaswa sprang Kavalaswa, and Kavalaswa had 20,000 sons, and all these sons were fierce and powerful and skilled in learning. And Kavalaswa excelled his father in every quality. And when the time came, his father Vrihadaswa installed him, the brave and highly virtuous Kavalaswa, on the throne. And having thus made over the royal dignity to his son, that slayer of foes, King Vrihadaswa of great intelligence, retired into the woods for asceticism. Markandeya continued, O king, when the royal sage Vrihadaswa was about to retire into the woods, that best of Brahmanas, Utanka, heard of it. And Utanka, who was possessed of great energy and immeasurable soul, approached that foremost of all wielders of weapons and best of men. And approaching him, the rishis began to persuade him to give up asceticism. And Utanka said, O king, to protect the people is thy duty. It behoveth thee to do that duty of thine. Let us be free from all anxiety through thy grace. Possessed as thou art of a great soul, protected by thee, the earth will be freed from all dangers. Therefore, it behoveth thee not to retire into the woods. Great merit attaches to the act of protecting people in this world. Such merit can never be acquired in the woods. Let not thy heart, therefore, turn to this course. The merit, great king, that was acquired in days of old by great royal sages by protecting their subjects was so great that nothing equal to it could be seen. The king should always protect his subjects. It behoveth thee, therefore, to protect thy people. O Lord of the earth, I cannot, at present, perform my ascetic devotions peacefully. Close to my asylum there is a sea of sands known by the name of Ujjalaka, and it occupies a level country and is without any water. and it extends many yojanas in length and breadth, and in that desert dwells a chief of the Dandavas called Dandu by name. And Dandu is the son of Madhu and Ketaba, and is fierce and terrible and possessed of great prowess, and endued with immeasurable energy. That Danava, O king, dwelleth under the ground, and, O king, it behoveth thee to retire into the woods, having first slain that Asura. That Asura is now lying still in the observance of an ascetic penance of great austerity, and, O king, the object he hath in view is sovereignty over the celestials as also of the three worlds. And, O king, having obtained a boon from the grandsire of all creatures, that Asura hath become incapable of being slain by the gods and daityas and rakshasas and Gandharvas. Slay thou him, O king, and blessed be thou, and let not thy heart turn to any other course. By slaying him thou wilt without doubt achieve a great thing, and thou wilt also obtain eternal and undying fame. And O king, when at the end of every year that wicked Asura, lying covered with sands, wakes up and begins to breathe, then the whole earth with her mountains, forests and woods begins to tremble, and his breath raiseth up clouds of sands, and shroudeth the very sun, and for 7 days continually the earth tremble all over, and sparks and flames of fire mixed with smoke spread far around. And for all this, O king, I cannot rest in peace in my asylum. Slay thou him, O king, for the good of the world. Indeed, when that Asura is slain, the triple world will be in peace and happiness. That thou art competent, O king, to slay that Asura, I fully believe. Thy energy will be enhanced by Vishnu with the addition of his own. In days of old, O king, Vishnu gave this boon, that the king who should slay this fierce and great Asura would be pervaded by the invincible energy of Vishnu himself. Bearing that invincible Vishnu energy in thyself, slay thou, O great king, that Daitya of fierce prowess, possessed as Dantu is of mighty energy. No one, O king, that is endued with small energy himself will be capable of consuming him, even if he were to strive for 100 years. Section CI. Markandeya said, thus addressed by Utanka, that unvanquished royal sage, with joined hands, O thou foremost of the Kuru race, replied unto Utanka, saying, this visit of thine, O Brahmana, will not be in vain. This my son, O Holy One, known by the name of Klavalaswa, is endued with steadiness and activity. In prowess also he is unequalled on earth. Without doubt he will accomplish all this that is agreeable to thee, aided by all his brave sons endued with arms like unto iron maces. Give me leave to retire, O Brahmana, for I have now given up my weapons. Thus addressed by the king, that Muni of immeasurable energy replied unto him, saying, so be it. And the royal sage Vrihadaswa then, having commended his son to obey the behest of the high Sudutanka, saying, let it be done by thee, himself retired into an excellent forest. Yudhishthira said, O Holy One, O thou possessed of the wealth of asceticism, who was this stature of great energy? Whose son and whose grandson was he? I desire to know all this, O thou possessed of the wealth of asceticism. I never heard of this mighty deity before. I desire to know all this truly, O Holy One, and with all particulars in detail, O thou with great wisdom and ascetic wealth. Markandeya said, O monarch, know everything as it happened, O ruler of men, as I narrate the particulars truly, O thou with great wisdom. When the world became one broad expanse of water and creatures mobile and immobile were destroyed, when, O bull of the Brata race, the entire creation came to its end. He who is the source and creator of the universe, viz., the eternal and unfading Vishnu, he who is called by Munis crowned with ascetic success as the supreme lord of the universe, that being of great holiness, then lay in yoga sleep on the wide hood of the snake seashore of immeasurable energy, and the creator of the universe, that highly blessed and holy Hari, knowing no deterioration, lay on the hood of that snake encircling the whole earth, and as the deity lay asleep on that bed, a lotus, endued with great beauty and effulgence equal unto that of the sun, sprang from his navel. And from that lotus possessed of effulgence like unto the sun's, sprang the grandsire Brahma, that Lord of the worlds, who is the four Vedas, who hath four forms and four faces, who is invincible in consequence of his own energy, and who is endued with mighty strength and great prowess, and as the Lord Hari of wondrous frame, possessed of great lustre and decked with a crown and the Kaustubha gem, and attired in purple silk, lay stretched for many a yojana on that excellent bed furnished by the hood of the snake itself, extending far and wide, blazing, O king, in his beauty and the lustre of his own body like 1,000 suns concentrated in one mass. He was beheld some time after by two Danavas of great prowess named Madhu and Ketaba, and beholding Hari, in that posture, and the grandsire with eyes like lotus leaves seated on that lotus, both Madhu and Ketaba wondered much, and they began to terrify and alarm Brahma of immeasurable prowess. And the illustrious Brahma, alarmed by their continued exertions, trembled on his seat, and at his trembling the stalk of the lotus on which he was seated began to tremble, and when the lotus stalk trembled, Kesava awoke, and awakened from his slumber. Govinda beheld those Danavas of mighty energy, and beholding them the deity said unto them, Welcome, ye mighty ones. I am gratified with you. Therefore, I will grant you excellent boons. And thereupon both those proud and mighty Danavas, O king, laughingly replied unto Hishikasa, saying, Ask boons of us, O divine one. O thou that art the supreme deity, we are disposed to grant thee a boon. Indeed, we will grant thee a boon. Therefore, ask thou of us anything that cometh to thy mind. Thus addressed by them the Holy One spoke. Ye brave ones, I will accept a boon from you. There is a boon that I desire. Both of you are possessed of mighty energy. There is no male person like unto any of you. O ye of unbaffled prowess, submit ye to be slain by me. Even that is what I desire to accomplish for the good of the world. Hearing these words of the deity, both Madhu and Ketaba said, We have never before spoken an untruth, no, not even in jest. What shall we say of other occasions? O thou foremost of male beings, know that we have ever been firm in truth and morality, in strength, in forms, in beauty, in virtue, in asceticism, in charity, in behavior, in goodness, in self-control. There is no one equal unto either of us. A great danger, O Kesava, hath approached us. Accomplish thou, therefore, what thou hast said. No one can prevail over time. But, O Lord, there is one thing that we desire to be done by thee. O thou best and foremost of all deities, thou must slay us at a spot that is absolutely uncovered. And, O thou of excellent eyes, we also desire to become thy sons. This is the boon that we desire. Know then, O chief of the gods. Let not that, O deity, be false which thou hadst at first promised to us. The Holy One then replied unto them, saying, Yes, I will do as ye desire. Everything will be as ye wish. Markandeya continued. Then Govinda began to reflect. But uncovered space found he none, and when he could not discover any spot that was uncovered on earth or in the sky, that foremost deity then beheld his thighs to be absolutely uncovered. And there, O king, the illustrious deity cut off the heads of Madhu and Ketaba with his keen discus. Section CI. Markandeya said, The illustrious Dandu, O king, was the son of Madhu and Ketaba, and possessed of great energy and prowess. He underwent ascetic penances of great austerity, and he stood erect on one leg and reduced his body to a mass of only veins and arteries. And Brahma, gratified with him, gave him a boon. And the boon he had asked of the Lord Prajapati was of these words, Let no one among the gods, the Danavas, the Rakshas, the snakes, the Gandharvas and the Rakshasas be capable of slaying me. Even this is the boon that I ask of thee. And the grandsire replied unto him, saying, Let it be as thou wishest. Go thy way. And thus addressed by the grandsire, the Danava placed the feet of the deity on his head, and having thus touched with reverence the deity's feet, he went away and possessed of mighty energy and prowess. Dandu, having obtained the boon, hastily approached Vishnu, remembering the death of his father of the hands of that deity. And the wrathful Dandu, having vanquished the gods with the Gandharvas, began to distress all the celestials with Vishnu at their head. And at last, O bull of the Brata race, that wicked Sut Asura, arriving at a sea of sands known by the name of Ujjalaka, began to distress to the utmost of his might the asylum of Utanka. And endued with fierce energy, Dandu, the son of Madhuanketaba, lay in his subterranean cave underneath the sands in the observance of fierce ascetic and severe austerities, with the object of destroying the triple world. And while the Asura lay breathing near the asylum of Utanka, the Trishi, possessed of the splendor of fire, King Kualaswa with his troops, accompanied by the Brahman Utanka, as also by all his sons, set out for that region, O bull of the Brata race. And after that grinder of foes, the royal Kuvalaswa had set out, accompanied by his 21,000 sons, all of whom were exceedingly powerful. The illustrious Lord Vishnu filled him with his own energy at the command of Utanka, and impelled by the desire of benefiting the triple world. And while that invincible hero was proceeding on his way, a loud voice was heard in the sky repeating the words, This fortunate and unslayable one will become the destroyer of Dandu today. And the gods began to shower upon him celestial flowers. And the celestial kettle drums began to sound their music, although none played upon them. And during the march of that wise one, cool breezes began to blow, and the chief of the celestials poured gentle showers, wetting the dust on the roads. And, O Yudhishthira, the cars of the celestials could be seen high over the spot where the mighty Asura Dandu was. The gods and Gandharvas and great Rishi, surged by curiosity, came that to behold the encounter between Dandu and Kuvalaswa. And, O thou of the Kuru race, filled by Narayana with his own energy, King Kuvalaswa, aided by his sons, soon surrounded that sea of sands, and the king ordered that wilderness to be excavated. And after the king's sons had excavated that sea of sands for 7 days, they could see the mighty Asura Dandu. And, O bull of the Brata race, the huge body of that Asura lay within those sands, effulgent in its own energy like the sun himself. And Dandu, O king, was lying covering the western region of the desert, and surrounded on all sides by the sons of Kuvalaswa. The Danava was assaulted with sharp-pointed shafts and maces, and heavy and short clubs and axes and clubs, with iron spikes and darts and bright and keen-edged swords. And thus assaulted, the mighty Danava rose from his recumbent posture in wrath. And enraged, the Asura began to swallow those various weapons that were hurled at him, and he vomited from his mouth fiery flames like unto those of the fire called Samvata that appeareth at the end of the Yuga, and by those flames of his, the Asura consumed all the sons of the king. And, O tiger among men, like the Lord Gipla of old consuming the sons of King Sagara, the infuriated Asura, overwhelming the triple world with the flames vomited from his mouth, achieved that wonderful feat in a moment. And, O thou best of the Bratas, when all those sons of King Kuvalaswa were consumed by the fire emitted by the Asura in wrath, the monarch, possessed as he was of mighty energy, then approached the Danava, who, like unto a second Kamakana of mighty energy, had come to the encounter after waking from his slumbers. From the body of the king, O monarch, then began to flow a mighty and copious stream of water, and that stream soon extinguished, O king, the fiery flames emitted by the Asura. And, O great king, the royal Kuvalaswa, filled with yoga force, having extinguished those flames by the water that issued from his body, consumed a data of wicked prowess with a celebrated weapon called Brahma for relieving the triple world of its fears, and the royal sage Kavalaswa, having consumed that great Asura, that foe of the celestials and slayer of all enemies, by means of that weapon became like unto a second chief of the triple world, and the high-souled king Kavalaswa, having slain for the Asura Dandu, became from that time known by the name of Dandhumara, and from that time he came to be regarded as invincible in battle, and the gods and the great rishis who had come to witness that encounter were so far gratified with him that they addressed him saying, "Ask thou a boon of us." And thus solicited by the gods, the king bowed to them, and filled with joy, the king said unto them, with joined hands, these words, "Let me be always able to give wealth unto superior Brahmanas. Let me be invincible as regards all foes. Let there be friendship between myself and Vishnu. Let me have no ill feeling towards any creature. Let my heart always turn to virtue. And let me, finally, dwell in heaven forever." And the gods and the rishis and Urdanka, hearing this, were exceedingly gratified, and all of them said, "Let it be as thou wishest." And, O king, having also blessed him with many other speeches, the gods and the great rishis then went away to their respective abodes. And, O Yudhishthira, after the slaughter of all his sons, King Kavalaswa had still 3 sons left, and, O thou of the Brata race, they were called Dridaswa and Kapilaswa and Chandraswa. It is from them, O king, that the illustrious line of kings belonging to Ikshvaku's race, all possessed of immeasurable prowess, hath sprung. It was thus, O best of king, that that great data of the name Dandu, the son of Madhu and Kate Abba, was slain by Kavalaswa, and it was for this also that king came to be called by the name of Dandhumara. And indeed, the name he assumed was no empty one, but was literally true. I have now told thee all that thou hadst tasked me, viz., all about that person in consequence of whose act the story of Dandu's death hath become famous. He that listeneth to this holy history connected with the glory of Vishnu, becometh virtuous and obtaineth children. By listening to this story on particular lunations, one becometh blessed with long life and great good fortune. And freed from every anxiety, one ceaseth to have any fear of diseases. Section Sif. Vaisampayana said, O thou foremost of the Brata race, King Yudhishthira then asked the illustrious Markandeya a difficult question about morality, saying, I desire to hear, O Holy One, about the high and excellent virtue of women. I desire to hear from thee, O Brahmana, discourse about the subtle truths of morality. O regenerate Rishi, O best of men, the sun, the moon, the wind, the earth, the fire, the father, the mother, the preceptor, these and other objects ordained by the gods, appear to us as deities embodied. All these that are reverend ones are worthy of our best regard. So also is the woman who adoreth one Lord. The worship that chaste wives offer unto their husbands appeareth to me to be fraught with great difficulty. O adorable one, it behoveth thee to discourse to us of the high and excellent virtue of chaste wives, of wives who restraining all their senses and keeping their hearts under complete control regard their husbands as veritable gods. O holy and adorable one, all this appears to me to be exceedingly difficult of accomplishment. O regenerate one, the worship that sons offer to their mothers and fathers and that wives offer to their husbands, both seem to me to be highly difficult. I do not behold anything that is more difficult than the severe virtue of chaste women. O Brahmana, the duties that women of good behavior discharge with care and the conduct that is pursued by good sons towards their fathers and mothers appear to me to be most difficult of performance. Those women that are each devoted to but one Lord, they that always speak the truth, they that undergo a period of gestation for full 10 months, there is nothing, O Brahmana, that is more difficult than that is done by these. O worship for one, Women bring forth their offspring with great hazard to themselves and great pain, and rear their children, O bull, among Brahmanas, with great affection. Those persons also who, being always engaged in acts of cruelty and thereby incurring general hatred, succeed yet in doing their duties, accomplish what, in my opinion, is exceedingly difficult. O regenerate one, tell me the truths of the duties of the Kshatriya order. It is difficult, O twice-born one, for those high-souled ones to acquire virtue who by the duties of their order are obliged to do what is cruel. O Holy One, thou art capable of answering all questions. I desire to hear thee discourse on all this. O thou foremost of Bhrigu's race, I desire to listen to all this, waiting respectfully on thee, O thou of excellent vows. Markandeya said, O thou foremost of the Bharata race, I will discourse to thee on all this truly, however difficult of answer thy question may be. Listen to me, therefore, as I speak unto thee. Some regard the mother as superior and some the father. The mother, however, that bringeth forth, and some the father. The mother, however, that bringeth forth and reareth up offspring, what is more difficult? Furthers also, by ascetic penances, by worship of the gods, by adorations addressed to them, by bearing cold and heat, by incantations and other means desire to have children. And having by these painful expedients obtained children that are so difficult of acquisition, they then, O hero, are always anxious about the future of their sons, and, O Bharata, both the father and the mother desire to see in their sons fame and achievements and prosperity and offspring and virtue. That son is virtuous who realizes these hopes of his parents. And, O great king, that son with whom the father and the mother are gratified, achieveth eternal fame and eternal virtue both here and thereafter. As regards women again, neither sacrifice nor sraddhas, nor fasts are of any efficacy. By serving their husbands only they can win heaven. O king, O Yudhishthira, remembering this alone, listen thou with attention to the duties of chaste women. Section CCV. Markandeya said, there was, O Bharata, a virtuous ascetic of the name of Kausika, and endued with wealth of asceticism and devoted to the study of the Vedas. He was a very superior Brahmana, and that best of Brahmanas, studied all the Vedas with the Angas and the Upanishads, and one day he was reciting the Vedas at the foot of a tree, and at that time there sat on the top of that tree a female crane, and that she-crane happened at that time to befoul the Brahmana's body, and beholding that crane the Brahmana became very angry and thought of doing her an injury, and as the Brahmana cast his angry glances upon the crane and thought also of doing her an injury, she fell down on the ground, and beholding the crane thus fallen from the tree and insensible in death, the Brahmana was much moved by pity, and the regenerate one began to lament for the dead crane, saying, Alas, I have done a bad deed, urged by anger and malice. Markandeya continued, having repeated these words many times, that learned Brahmana entered a village for procuring alms. And, O bull of the Bharata race, in course of his eleemosynary round among the houses of persons of good lineage, the Brahmana entered one such house that he knew from before. And as he entered the house, he said, Give. And he was answered by a female with the word, Stay. And while the housewife was engaged, O king, in cleaning the vessel from which alms are given, her husband, O thou best of the Bharatas, suddenly entered the house, very much afflicted with hunger. The chaste housewife beheld her husband, and disregarding the Brahmana, gave her lord water to wash his feet and face, and also a seat, and after that the black-eyed lady, placing before her lord savory food and drink, humbly stood beside him, desirous of attending to all his wants. And, O Yudhishthira, that obedient wife used every day to eat the oats of her husband's plate, and, always conducting herself in obedience to the wishes of the Lord, that lady ever regarded her husband, and all her heart's affections inclined towards her Lord. of various and holy behavior, and skillful in all domestic duties, and attentive to all her relatives. She always did what was agreeable and beneficial to her husband, and she also, with rapt senses, attended to the worship of the gods and the wants of guests and servants, and her mother-in-law and father-in-law. And while the lady of handsome eyes was still engaged in waiting upon her lord, she beheld that Brahmana waiting for alms, and beholding him, she remembered that she had asked him to wait. And remembering all this, she felt abashed. And then that chaste woman, possessed of great fame, took something for alms and went out, O thou foremost of the Bharatas, for giving it unto that Brahmana. And when she came before him, the Brahmana said, O best of women, O blessed one, I am surprised at thy conduct. Having requested me to wait, saying, Stay, thou didst not dismiss me. Markandeya continued, O Lord of men, beholding that Brahmana filled with wrath and blazing with his energy, that chaste woman began to conciliate him, and said, O learned one, it behoveth thee to forgive me. My husband is my supreme God. He came hungry and tired, and was being served and waited upon by me. Hearing this, the Brahmana said, We Brahmanas are not worthy of superior regard. Exaltest thou thy husband above them? Leading the domestic life, dost thou disregard Brahmanas? Indra himself boweth down unto them. What shall I say of men on earth? Proud woman, dost thou not know it? Hast thou never heard it, that the Brahmanas are like fire and may consume the entire earth? At these words of that Brahmana, the woman answered, I am no sheep grain, O regenerate Rishi. O thou that art endued with the wealth of asceticism, cast off this anger of thine. Engaged as thou art, what canst thou do to me with these angry glances of thine? I do not disregard Brahmanas. Endued with great energy of soul, they are like unto the gods themselves. But, O sinless one, this fault of mine it behoveth thee to forgive. I know the energy and high dignity of Brahmanas that are possessed of wisdom. The waters of the ocean have been made brackish and undrinkable by the wrath of the Brahmanas. I know also the energy of Munis of souls under complete control and endued with blazing ascetic merit. The fire of their wrath to this day hath not been extinguished in the forest of Dandaka. It was for his having disregarded the Brahmanas that the great Asura, the wicked and evil-minded Vatapi, was digested when he came in contact with Agastya. It hath been heard by us that the powers and merits of high-souled Brahmanas are great. But, O Brahmana, as regenerate ones of high souls are great in wrath, so are they equally great in forgiveness. Therefore, O sinless one, it behoveth thee to forgive me in the matter of this my offence. O Brahmana, my heart inclineth to that merit which springeth from the service of my husband, for I regard my husband as the highest among all the gods. O best of Brahmanas, I practice that virtue which consists in serving my husband, whom I regard as the highest deity. Behold, O regenerate one, the merit that attaches to the service of one's husband. I know that thou hast burnt a she-crane with thy wrath. But, O best of regenerate ones, the anger that a person cherishes has the greatest of foes which that person hath. The gods know him for a Brahmana who hath cast off anger and passion. The gods know him for a Brahmana who always speaketh the truth here, who always gratifieth his preceptor, and who, though injured himself, never returneth the injury. The gods know him for a Brahmana who hath his senses under control, who is virtuous and pure and devoted to the study of the Vedas, and who hath mastery over anger and lust. The gods know him for a Brahmana who, cognizant of morals and endued with mental energy, is Catholic in religion and looketh upon all equal unto himself. The gods know him for a Brahmana who studieth himself and teacheth others, who performeth sacrifices himself and officiateth at the sacrifices of others, and who giveth away to the best of his means. The gods know that bull among the regenerate ones, for a Brahmana who, endues with liberality of soul, practiseth the Brahmacharya vow and is devoted to study, in fact, who is vigilantly devoted to the study of the Vedas. Whatever conduceth to the happiness of the Brahmanas is always recited before these. Ever taking pleasure in truth, the hearts of such men never find joy in untruth. O thou best of regenerate ones, it hath been said that the study of the Vedas, tranquility of soul, simplicity of behavior, and repression of the senses, constitute the eternal duties of the Brahmana. Those cognizant with virtue and morals have said that truth and honesty are the highest virtue. Virtue that is eternal is difficult of being understood. But whatever it is based on truth. The ancients have declared that virtue dependeth on Sruti. But, O foremost of regenerate ones, virtue as exposed in Sruti appears to be of various kinds. It is, therefore, too subtle of comprehension. Thou, O Holy One, art cognizant of virtue, pure, and devoted to the study of the Vedas. I think, however, O Holy One, that thou dost not know what virtue in reality is. Repairing to the city of Mitla, inquire thou of the virtuous fowler there, if indeed, O regenerate one, thou art not really acquainted with what constitutes the highest virtue. There liveth in Mitla a fowler who is truthful and devoted to the service of his parents and who hath senses under complete control. Even he will discourse to thee on virtue. Blessed be thou, O best of regenerate ones, if thou likest, repair thither. O faultless one, it behoveth thee to forgive me, if what I have said be unpalatable, for they that are desirous of acquiring virtue are incapable of injuring women. At these words of the chaste woman, the Brahmana replied, saying, I am gratified with thee. Blessed be thou, my anger hath subsided, O beautiful one. The reproof uttered by thee will be of the highest advantage to me. Blessed be thou, I shall now go and accomplish what is so conducive, O handsome one, to my benefit. Markandeya continued, dismissed by her, Kausika, that best of regenerate ones, left her house, and, reproaching himself, returned to his own abode. Section CCVI. Markandeya said, continually reflecting upon that wonderful discourse of the woman, Kausika began to reproach himself and looked very much like a guilty person, and meditating on the subtle ways of morality and virtue, he said to himself, I should accept with reverence what the lady hath said, and should, therefore, repair to Mitla. Without doubt there dwelleth in that city a fowler of soul under complete control and fully acquainted with the mysteries of virtue and morality. This very day will I repair unto that one endued with wealth of asceticism for inquiring of him about virtue. His faith in her is assured by her knowledge of the death of the she-crane and the excellent words of virtuous import she had uttered. Kausika, thus reflecting with reverence upon all she had said, set out for Mitla, filled with curiosity. And he traversed many forests and villages and towns, and at last reached Mitla, that was ruled over by Janaka, and he beheld the city to be adorned with the flags of various creeds. And he beheld that beautiful town to be resounding with the noise of sacrifices and festivities, and furnished with splendid gateways. It abounded with palatial residences and protected by walls on all sides. It had many splendid buildings to boast of. And that delightful town was also filled with innumerable cars. And its streets and roads were many and well-lod, and many of them were lined with shops. And it was full of horses and cars and elephants and warriors. And the citizens were all in health and joy, and they were always engaged in festivities. And having entered that city, that Brahmana beheld the many other things. And there the Brahmana inquired about the virtuous fowler, and was answered by some twice-born persons. And repairing to the place indicated by those regenerate ones, The Brahmana beheld the fowler seated in a butcher's yard, and the ascetic fowler was then selling venison and buffalo meat, and in consequence of the large concourse of buyers gathered round that fowler, Kausika stood at a distance. But the fowler, apprehending that the Brahmana had come to him, suddenly rose from his seat and went to that secluded spot where the Brahmana was staying, and having approached him there, the fowler said, "I salute thee, O Holy One. Welcome art thou, O thou best of Brahmanas. I am the fowler. Blessed be thou. Command me as to what I may do for thee." The word that the chaste woman said unto thee, viz., "Repair thou to Mitla," are known to me. I also know for what purpose thou hast come hither. Hearing these words of the fowler, that Brahmana was filled with surprise, and he began to reflect inwardly, saying, "This, indeed, is the second marvel that I see." The fowler then said unto the Brahmana, saying, "Thou art now standing in place that is scarcely proper for thee, O sinless one. If it pleaseth thee, let us go to my abode, O Holy One." Markandeya continued, "So be it," said the Brahmana unto him, "gladly." And thereupon the fowler proceeded towards his home with the Brahmana walking before him. And entering his abode that looked delightful, the fowler reverenced his guest by offering him a seat. And he also gave him water to wash his feet and face. And accepting these, that best of Brahmanas sat at his ease, and he then addressed the fowler, saying, "It seems to me that this profession doth not befit thee. O fowler, I deeply regret that thou shouldst follow such a cruel trade." At these words of the Brahmana, the fowler said, "This profession is that of my family, myself having inherited it from my sires and grandsires. O regenerate one, grieve not for me owing to my adhering to the duties that belong to me by birth. Discharging the duties ordained for me beforehand by the Creator, I carefully serve my superiors and the old. O thou best of Brahmanas, I always speak the truth, never envy others, and give to the best of my power. I live upon what remaineth after serving the gods, guests, and those that depend on me. I never speak ill of anything, small or great. O thou best of Brahmanas, the actions of a former life always follow the doer. In this world there are three principal professions, viz., agriculture, rearing of cattle, and trade. As regards the other world, the three Vedas, knowledge, and the science of morals are efficacious. Service of the other three orders hath been ordained to be the duty of the Sudra. Agriculture hath been ordained for the Vaisyas, and fighting from the Kshatriyas, while the practice of the Brahmacharya vow, asceticism, recitation of mantras, and truthfulness have been ordained for the Brahmanas. Over subjects adhering to their proper duties, the king should rule virtuously, while he should set those thereto that have fallen away from the duties of their order. Kings should ever be feared, because they are the lords of their subjects. They restrain those subjects of theirs that fall away from their duties, as they restrain the motions of the deer by means of their shafts. O regenerate Rishi, there existeth not in the kingdom of Janaka a single subject that followeth not the duties of his birth. O thou best of the Brahmanas, all the four orders here rigidly adhere to their respective duties. King Janaka punisheth him that is wicked, even if he be his own son, but never doth he inflict pain on him that is virtuous. With good and able spies employed under him, he looketh upon all with impartial eyes. Prosperity, and kingdom, and capacity to punish, belong, O thou best of Brahmanas, to the Kshatriyas. Kings desire high prosperity through practice of the duties that belong to them. The king is the protector of all the four orders. As regards myself, O Brahmana, I always sell pork and buffalo meat without slaying those animals myself. I sell meat of animals, O regenerate Rishi, that have been slain by others. I never eat meat myself, never go to my wife except in her season. I always fast during the day, and eat, O regenerate one, in the night. Even though the behavior of his order is bad, a person may yet be himself of good behavior. So also a person may become virtuous, although he may be slayer of animals by profession. It is in consequence of the sinful acts of kings that virtue decreaseth greatly, and sin beginneth to prosper. And when all this taketh place, the subjects of the kingdom begin to decay. And it is then, O Brahmana, that ill-looking monsters, and dwarfs, and hunchbacked and large-headed wights, and men that are blind or deaf, or those that have paralyzed eyes or are destitute of the power of procreation, begin to take their birth. It is from the sinfulness of kings that their subjects suffer numerous mischiefs. But this a King Janaka casteth his eyes upon all his subjects virtuously, and he is always kind unto them who, on their part, ever adhere to their respective duties. Regarding myself, I always with good deeds please those that speak well, as also those that speak ill of me. Those kings that live in the observance of their own proper duties, who are always engaged in the practice of acts that are good and honest, who are of souls under complete control, and who are endued with readiness and alacrity, may not depend upon anything else for supporting their power. Gift of food to the best of one's power, endurance of heat and cold, firmness and virtue, and a regard and tenderness for all creatures, these attributes can never find place in a person, without an innate desire being present in him of separating himself from the world. One should avoid falsehood in speech, and should do good without solicitation. One should never cast off virtue from lust, from wrath, or from malice. One should never joy immoderately at a good turn or grieve immoderately at a bad one. One should never feel depressed when overtaken by poverty, nor when so overtaken abandon the path of virtue. If at any time one doth what is wrong, he should never do its like again. One should always urge his soul to the doing of that which he regardeth as beneficial. One should never return wrong for wrong, but should act honestly by those that have wronged him. That wretched man who desireth to do what is sinful, slayeth himself. By doing what is sinful, one only imitates them that are wicked and sinful, disbelieving in virtue they that mock the good and the pure, saying, there is no virtue, undoubtedly meet with destruction. A sinful man swelleth up like a leather bag puffed up with wind. The thoughts of these wretches, filled with pride and folly, are feeble and unprofitable. It is the heart, the inner soul, that discovereth the fool, like the sun that discovereth forms during the day. The food cannot always shine in the world by means of self-praise. The learned man, however, even if he be destitute of beauty, displayeth his lustre by refraining from speaking ill of others and well of himself. No example, however, can be met with, in this world, of a person shining brilliantly on account of attributes to be found in him in their reputed measure. If one repenteth of a wrong done by him, that repentance washeth off his sin. The resolution of never doing it again saveth him from future sin, even as, O thou best of Brahmanas, he may save himself from sin by any of those expiations obtained in the scriptures. Even this, O regenerate one, is the sruti that may be seen in respect of virtue. He that having before been virtuous, committeth a sin, or committeth it unknowingly, may destroy that sin. For virtue, O Brahmana, driveth off the sin that men commit from ignorance. A man, after having committed a sin, should cease to regard himself any longer as a man. No man can conceal his sins. The gods behold what one does, also the being that is within every one. He that with piety and without detraction hideth the faults of the honest and the wise like holes in his own attire, surely seeketh his salvation. If a man seeketh a redemption after having committed a sin, without doubt he is purged of all his sins, and looketh pure and resplendent like the moon emerged from the clouds. A man that seeketh a redemption is washed of all his sins, even as the sun, upon rising, dispelleth all darkness. O best of Brahmanas, It is temptation that constitutes the basis of sin. Men that are ignorant commit sin, yielding to temptation alone. Sinful men generally cover themselves with a virtuous exterior, like whales whose mouths are covered by long grass. Outwardly they seem to possess self-control and holiness, and indulge in preaching virtuous texts which, in their mouth, are of little meaning. Indeed, everything may be noticed in them except conduct that is truly virtuous. Markandeya continued, at these words, O best of men, of the fowler, that Brahmana endued with great wisdom, then asked the fowler, saying, How shall I know what is virtuous conduct? Blessed be thou, I desire to hear this, O thou foremost of virtuous men, from thee. Therefore, O thou of exalted soul, tell me all about it truly. Hearing these words, the fowler replied, saying, O best of Brahmanas, sacrifices, gift, asceticism, the Vedas, and truth, these 5 holy things are ever present in conduct that is called virtuous. Having subjugated lust and wrath, pride, avarice, and crookedness, they that take pleasure in virtue because it is virtue, are regarded as really virtuous and worthy of the approbation of persons that are virtuous. These persons who are devoted to sacrifices and study of the Vedas have no independent behavior. They follow only the practices of the honest and the good. This, indeed, is the second attribute of the virtuous. Waiting upon superiors, truth, freedom from anger, and gift, these 4, O Brahmana, are inseparably connected with behavior that is virtuous. For the reputation that a person acquires by setting his heart on virtuous behavior and adhering to it rigidly is incapable of acquisition except by practicing the 4 virtues named above. The essence of the Vedas is truth, the essence of truth is self-control, and the essence of self-control is abstention from the pleasures of the world. These all are to be noticed in behavior that is virtuous. They that follow those deluded fools that mock the forms of faith prevailing among men, are dragged into destruction for walking in such a sinful path. They, however, that are virtuous and engaged in the observance of vows, who are devoted to the Srutis and the virtue of abstention from the pleasure of the world, they in fact who tread in virtue's path and follow the true religion, they that are obedient to the mandates of their preceptors, and who reflect upon the sense of the scriptures with patience and carefulness, is these that are said to be possessed of behavior that is virtuous. It is these, O Brahmana, that are said to properly guide their higher intelligence. Forsaking those that are atheists, those that transgress virtue's limits, those that are of wicked souls, those that live in sinfulness, betake thyself to knowledge, reverencing those that are virtuous. Lust and temptation are even like sharks in the river of life. The waters are the 5 senses. Do thou cross over to the other side of this river in the boat of patience and resignation, avoiding the shoals of corporeal existence, repeated births in this world. The supreme virtue consisting in the exercise of the intelligent principle and abstraction, when gradually superadded to virtuous conduct, becomes beautiful like dye on white fabrics. Truthfulness and abstention from doing injury to any one are virtues highly beneficial to all creatures. Of these, that latter is a cardinal virtue, and is based on truth. Our mental faculties have their proper play when their foundation is laid in truth, and in the exercise of virtue truth is of the highest value. Purity of conduct is the characteristic of all good men. Those that are distinguished for holy living are good and virtuous. All creatures follow the principles of conduct which are innate in their nature. The sinful being who has no control over self acquires lust, anger, and other vices. It is the immemorial rule that virtuous actions are those that are founded on justice, and it is also ordained by holy men that all iniquitous conduct is sin. Those who are not swayed by anger, pride, haughtiness, and envy, and those who are quiet and straightforward, are men of virtuous conduct. Those who are diligent in performing the rites enjoined in the 3 Vedas, who are wise, and of pure and virtuous conduct, who exercise self-restraint and are full of attention to their superior, are men of virtuous conduct. The actions and conduct of such men of great power are very difficult of attainment. They are sanctified by the purification of their own actions, and consequently sin in them dies out of itself. This virtue of good conduct is wonderful, ancient, immutable and eternal, and wise men observing this virtue with holiness, attain to heaven. These men who believe in the existence of the deity, who are free from false pride, and versed in holy writ, and who respect regenerate, twice-born men, go to heaven. Among holy men, virtue is differentiated in 3 ways: that great virtue which is inculcated in the Vedas, the other which is inculcated in the Dharma-shastras, the minor scriptures, and virtuous conduct. And virtuous conduct is indicated by acquisition of knowledge, pilgrimage to sacred places, truthfulness, forbearance, purity and straightforwardness. Virtuous men are always kind to all creatures, and well disposed towards regenerate men. They abstain from doing injury to any creature, and are never rude in speech. Those good men who know well the consequences of the fruition of their good and evil deeds are commended by virtuous men. Those who are just and good-natured, and endowed with virtue, who wish well of all creatures, who are steadfast in the path of virtue, and have conquered heaven, who are charitable, unselfish and of unblemished character, who succor the afflicted, and are learned and respected by all, who practice austerities, and are kind to all creatures, were commended as such by the virtuous. Those who are charitably disposed attain prosperity in this world, as also the regions of bliss hereafter. The virtuous man, when solicited for assistance by good men, bestow alms on them by straining to the utmost, even to the deprivation of the comforts of his wife and servants. Good men, having an eye to their own welfare, as also virtue and the ways of the world, act in this way and thereby grow in virtue through endless ages. Good persons possessing the virtues of truthfulness, abstention from doing injury to any one, rectitude, abstention from evil towards any one, want of haughtiness, modesty, resignation, self-restraint, absence of passion, wisdom, patience, and kindness towards all creatures, and freedom from malice and lust, are the witnesses of the world. These 3 are said to constitute the perfect way of the virtuous, viz., a man must not do wrong to anybody, he must bestow alms, and must always be truthful. Those high-souled good men of virtuous conduct, and settled convictions, who are kind to all and are full of compassion, depart with contentment from this world to the perfect way of virtue. Freedom from malice, forbearance, peace of mind, contentment, pleasant speech, renunciation of desire and anger, virtuous conduct and actions regulated according to the ordinances of Holy Writ, constitute the perfect way of the virtuous. And those who are constant in virtue follow these rules of virtuous conduct, and having reached the pinnacle of knowledge, and discriminating between the various phases of human conduct, which are either very virtuous or the reverse, they escape from the great danger. Thus, O great Brahmana, having introduced the subject of virtuous conduct, have I described to thee all this, according to my own knowledge and to what I have heard on the subject. Section QVI. Markandeya continued, the pious fowler, O Yudhishthira, then said to that Brahmana, undoubtedly my deeds are very cruel, but, O Brahmana, destiny is all-powerful and it is difficult to evade the consequence of our past actions. And this is the karmic evil arising out of sin committed in a former life. But, O Brahmana, I am always assiduous in eradicating the evil. The deity takes away life. The executioner acts only as a secondary agent. And we, O good Brahmana, are only such agents in regard to our karma. Those animals that are slain by me and whose meat I sell, also acquire karma, because, with their meat, gods and guests and servants are regaled with dainty food and the manes are propitiated. It is said authoritatively that herbs and vegetables, deer, birds and wild animals constitute the food of all creatures. And, O Brahmana, King Sivi, the son of Usnara, of great forbearance attained to heaven, which is hard to reach, giving away his own flesh. And in days of yore, O Brahmana, 2,000 animals used to be killed every day in the kitchen of King Rantideva, and in the same manner 2,000 cows were killed every day. And, O best of regenerate beings, King Rantideva acquired unrivaled reputation by distributing food with meat every day. For the performance of the 4 monthly rites, animals ought to be sacrificed daily. The sacred fire is fond of animal food. This saying has come down to us. And at sacrifices animals are invariably killed by regenerate Brahmanas, and these animals, being purged of sin, by incantation of hymns, go to heaven. If, O Brahmana, the sacred fire had not been so fond of animal food in ancient times, it could never have become the food of anyone. And in this matter of animal food, this rule has been laid down by Munis: whoever partakes of animal food after having first offered it duly and respectfully to the gods and the manes, is not polluted by the act. And such a man is not at all considered to have partaken of animal food, even as a Brahmacharan having intercourse with his wife during the menstrual period, is nevertheless considered to be a good Brahmana. After consideration of the propriety and impropriety of the matter, this rule has been laid down. King Sordasa, O Brahmana, when under a curse, often used to prey upon men. What is thy opinion of this matter? And, O good Brahmana, knowing this to be the consequence of my own actions, I obtain my livelihood from this profession. The forsaking of one's own occupation is considered, O Brahmana, to be a sin, and the act of sticking to one's own profession is without doubt a meritorious act. The karma of a former existence never forsakes any creature. And in determining the various consequences of one's karma, this rule was not lost sight of by the Creator. A person having his being under the influence of evil karma must always consider how he can atone for his karma and extricate himself from an evil doom, and the evil karma may be expiated in various ways. Accordingly, O good Brahmana, I am charitable, truthful, assiduous in attending on my superior, full of respect towards regenerate Brahmanas, devoted to and free from pride and idle, excessive talk. Agriculture is considered to be a praiseworthy occupation, but it is well known that even there, great harm is done to animal life, and in the operation of digging the earth with a plough, numberless creatures lurking in the ground, as also various other forms of animal life, are destroyed. Dost thou not think so? O good Brahmana, vrihi and other seeds of rice are all living organisms. What is thy opinion on this matter? Men, O Brahmana, hunt wild animals and kill them and partake of their meat. They also cut up trees and herbs. But, O Brahmana, there are numberless living organisms in trees, in fruits, as also in water. Dost thou not think so? This whole creation, O Brahmana, is full of animal life, sustaining itself with food derived from living organisms. Dost thou not mark that fish preys upon fish, and that various species of animals prey upon other species, and there are species the members of which prey upon each other? Men, O Brahmana, while walking about hither and thither, kill numberless creatures lurking in the ground by trampling on them, and even men of wisdom and enlightenment destroy animal life in various ways, even while sleeping or reposing themselves. What hast thou to say to this question? Mark, the earth and the air all swarm with living organisms, which are unconsciously destroyed by men from mere ignorance. Is not this so? The commandment that people should not do harm to any creature was ordained of old by men, who were ignorant of the true facts of the case. For, O Brahmana, there is not a man on the face of this earth who is free from the sin of doing injury to creatures. After full consideration, the conclusion is irresistible that there is not a single man who is free from the sin of doing injury to animal life. Even the sage, O good Brahmana, whose vow is to do harm to no creature, doth inflict injury to animal life. Only, on account of greater needfulness, the harm is less. Men of noble birth and great qualities perpetrate wicked acts in defiance of all, of which they are not at all ashamed. Good men acting in an exemplary way are not commended by other good men, nor are bad men acting in a contrary way praised by their wicked compeers, and friends are not agreeable to friends, albeit endowed with high qualities, and foolish pedantic men cry down the virtues of their preceptors. This reversal of the natural order of things, O good Brahmana, is seen everywhere in this world. What is thy opinion as to the virtuousness or otherwise of this state of things? There is much that can be said of the goodness or badness of our actions. But whoever is addicted to his own proper occupation surely acquires great reputation. Section Kvi. Markandeya continued, O Yudhishthira, the virtuous fowler, eminent in pity, then skillfully addressed himself again to that foremost of Brahmanas, saying, It is the dictum of the age that the ways of righteousness are subtle, diverse and infinite. When life is at stake and in the matter of marriage, it is proper to tell an untruth. Untruth sometimes leads to the triumph of truth, and the latter dwindles into untruth. Whichever conduces most to the good of all creatures is considered to be truth. Virtue is thus perverted, mark thou its subtle ways. O best of virtuous men, man's actions are either good or bad, and he undoubtedly reaps their fruits. The ignorant man, having attained to an abject state, grossly abuses the gods, not knowing that it is the consequence of his own evil karma. The foolish, the designing and the fickle, O good Brahmana, always attain the very reverse of happiness or misery. Neither learning nor good morals, nor personal exertion can save them. And if the fruits of our exertion were not dependent on anything else, people would attain the object of their desire, by simply striving to attain it. It is seen that able, intelligent and diligent persons are baffled in their efforts, and do not attain the fruits of their actions. On the other hand, persons who are always active in injuring others and in practicing deception on the world, lead a happy life. There are some who attain prosperity without any exertion, and there are others who with the utmost exertion are unable to achieve their dues. Miserly persons with the object of having sons born to them worship the gods, and practice severe austerities, and those sons having remained in the womb for 10 months at length turn out to be very infamous issue of their race, and others begotten under the same auspices, decently pass their lives in luxury with heaps of riches and grain accumulated by their ancestors. The diseases from which man suffer are undoubtedly the result of their own karma. They then behave like small deer at the hands of hunters, and they are racked with mental troubles. And, O Brahmana, as hunters intercept the flight of their game, the progress of those diseases is checked by able and skillful physicians with their collections of drugs. And, the best of the cherishers of religion, thou hast observed that those who have it in their power to enjoy the good things of this earth are prevented from doing so from the fact of their suffering from chronic bowel complaints, and that many others that are strong and powerful suffer from misery, and are enabled with great difficulty to obtain a livelihood, and that every man is thus helpless, overcome by misery and delusion, and again tossed and overpowered by the powerful current of his own actions, karma. If there were absolute freedom of action, no creature would die, none would be subject to decay, or await his evil doom, and everybody would attain the object of his desire. All persons desire to outdistance their neighbors, in the race of life, and they strive to do so to the utmost of their power, but the result turns out otherwise. Many are the persons born under the influence of the same star and the same auspices of good luck, but a great diversity is observable in the maturity of their actions. No person, O good Brahmana, can be the dispenser of his own lot. The actions done in a previous existence are seen to fructify in our present life. It is the immemorial tradition that the soul is eternal and everlasting, but the corporeal frame of all creatures is subject to destruction here, below. When therefore life is extinguished, the body only is destroyed, but the spirit, wedded to its actions, travels elsewhere. The Brahmana replied, O best of those versed in the doctrine of karma, and in the delivery of discourses, I long to know accurately how the soul becomes eternal. The fowler replied, the spirit dies not, the being simply a change of tenement. They are mistaken, who foolishly say that all creatures die. The soul betakes itself to another frame, and its change of habitation is called its death. In the world of men, no man reaps the consequences of another man's karma. Whatever one does, he is sure to reap the consequences thereof, for the consequences of the karma that is once done can never be obviated. The virtuous become endowed with great virtues, and sinful men become the perpetrators of wicked deeds. Men's actions follow them, and influenced by these, they are born again. The Brahmin inquired, why does the spirit take its birth, and why does its nativity become sinful or virtuous, and how, O good man, does it come to belong to a sinful or virtuous race? The fowler replied, this mystery seems to belong to the subject of procreation, but I shall briefly describe to you, O good Brahmana, how the spirit is born again with its accumulated load of karma, the righteous in a virtuous, and the wicked in a sinful nativity. By the performance of virtuous actions it attains to the state of the gods, and by a combination of good and evil, it acquires the human state. By indulgence in sensuality and similar demoralizing practices it is born in the lower species of animals, and by sinful acts, it goes to the infernal regions. Afflicted with the miseries of birth and dotage, man is fated to rot here below from the evil consequences of his own actions. Passing through thousands of births as also the infernal regions, our spirits wander about, secured by the fetters of their own karma. Animate beings become miserable in the next world on account of these actions done by themselves, and from the reaction of those miseries, they assume lower births, and then they accumulate a new series of actions, and they consequently suffer misery over again, like sickly men partaking of unwholesome food, and although they are thus afflicted, they consider themselves to be happy and at ease, and consequently their fetters are not loosened, and new karma arises, and suffering from diverse miseries they turn about in this world like a wheel. If casting off their fetters they purify themselves by their actions and practice austerities and religious meditations, then, O best of Brahmanas, they attain the Elysian regions by these numerous acts, and by casting off their fetters and by the purification of the karma, men attain those blissful regions where misery is unknown to those who go there. The sinful man who is addicted to vices never comes to the end of his course of iniquities. Therefore must we strive to do what is virtuous and forbear from doing what is unrighteous. Whoever with a heart full of gratefulness and free from malice strives to do what is good, attains wealth, virtue, happiness and heaven, hereafter. Those who are purified of sins, wise, forbearing, constant in righteousness, and self-restrained enjoy continuous felicity in this as well as in the next world. Man must follow the standard of virtue of the good, and in his acts imitate the example of the righteous. There are virtuous men, versed in Holy Writ and learned in all departments of knowledge. Man's proper duty consists in following his own proper avocation, and this being the case, these latter do not become confused and mixed up. The wise man delights in virtue and lives by righteousness. And, O good Brahmana, such a man with the wealth of righteousness which he hereby acquires, what is the root of the plant in which he finds most virtue? The virtuous man acts thus and his mind is calmed. He is pleased with his friends in this world and he also attains happiness hereafter. Virtuous people, O good man, acquire dominion over all in the pleasure of beauty, flavor, sound and touch according to their desire. These are known to be the rewards of virtue. But the man of enlightened vision, O great Brahmana, is not satisfied with reaping the fruits of righteousness. Not content with that, he with the light of spiritual wisdom that is in him, becomes indifferent to pain and pleasure, and the vice of the world influenceth him not. Of his own free will he becometh indifferent to worldly pursuits, but he forsaketh not virtue. Observing that everything worldly is evanescent, he treeth to renounce everything, and counting on more chance he deviseth means for the attainment of salvation. Thus doth he renounce the pursuits of the world, shuneth the ways of sin, becometh virtuous, and at last attaineth salvation. Spiritual wisdom is the prime requisite of men for salvation. Resignation and forbearance are its roots. By this means he attaineth all the objects of this desire. But subduing the senses, and by means of truthfulness and forbearance, he attaineth, O good Brahmana, the supreme asylum of Brahma. The Brahmana again inquired, O thou most eminent in virtue and constant in the performance of the religious obligations, you talk of senses, what are they, how may they be subdued, and what is the good of subduing them, and how doth the creature reap the fruits thereof? O pious man, I beg to acquaint myself with the truth of this matter. Section 6. Markandeya continued, Hear, O King Yudhishthira, what the virtuous fowler, thus interrogated by that Brahmana, said to him in reply. The fowler said, Men's minds are at first bent on the acquisition of knowledge. That acquired, O good Brahmana, they indulge in their passions and desires, and for that end, they labor and set about tasks of great magnitude, and indulge in much desired pleasures of beauty, flavor, and see. Then follows fondness, then envy, then avarice, and then extinction of all spiritual light. And when men are thus influenced by avarice, and overcome by envy and fondness, their intellect ceases to be guided by righteousness, and they practice the very mockery of virtue. Practicing virtue with hypocrisy, they are content to acquire wealth by dishonorable means. With the wealth thus acquired, the intelligent principle in them becomes enamored of those evil ways, and they are filled with the desire to commit sins. And when, O good Brahmana, their friends and men of wisdom remonstrate with them, they are ready with specious answers, which are neither sound nor convincing. From their being addicted to evil ways, they are guilty of a threefold sin. They commit sin in thought, in word, as also in action. They being addicted to wicked ways, all their good qualities die out, and these men of wicked deeds cultivate the friendship of men of similar character, and consequently they suffer misery in this world as well as in the next. The sinful man is of this nature, and now hear of the man of virtue. He discerns these evils by means of his spiritual insight, and is able to discriminate between happiness and misery, and is full of respectful attention to men of virtue, and from practicing virtues, his mind becomes inclined to righteousness. The Brahmana replied, Thou hast given a true exposition of religion which none else is able to expound. Thy spiritual power is great, and thou dost appear to me to be like a great rishi. The fowler replied, The great Brahmanas are worshipped with the same honors as our ancestors, and they are always propitiated with offerings of the food before others. Wise men in this world do what is pleasing to them, with all their heart, and I shall, O good Brahmana, describe to thee what is pleasing to them, after having bowed down to Brahmanas as a class. Do thou learn from me the Brahmanic philosophy. This whole universe, unconquerable everywhere and abounding in great elements, is Brahma, and there is nothing higher than this. The earth, air, water, fire and sky are the great elements. And form, odor, sound, touch and taste are their characteristic properties. These latter two have their properties which are also correlated to each other. And of the three qualities, which are gradually characterized by each, in order of priority, is consciousness, which is called the mind. The seventh is intelligence, and after that comes egoism, and then the five senses, then the soul, then the moral qualities called sattva, rajas and dharmas. These 17 are said to be the unknown or incomprehensible qualities. I have described all this to thee. What else dost thou wish to know? Section CCX. Markandeya continued, O Bharata, the Brahmana, thus interrogated by the virtuous Fowler, resumed again this discourse so pleasing to the mind. The Brahmana said, O best of the cherishers of religion, it is said that there are 5 great elements. Do thou describe to me in full the properties of any one of the 5. The Fowler replied, the earth, water, fire, air and sky all have properties interlapping each other. I shall describe them to thee. The earth, O Brahmana, has 5 qualities, water 4, fire 3 and the air and sky together 3 also. Sound, touch, form, odor and taste, these 5 qualities belong to earth, and sound, touch, form and taste, O austere Brahmana, have been described to thee as the properties of water, and sound, touch and form are the 3 properties of fire, and air has 2 properties, sound and touch, and sound is the property of sky. And, O Brahmana, these 15 properties inherent in 5 elements exist in all substances of which this universe is composed. And they are not opposed to one another, they exist, O Brahmana, in proper combination. When this whole universe is thrown into a state of confusion, then every corporeal being in the fullness of time assumes another corpus. It arises and perishes in due order. And there are present the 5 elementary substances of which all the mobile and immobile world is composed. Whatever is perceptible by the senses is called vyakta, knowable or comprehensible. And whatever is beyond the reach of the senses and can only be perceived by guesses, is known to be avyakta, not vyakta. When a Puran engages in the discipline of self-examination, after having subdued the senses which have their own proper objective play in the external conditions of sound, form, and see, then he beholds his own spirit pervading the universe, and the universe reflected in itself. He who is wedded to his previous karma, although skilled in the highest spiritual wisdom, is cognizant only of his soul's objective existence, but the person whose soul is never affected by the objective conditions around, is never subject to ills, owing to its absorption in the elementary spirit of Brahma. When a person has overcome the domination of illusion, his manly virtues, consisting of the essence of spiritual wisdom, turn to the spiritual enlightenment which illumines the intelligence of sentient beings. Such a person is styled by the omnipotent, intelligent spirit as one who is without beginning and without end, self-existent, immutable, incorporeal and incomparable. This, O Brahmana, that thou hast inquired of me is only the result of self-discipline. And this self-discipline can only be acquired by subduing the senses. It cannot be otherwise. Heaven and hell are both dependent on our senses. When subdued, they lead to heaven. When indulged in, they lead to perdition. This subjugation of the senses is the highest means of attaining spiritual light. Our senses are at their cause, root of our spiritual advancement, as also at the root of our spiritual degradation. By indulging in them, a person undoubtedly contracts vices, and by subduing these, he attains salvation. The self-restrained person who acquires mastery over the 6 senses inherent in our nature is never tainted with sin, and consequently evil has no power over him. Man's corporeal self has been compared to a chariot, his soul to a charioteer, and his senses to horses. A dexterous man drives about without confusion, like a quiet charioteer with well-broken horses. That man is an excellent driver who knows how to patiently wield the reins of those white horses, the 6 senses inherent in our nature. When our senses become ungovernable like horses on the high road, we must patiently rein them in, for with patience, we are sure to get the better of them. When a man's mind is overpowered by any one of these senses running wild, he loses his reason, and becomes like a ship tossed by storms upon the high ocean. Men are deceived by illusion in hoping to reap the fruits of those 6 things, whose effects are studied by persons of spiritual insight, who thereby reap the fruits of their clear perception. Section CCXI. Markandeya continued, O Bharata, the fowler having expounded these abstruse points, the Brahmana with great attention again inquired of him about these subtle topics. The Brahmana said, Do thou truly describe to me, who now duly ask thee, the respective virtues of the qualities of sattva, rajas, and tamas? The fowler replied, Very well, I shall tell thee what thou hast asked. I shall describe separately their respective virtues. Do thou listen. Of them tamas is characterized by illusion, spiritual, rajas incites men to action, sattva is of great grandeur, and on that account, it is said to be the greatest of them. He who is greatly under the influence of spiritual ignorance, who is foolish, senseless and given to dreaming, who is idle, unenergetic and swayed by anger and haughtiness, is said to be under the influence of dharmas. And, O Brahmana Rishi, that excellent man who is agreeable in speech, thoughtful, free from envy, industrious in action from an eager desire to reap its fruits, and of warm temperament, is said to be under the influence of rajas. And he who is resolute, patient, not subject to anger, free from malice, and is not skillful in action from want of the selfish desire to reap its fruits, wise and forbearing, is said to be under the influence of sattva. When a man endowed with the sattva quality is influenced by worldliness, he suffers misery, but he hates worldliness when he realizes its full significance. And then a feeling of indifference to worldly affairs begins to influence him. And then his pride decreases, and uprightness becomes more prominent, and his conflicting moral sentiments are reconciled. And then self-restraint in any matter becomes unnecessary. A man, O Brahmana, may be born in the Sudra caste, but if he is possessed of good qualities, he may attain the state of Vaisya and similarly that of a Kshatriya, and if he is steadfast in rectitude, he may even become a Brahmana. I have described to thee these virtues. What else dost thou wish to learn? Section XI. The Brahmana inquired, How is it that fire, vital force, in combination with the earthly element, matter, becomes the corporeal tenement of living creatures, and how doth the vital air, the breath of life, according to the nature of its seat, the muscles and nerves, excite to action, the corporeal frame? Markandeya said, This question, O Yudhishthira, having been put to the Brahmana by the fowler, the latter, in reply, said to that high-minded Brahmana. The fowler said, The vital spirit manifesting itself in the seat of consciousness, causes the action of the corporeal frame, and the soul being present in both of them acts through them. The past, the present and the future are inseparably associated with the soul. And it is the highest of a creature's possessions, it is of the essence of the Supreme Spirit, and we adore it. It is the animating principle of all creatures, and it is the eternal Purusha, Spirit. It is great, and it is the intelligence and the ego, and it is the subjective seat of the various properties of elements. Thus, while seated here, in a corporeal frame, it is sustained in all its relations external or internal, to matter or mind, by the subtle ethereal air called prana, and thereafter, Each creature goes its own way by the action of another subtle air called samana, and this latter transforming itself into apana air, and supported by the head of the stomach carries the refuse matter of the body, urine and sea, to the kidneys and intestines. That same air is present in the three elements of effort, exertion and power, and in that condition it is called udana air by persons learned in physical science, and when manifesting itself by its presence at all the junctional points of the human system, it is known by the name Vyana, and the internal heat is diffused over all the tissues of our system, and supported by these kinds of air, it transforms our food and the tissues and the humours of our system, and by the coalition of prana and other airs, a reaction, combination, ensues, and the heat generated thereby is known as the internal heat of the human system, which causes the digestion of our food. The prana and the apana air are interposed within the samana and the udana air, and the heat generated by their coalition causes the growth of the body, consisting of the 7 substances, bones, muscles, and sea, and that portion of its seat extending to as far as the rectum is called apana, and from that arteries arise in the 5 airs prana and sea. The prana air, acted on by the heat, strikes against the extremity of the apana region, and then recoiling, it reacts on the heat. Above the navel is the region of undigested food, and below it the region of digestion. And the prana and all other airs of the system are seated in the navel. The arteries issuing from the heart run upwards and downwards, as also in oblique directions. They carry the best essence of our food, and are acted upon by the 10 prana airs. This is the way by which patient yogins who have overcome all difficulties, and who view things with an impartial and equal eye, with their souls seated in the brain, find the Supreme Spirit. The prana and the apana airs are thus present in the body of all creatures. Know that the spirit is embodied in corporeal disguise, in the 11 allotropous conditions of the animal system, and that though eternal, its normal state is apparently modified by its accompaniments, even like the fire purified in its ban, eternal, yet with its course altered by its surroundings, and that the divine thing which is kindred with the body is related to the latter in the same way as a drop of water to the sleek surface of the lotus leaf on which it rolls. Know that sattva, rajas and tamas are the attributes of all life, and that life is the attribute of spirit, and that the latter, again, is an attribute of the Supreme Spirit. Inert, insensible matter is the seat of the living principle, which is active in itself and induces activity in others. That thing by which the 7 worlds are incited to action is called the Most High by men of high spiritual insight. Thus, in all these elements, the eternal spirit does not show itself, but is perceived by the learned in spiritual science by reason of their high and keen perception. A pure-minded person, by purification of his heart, is able to destroy the good and evil effect of his actions, and attains eternal beatitude by the enlightenment of his inward spirit. That state of peace and purification of heart is likened to the state of a person who in a cheerful state of mind sleeps soundly, or the brilliance of a lamp trimmed by a skillful hand. Such a pure-minded person living on spare diet perceives the Supreme Spirit reflected in his own, and by practicing concentration of mind in the evening and small hours of the night, he beholds the Supreme Spirit which has no attributes, in the light of his heart, shining like a dazzling lamp, and thus he attains salvation. Avarice and anger must be subdued by all means, for this act constitutes the most sacred virtue that people can practice, and is considered to be the means by which men can cross over to the other side of this sea of affliction and trouble. A man must preserve his righteousness from being overcome by the evil consequences of anger, his virtues from the effects of pride, his learning from the effects of vanity, and his own spirit from illusion. Leniency is the best of virtues, and forbearance is the best of powers. The knowledge of our spiritual nature is the best of all knowledge, and truthfulness is the best of all religious obligations. The telling of truth is good, and the knowledge of truth may also be good, but what conduces to the greatest good of all creatures is known as the highest truth. He whose actions are performed not with the object of securing any reward or blessing, who has sacrificed all to the requirements of his renunciation, is a real sannyasi and is really wise. And as communion with Brahma cannot be taught to us, even by our spiritual preceptor, he only giving us a clue to the mystery, renunciation of the material world is called yoga. We must not do harm to any creature and must live in terms of amity with all, and in this our present existence, we must not avenge ourselves on any creature. Self-abnegation, peace of mind, renunciation of hope, and equanimity, these are the ways by which spiritual enlightenment can always be secured, and the knowledge of self, one's own spiritual nature, is the best of all knowledge. In this world as well as hereafter, renouncing all worldly desires and assuming a stoic indifference, wherein all suffering is at rest, people should fulfill their religious duties with the aid of their intelligence. The Muni who desires to obtain moksha, salvation, which is very difficult to attain, must be constant in austerities, forbearing, self-restrained, and must give up that longing fondness which binds him to the things of this earth. They call these the attributes of the Supreme Spirit. The gunas, qualities or attributes, that we are conscious of, reduce themselves to agunas, non-gunas, in him. He is not bound by anything, and is perceptible only by the expansion and development of our spiritual vision. As soon as the illusion of ignorance is dispelled, this supreme unalloyed beatitude is attained. By foregoing the objects of both pleasure and pain, and by renouncing the feelings which bind him to the things of this earth, a man may attain Brahma, Supreme Spirit or salvation. O good Brahmana, I have now briefly explained to thee all this, as I have heard. What else dost thou wish to know? Section XI. Markandeya said, when, O Yudhishthira, all this mystery of salvation was explained to that Brahmana, he was highly pleased, and he said, addressing the fowler, all this that thou hast explained is rational, and it seems to me that there is nothing in connection with the mysteries of religion which thou dost not know. The fowler replied, O good and great Brahmana, thou shalt perceive with thine own eyes all the virtue that I lay claim to, and by reason of which I have attained this blissful state. Rise, worshipful sir, and quickly enter this inner apartment. O virtuous man, it is proper that thou shouldst see my father and my mother. Markandeya continued, thus addressed the Brahmana, went in, and beheld a fine beautiful mansion. It was a magnificent house divided in 4 suites of rooms, admired by gods and looking like one of their palaces. It was also furnished with seats and beds, and redolent of excellent perfumes. His revered parents, clad in white robes, having finished their meals, were seated at ease. The fowler, beholding them, prostrated himself before them with his head at their feet. His aged parents then addressed him thus, Rise, O man of piety, rise, may righteousness shield thee. We are much pleased with thee for thy piety. Mayst thou be blessed with a long life, and with knowledge, high intelligence, and fulfillment of thy desires. Thou art a good and dutiful son, for we are constantly and reasonably looked after by thee, and even amongst the celestials thou hast not another divinity to worship. By constantly subduing thyself, thou hast become endowed with the self-restraining power of Brahmanas, and all thy grandsires and ancestors are constantly pleased with thee for thy self-restraining virtues and for thy piety towards us. In thought, word or deed thy attention to us never flags, and it seems that at present thou hast no other thought in thy mind, save as to how to please us. As Rama, the son of Jamadani, laboured to please his aged parents, so hast thou, O son, done to please us, and even more. Then the fowler introduced the Brahmana to his parents, and they received him with the usual salutation of welcome, and the Brahmana, accepting their welcome, inquired if they, with their children and servants, were all right at home, and if they were always enjoying good health at that time of life. The aged couple replied, "At home, O Brahmana, we are all right, with all our servants." "Hast thou, adorable sir, reached this place without any difficulty?" Markandeya continued. The Brahmana replied, "Yes, I have." Then the fowler, addressing himself to the Brahmana, said to him, "These my parents, worshipful sir, are the idols that I worship. Whatever is due to the gods, I do unto them. As the 33 gods with Indra at the head are worshipped by men, so are these aged parents of mine worshipped by me. As Brahmanas exert themselves for the purpose of procuring offering for their gods, so do I act with diligence for these two idols of mine. These my father and mother, O Brahmana, are my supreme gods, and I seek to please them always with offering of flowers, fruits and gems. To me they are like the 3 sacred fires mentioned by the learned, and, O Brahmana, they seem to me to be as good as sacrifices or the 4 Vedas. My 5 life-giving heirs, my wife and children and friends are all for them, dedicated to the service. And with my wife and children I always attend on them. O good Brahmana, with my own hands I assist them in bathing and also wash their feet and give them food, and I say to them only what is agreeable, leaving out what is unpleasant. I consider it to be my highest duty to do what is agreeable to them, even though it be not strictly justifiable. And, O Brahmana, I am always diligent in attending on them. The 2 parents, the sacred fire, the soul and the spiritual preceptor, these 5, O good Brahmana, are worthy of the highest reverence from a person who seeks prosperity. By serving them properly, one acquires the merit of perpetually keeping up the sacred fire. And it is the eternal and invariable duty of all householders. Section Xif. Markandeya continued. The virtuous fowler, having introduced his, both, parents to that Brahmana as his highest gurus, again spoke to him as follows: "Mark thou the power of this virtue of mine, by which my inner spiritual vision is extended. For this, thou wast told by that self-restrained, truthful lady, devoted to her husband, hie thee to Mitla, for there lives a fowler who will explain to thee the mysteries of religion." The Brahmana said, "O pious man, so constant in fulfilling thy religious obligations, bethinking myself of what that truthful good-natured lady so true to her husband hath said, I am convinced that thou art really endowed with every high quality." The fowler replied, "I have no doubt, my lord, that what that lady, so faithful to her husband, said to thee about me, was said with full knowledge of the facts. I have, O Brahmana, explained to thee all this as a matter of favour. And now, good sir, listen to me. I shall explain what is good for thee. O good Brahmana, of irreproachable character, thou hast wronged thy father and thy mother, for thou hast left home without their permission, for the purpose of learning the Vedas. Thou hast not acted properly in this matter, for thy ascetic and aged parents have become entirely blind from grief at thy loss. Do thou return home to console them. May this virtue never forsake thee. Thou art high-minded, of ascetic merit, and always devoted to thy religion, but all these have become useless to thee. Do thou without delay return to console thy parents. Do have some regard for my words and not act otherwise. I tell thee what is good for thee, O Brahmana Rishi. Do thou return home this very day." The Brahmana replied, "This that thou hast said is undoubtedly true. Mayst thou, O pious man, attain prosperity. I am much pleased with thee." The fowler said, "O Brahmana, as thou practicest with assiduousness those divine, ancient, and eternal virtues which are so difficult of attainment even by pure-minded persons, thou appearest to me like a divine being. return to the side of thy father and mother and be quick and diligent in honouring thy parents, for I do not know if there is any virtue higher than this. The Brahmana replied, by a piece of singular good luck have I arrived here, and by a piece of similar good luck have I thus been associated with thee. It is very difficult to find out, in our midst, a person who can so well expound the mysteries of religion. There is scarcely one man among thousands who is well versed in the science of religion. I am very glad, O great man, to have secured thy friendship. Mayst thou be prosperous. I was on the point of falling into hell, but was extricated by thee. It was destined to be so, for thou didst, unexpectedly, come in my way. And, O great man, as the fallen king Yayati was saved by his virtuous grandsons, daughters' sons, so have I now been saved by thee. According to thy advice, I shall honour my father and my mother, for a man with an impure heart can never expound the mysteries of sin and righteousness. As it is very difficult for a person born in the Sudra class to learn the mysteries of the eternal religion, I do not consider thee to be a Sudra. There must surely be some mystery in connection with this matter. Thou must have attained the Sudra's estate by reason of the fruition of thine own past karma. O magnanimous man, I long to know the truth about this matter. Do thou tell it to me with attention and according to thy own inclination. The fowler replied, O good Brahmana, Brahmanas are worthy of all respect from me. Listen, O sinless one, to this story of a previous existence of mine. O son of an excellent Brahmana, I was formerly a Brahmana, well read in the Vedas, and an accomplished student of the Vedangas. Through my own fault I have been degraded to my present state. A certain king, accomplished in the science of Dhanurveda, science of archery, was my friend, and from his companionship, O Brahmana, I, too became skilled in archery, and one day the king, in company with his ministers and followed by his best warriors, went out on a hunting expedition. He killed a large number of deer near a hermitage. I, too, O good Brahmana, discharged a terrible arrow, and a rishi was wounded by that arrow with its head bent out. He fell down upon the ground, and screaming loudly said, I have harmed no one. What sinful man has done this? And, my lord, taking him for a deer, I went up to him and found that he was pierced through the body by my arrow. On account of my wicked deed I was sorely grieved in mind. And then I said to that rishi of severe ascetic merit, who was loudly crying, lying upon the ground, I have done this unwittingly, O rishi. And also this I said to the Muni, do thou think it proper to pardon all this transgression? But, O Brahmana, the rishi, lashing himself into a fury, said to me, thou shalt be born as a cruel fowler in the Sudra class. Section CCXV. The fowler continued, thus cursed by that rishi, I sought to propitiate him with these words, pardon me, O moon, I have done this wicked deed unwittingly. It behooves thee to pardon all that. Do thou, worshipful sir, soothe yourself. The rishi replied, the curse that I have pronounced can never be falsified, this is certain. But from kindness towards thee, I shall do thee a favour. Though born in the Sudra class, thou shalt remain a pious man, and thou shalt undoubtedly honour thy parents, and by honouring them thou shalt attain great spiritual perfection. Thou shalt also remember the events of thy past life and shalt go to heaven, and on the expiation of this curse, thou shalt again become a Brahmana. O best of men, thus, of old was I cursed by that rishi of severe power, and thus was he propitiated by me. Then, O good Brahmana, I extricated the arrow from his body, and took him into the hermitage, but he was not deprived of his life, recovered. O good Brahmana, I have thus described to thee what happened to me of old, and also how I can go to heaven hereafter. The Brahmana said, O thou with great intelligence, all men are thus subject to happiness or misery. Thou shouldst not therefore grieve for that. In obedience to the customs of thy present race, thou hast pursued these wicked ways, but thou art always devoted to virtue and versed in the ways and mysteries of the world. And, O learned man, these being the duties of thy profession, the stain of evil karma will not attach to thee. And after dwelling here for some little time, thou shalt again become a Brahmana, and even now, I consider thee to be a Brahmana, there is no doubt about this. For the Brahmana who is vain and haughty, who is addicted to vices and wedded to evil and degrading practices, is like a Sudra. On the other hand, I consider a Sudra who is always adorned with these virtues, righteousness, self-restraint, and truthfulness, as a Brahmana. A man becomes a Brahmana by his character, by his own evil karma. A man attains an evil and terrible doom. O good man, I believe that sin in thee has now died out. Thou must not grieve for this, for men, like thee who art so virtuous and learned in the ways and mysteries of the world, can have no cause for grief. The fowler replied, the bodily afflictions should be cured with medicines, and the mental ones with spiritual wisdom. This is the power of knowledge. Knowing this, the wise should not behave like boys. Men of low intelligence are overpowered with grief at the occurrence of something which is not agreeable to them, or non-occurrence of something which is good or much desired. Indeed, all creatures are subject to this characteristic, of grief for happiness. It is not merely a single creature or class that is subject to misery. Cognizant of this evil, people quickly mend their ways, and if they perceive it at the very outset, they succeed in curing it altogether. Whoever grieves for it, only makes himself uneasy. Those wise men whose knowledge has made them happy and contented, and who are indifferent to happiness and misery alike, are really happy. The wise are always contented and the foolish always discontented. There is no end to discontentment, and contentment is the highest happiness. People who have reached the perfect way do not grieve, they are always conscious of the final destiny of all creatures. One must not give way to discontent. 57 For it is like a virulent poison. It kills persons of undeveloped intelligence, just as child is killed by an enraged snake. That man has no manliness whose energies have left him, and who is overpowered with perplexity when an occasion for the exercise of vigor presents itself. Our actions are surely followed by their consequences. Whoever merely gives himself up to passive indifference to worldly affairs accomplishes no good. Instead of murmuring, one must try to find out the way by which he can secure exemption from spiritual misery, and the means of salvation found, he must then free himself from sensuality. The man who has attained a high state of spiritual knowledge is always conscious of the great deficiency, instability, of all matter. Such a person, keeping in view the final doom of all, never grieves. I too, O learned man, do not grieve. I stay here, in this life, biding my time. For this reason, O best of men, I am not perplexed with doubts. The Brahmana said, Thou art wise and high in spiritual knowledge, and vast is thy intelligence. Thou who art versed in Holy Writ, art content with thy spiritual wisdom. I have no cause to find fault with thee. Adieu, O best of pious men, mayst thou be prosperous, and may righteousness shield thee, and mayst thou be assiduous in the practice of virtue. Markandeya continued, the fowler said to him, Be it so. And the good Brahmana walked round him 58 and then departed. And the Brahmana returning home was duly assiduous in his attention to his old parents. I have thus, O pious Yudhishthira, narrated in detail to thee this history full of moral instruction, which thou, my good son, didst task me to recite, the virtue of women's devotion to their husbands and that of filial piety. Yudhishthira replied, O most pious Brahmana and best of Munis, thou hast related to me this good and wonderful moral story, and listening to thee, O learned man, my time has glided away like a moment, but, O adorable sir, I am not as yet satiated with hearing this moral 59 discourse. Section XV. Vaisampayana continued. The virtuous king Yudhishthira, having listened to this excellent religious discourse, again addressed himself to the rishi Markandeya, saying, "Why did the fire god hide himself in water in olden times? And why is it that Angiras of great splendor, officiating as fire god, used to convey 60 oblations during of his dissolution? There is but one fire, but according to the nature of its action, it is seen to divide itself into many. O worshipful sir, I long to be enlightened on all these points, how the Kumara 61 was born, how he came to be known as the son of Agni, the fire god, and how he was begotten by Rudra, O Ganga and Kritika. O noble scion of Bhrigu's race, I desire to learn all this accurately as it happened. O great Muni, I am filled with great curiosity." Markandeya replied, "In this connection this soul story is cited by the learned, as to how the carrier of oblations, the fire god, in a fit of rage, sought the waters of the sea in order to perform a penance, and how the adorable Angiras, transforming himself into the fire god, 62, destroyed darkness and distressed the world with his scorching rays. In olden times, O long-armed hero, the great Angiras performed a wonderful penance in his hermitage. He even excelled the fire god, the carrier of oblations, in splendor, and in that state he illumined the whole universe. At that time the fire god was also performing a penance and was greatly distressed by his Angiras's effulgence. He was greatly depressed, but did not know what to do. Then that adorable god thought within himself, Brahma has created another fire god for this universe. As I have been practicing austerities, my services as the presiding deity of fire have been dispensed with, and then he considered how he could re-establish himself as the god of fire. He beheld the great Muni giving heat to the whole universe like fire, and approached him slowly with fear. But Angiras said to him, "Do thou quickly re-establish yourself as the fire animating the universe. Thou art well known in the 3 stable worlds, and thou wast first created by Brahma to dispel darkness. Do thou, O destroyer of darkness, quickly occupy thine own proper place." Agni replied, "My reputation has been injured now in this world, and thou art become the fire god, and people will know thee, and not me, as fire. I have relinquished my godhood of the fire. Do thou become the primeval fire, and I shall officiate as the second or Prajapatyaka fire." Angiras replied, "Do thou become the fire god and the destroyer of darkness, and do thou attend to thy sacred duty of clearing people's way to heaven, and do thou, O Lord, make me speedily thy first child." Markandeya continued, hearing these words of Angiras, the fire god did as desired, and, O king, Angiras had a son named Brihaspati. Knowing him to be the first son of Angiras by Agni, the gods, O Bharata, came and inquired about the mystery. And thus asked by the gods he then enlightened them, and the gods then accepted the explanation of Angiras. In this connection, I shall describe to the religious sorts of fire of great effulgence, which are here variously known in the Brahmanas 63 by their respective uses. Section XVI. Markandeya continued, O ornament of Kuru's race, he, Angiras, who was the 3rd son of Brahma, had a wife of the name of Subba. Do thou hear of the children he had by her? His son Brihaspati, O king, was very famous, large-hearted and of great bodily vigour. His genius and learning were profound, and he had a great reputation as a counsellor. Bhanumati was his firstborn daughter. She was the most beautiful of all his children. Angiras's second daughter was called Raga. 64. She was so named because she was the object of all creatures' love. Sinui was the 3rd daughter of Angiras. Her body was of such slender make that she was visible at one time and invisible at another, and for this reason she was likened to Rudra's daughter. Archismati was his fourth daughter. She was so named from her great effulgence. And his fifth daughter was called Havishmati, so named from her accepting havis or oblations. The sixth daughter of Angiras was called Mahismati the pious. O keen-witted being, the seventh daughter of Angiras is known by the name of Mahamati, who is always present at sacrifices of great splendor, and that worshipful daughter of Angiras, whom they call unrivaled and without portion, and about whom people utter the words Q wonder, is known by the name of Q. Section XVI. Markandeya continued, Vrishaspati had a wife, called Dara, belonging to the lunar world. By her, he had 6 sons partaking of the energy of fire, and 1 daughter. The fire in whose honor oblations of clarified butter are offered at the Purnimasya and other sacrifices, was a son of Vrishaspati called Sanju. He was of great ascetic merit. At the Chaturmasya, 4 monthly, and as Vaimda, horse, sacrifices, animals are offered first in his honor, and this powerful fire is indicated by numerous flames. Sanju's wife was called Satya. She was of much less beauty, and she sprang from Dharma, righteousness, for the sake of truth. The blazing fire was his son, and he had 3 daughters of great religious merit. The fire which is honored with the first oblations at sacrifices is his first son called Bharadwa. The second son of Sanju is called Bharata, in whose honor oblations of clarified butter are offered with a sacrificial ladle, called Sruk, at all the full moon, Purnimasaya, sacrifices. Beside these, 3 sons of whom Bharata is the senior, he had a son named Bharatu and a daughter called Bharati. The Bharata fire is the son of Prajapati Bharatu Agni, fire. And, O ornament of Bharata's race, because he is greatly honored, he is also called the Great. Veera is Bharadwaja's wife. She gave birth to Veera. It is said by the Brahmanas that he is worshipped like Soma, with the same hymns, with offerings of clarified butter. He is joined with Soma in the secondary oblation of clarified butter and is also called Rathaprabhu, Rathadwana and Kamarita. He begot a son named Siddhi by his wife Sarayu, and enveloped the sun with his splendor, and from being the presiding genius of the fire sacrifice, he is ever mentioned in the hymns in praise of fire. And the fire Nisayavana praises the earth only, he never suffers in reputation, splendor and prosperity. The sinless fire Satya blazing with pure flame is his son. He is free from all taint and is not defiled by sin, and is the regulator of time. That fire has another name Nishkriti, because he accomplished the Nishkriti, relief, of all blatant creatures here. When properly worshipped he vouchsafes good fortune. His son is called Swana, who is the generator of all diseases. He inflicts severe sufferings on people for which they cry aloud, and moves in the intelligence of the whole universe. And the other fire, Vrihaspati's third son, is called Viswajit by men of spiritual wisdom. The fire, which is known as the internal heat by which the food of all creatures is digested, is the fourth son of Vrihaspati known through all the worlds, O Bharata, by the name of Viswabhak. He is self-restrained, of great religious merit, and is a Brahmacharin, and he is worshipped by Brahmanas at the Paka sacrifices. The sacred river Gomati was his wife, and by her all religious-minded men performed their rites. And that terrible water-drinking sea fire called Vadava is the fifth son of Vrihaspati. This Brahmic fire has a tendency to move upwards, and hence it is called Urdhvabhag, and is seated in the vital air called Prana. The sixth son is called the Great Biswishtakrit, for by him oblations became Swishta, Su, excellently, and Ishta, offered, and the Udagdara oblation is always made in his honor. And when all creatures acclaimed, the fire called Manyoti becomes filled with fury. This inexorably terrible and highly irascible fire is the daughter of Brihaspati, and is known as Swaha, and is present in all matter. By the respective influence of the three qualities of Sattva, Rajas and Tamas, Swaha had 3 sons. By reason of the first she had a son who was equalled by none in heaven in personal beauty, and from this fact he was surnamed by the gods as the Kama fire. 65. By reason of the second, she had a son called the Amogha or invincible fire, the destroyer of his enemies in battle. Assured of success, he curbs his anger and is armed with a bow and seated on a chariot and adorned with wreaths of flowers. From the action of the third quality, she had a son, the great Yuktha, the means of salvation, praised by, akin to, 3 Yukthas. 66. He is the originator of the great word 67 and is therefore known as the Samaswasa or the means of rest, salvation. Section 6. Markandeya continued. He, Yuktha, performed a severe penance lasting for many years, with a view of having a pious son equivalent to Brahma in reputation. And when the invocation was made with the Vyarati hymns and with the aid of the 5 sacred fires, Kasyapa, Vasisthaka, Prana, the son of Prana, Kayavana, the son of Angiras, and Shivakaka, there arose a very bright energy, force, full of the animating, creative, principle, and of 5 different colors. Its head was of the color of the blazing fire. Its arms were bright like the sun, and its skin and eyes were golden-colored, and its feet, O Bharata, were black. Its 5 colors were given to it by those 5 men by reason of their great penance. This celestial being is therefore described as appertaining to 5 men, and he is the progenitor of 5 tribes. After having performed a penance for 10,000 years, that being of great ascetic merit produced the terrible fire appertaining to the Pitris, Manes, in order to begin the work of creation, and from his head and mouth respectively he created Vrihat and Rathandara, day and night, who quickly steal away, life, and sea. He also created Shiva from his navel, Indra from his might, and wind and fire from his soul, and from his 2 arms sprang the Himsud Atu and Anudatta. He also produced the mind, and the 5 senses, and other creatures. Having created these, he produced the 5 sons of the Pitris. Of these Prani was the son of Vrihadratha. Vrihadratha was the son of Kasyapa. Banu was the godson of Kayavana, Saurabha, the son of Shivakaka, and Anudatta, the son of Prana. These 25 beings are reputed to have been created by him. Tapu also created 15 other gods who obstruct sacrifices. 68. They are Sabima, Bima, Atabima, Bimavala, Avala, Sumatra, Maitravana, Mitasena, Maitravadhana, and Maitradhanraman, 69, and Zurapravira, Vira, Suvka, Zuravakas, and Zorantrai. These gods are divided into 3 classes of 5 each, located here in this world. They destroy the sacrifices of the gods in heaven, they frustrate their objects and spoil their oblations of clarified butter. They do this only to spite the sacred fires carrying oblations to the gods. If the officiating priests are careful, they place the oblations in the runner outside of the sacrificial altar. To that particular place where the sacred fire may be placed, they cannot go. They carry the oblation of their votaries by means of wings. When appeased by hymns, they do not frustrate the sacrificial rites. Vrihadaktha, another son of Tapa, belongs to the earth. He is worshipped here in this world by pious men performing Agnihotra sacrifices. Of the son of Tapa, who is known as Rathandara, it is said by officiating priests that the sacrificial oblation offered in his honor is offered to Maitreyavinda. The celebrated Tapa was thus very happy with his sons. Section CCXX. Markandeya continued. The fire called Bharata was bound by severe rules of asceticism. Pushtimati is another name of his fire, for when he is satisfied he vouchsafes pushti, development, to all creatures, and for this reason he is called Bharata, or the Cherisher. And that other fire, by name Shiva, is devoted to the worship of Sakti, the forces of the presiding deity of the forces of nature, and because he always relieves the sufferings of all creatures afflicted with misery, he is called Shiva, the giver of good. And on the acquisition of great ascetic wealth by Tapa, an intelligent son named Branda was born to inherit the same. Another son named Ushma was also born. This fire is observed in the vapor of all matter. A third son, Manu, was born. He officiated as Prajapati. The Brahmanas who are learned in the Vedas then speak of the exploits of the fire Sambhu, and after that the bright Avasathaya fire of great refulgence is spoken of by the Brahmanas. Tapa thus created the 5 Urjaskara fires, all bright as gold. These all share the Soma drink in sacrifices. The great sun god, when fatigued after his day's labours, is known as the Prasanta fire. He created the terrible Asuras and various other creatures of the earth. Angiras, too, created the Prajapati Banu, the son of Tapa. He is also called Vrihad Banu, the great Banu, by Brahmanas learned in the Vedas. Banu married Supra, and Brihad Banu, the daughter of Surya, the sun god. They gave birth to 6 sons. Do thou hear of their progeny? The fire who gives strength to the weak is called Vlada, or the giver of strength. He is the first son of Banu, and that other fire who looks terrible when all the elements are in a tranquil state is called the Manjaman fire. He is the second son of Banu, and the fire in whose honor oblations of clarified butter are enjoined to be made here at the Dasa and Purnamasya sacrifices, and who is known as Vishnu in this world, is the third son of Banu, called Angiras, or Dritaman. And the fire to whom with Indra the Agrayana oblation is enjoined to be made is called the Agrayana fire. He is the 4th son of Banu. The 5th son of Banu is Agraha, who is the source of the oblations which are daily made for the performance of the Chaturmasya, 4 monthly rites. And Stuva is the 6th son of Banu. Nisa was the name of another wife of that Manu who is known by the name of Banu. She gave birth to 1 daughter, the 2 Agnishamas, and also 5 other fire gods. The resplendent fire god who is honored with the first oblations in company with the presiding deity of the clouds is called Vaiswanara. And that other fire who is called the lord of all the worlds is Viswapati, the second son of Manu. And the daughter of Manu is called Swistakrit, because by oblations unto her one acquires great merit. Though she was the daughter of Hiranyakasipu, she yet became his wife for her evil deeds. She is, however, one of the Prajapatis. And that other fire which has its seats in the vital airs of all creatures and animates their bodies, is called Anita. It is the cause of our perceptions of sound and form. That divine spirit whose course is marked with black and white stains, who is the supporter of fire, and who, though free from sin, is the accomplisher of desired karma, whom the wise regard as a great rishi, is the fire Kapila, the propounder of the yoga system called Sankhya. The fire through whom the elementary spirits always receive the offerings called agra made by other creatures at the performance of all the peculiar rites in this world is called agrani. And these are the bright fires famous in the world, were created for the rectification of the Agnihotra rites when marred by any defects. If the fires interlap each other by the action of the wind, then the rectification must be made with the Ashtakapala rites in honor of the fire Sachi. And if the southern fire comes in contact with the 2 other fires, then rectification must be made by the performance of the Ashtakapala rites in honor of the fire Viti. If the fires in their place called Nivasa come in contact with the fire called Jivani, then the Ashtakapala rites must be performed in honor of the fire Sachi for rectification. And if the perpetual fire is touched by a woman in her monthly course, then for rectification the Ashtakapala rites must be performed in honor of the fire called Dasayuman. If at the time of the performance of this Agnihotra rites the death of any creature is spoken of, or if animals die, then rectification must be made with the performance of the Ashtakapala rites in honor of the Suraman fire. The Brahmana, who while suffering from a disease is unable to offer oblations to the sacred fire for 3 nights, must make amends for the same by performing the Ashtakapala rites in honor of the northern fire. He who has performed the Dasa and the Purnam rites must make the rectification with the performance of the Ashtakapala rites in honor of the Patakrit fire. If the fire of a lying-in room comes in contact with the perpetual sacred fire, then rectification must be made with the performance of Ashtakapala rites in honor of the Agniman fire. Section 60. Markandeya continued, Mudita, the favorite wife of the fire Swaha, used to live in water. And Swaha, who was the regent of the earth and sky, begat in that wife of his a highly sacred fire called Advanta. There is a tradition amongst learned Brahmanas that this fire is the ruler and inner soul of all creatures. He is worshipful, resplendent, and the lord of all the great beauties here. And that fire, under the name of Grihapati, is ever worshipped at all sacrifices and conveys all the oblations that are made in this world. That great son of Swaha, the great Adbhuta fire, is the soul of the waters and the prince and regent of the sky and the lord of everything great. His son, the Brata fire, consumes the dead bodies of all creatures. His first grotto is known as Nata at the performance of the Agnishtoma sacrifice. That powerful prime fire, Swaha, is always missed by the gods, because when he sees Nata approaching him he hides himself in the sea from fear of contamination. Searching for him in every direction, the gods could not, once, find him out, and on beholding Atharvan the fire said to him, O valiant being, do thou carry the oblations for the gods? I am disabled from want of strength. Attaining the state of the red-eyed fire, do thou condescend to do me this favour? Having thus advised Atharvan, the fire went away to some other place. But his place of concealment was divulged by the Finni tribe. Upon them the fire pronounced this curse in anger, You shall be the food of all creatures in various ways. And then that carrier of oblations spoke unto Atharvan, as before. Though entreated by the gods, he did not agree to continue carrying their oblations. He then became insensible and instantly gave up the ghost. And leaving his material body, he entered into the bowels of the earth. Coming into contact with the earth, he created the different metals. Phos and scent arose from his pus, the deeder pine from his bones, glass from his phlegm, the maracata jewel from his bile, and the black iron from his liver. And all the world has been embellished with these 3 substances, wood, stone and iron. The clouds were made from his nails, and corals from his veins. And, O king, various other metals were produced from his body. Thus, leaving his material body, he remained absorbed in spiritual meditation. He was roused by the penance of Brug and Angiras. The powerful fire, thus gratified with penance, blazed forth intensely. But on beholding the rishi, Atharvan, he again sought his watery refuse. At this extinction of the fire, the whole world was frightened, and sought the protection of Atharvan, and the gods and others began to worship him. Atharvan rummaged the whole sea in the presence of all those beings eager with expectation, and finding out the fire, himself began the work of creation. Thus in olden times the fire was destroyed and called back to life by the adorable Atharvan. But now he invariably carries the oblations of all creatures. Living in the sea and travelling about various countries, he produced the various fires mentioned in the Vedas. The river Indus, the 5 rivers of the Punjab, the Son, the Devika, the Saraswati, the Ganga, the Satakama, the Sarayu, the Gandaki, the Chamanwati, the Mai, the Meda, the Medadathi, the 3 rivers Tamravati, the Vetravati, and the Kausiki, the Dharmaza, the Narmada, the Godavari, the Vena, the Upavana, the Bhima, the Vadawa, the Brati, the Suprayoga, the Kaveri, the Murmura, the Tungavena, the Krishnavena and the Gupla. These rivers, O Bharata, are said to be the mothers of the fires. The fire called Adbhuta had a wife of the name of Priya, and Vibhu was the eldest of his sons by her. There are as many different kinds of Soma sacrifices as the number of fires mentioned before. All this race of fires, firstborn of the spirit of Brahma, sprang also from the race of Atri. Atri in his own mind conceived these sons, desirous of extending the creation. By this act, the fires came out of his own Brahmic frame. I have thus narrated to thee the history of the origin of these fires. They are great, resplendent, and unrivaled in power, and they are the destroyers of darkness. Know that the powers of those fires are the same as those of the Adbhuta fire as related in the Vedas. For all these fires are one and same. This adorable being, the firstborn fire, must be considered as one. For like the Jyadishtoma sacrifice, he came out of Angira's body in various forms. I have thus described to thee the history of the great race of Agni, fires, who when duly worshipped with the various hymns, carry the oblations of all creatures to the gods. Section XXI. Markandeya continued, O sinless sign of Kuru's race, I have described to thee the various branches of the race of Agni. Listen now to the story of the birth of the intelligent Kartikeya. I shall tell thee of that wonderful and famous and highly energetic son of the Adbhuta fire begotten of the wives of the Brahmarshis. In ancient times the gods and Asuras were very active in destroying one another, and the terrible Asuras always succeeded in defeating the gods. And Purandara, Indra, beholding the great slaughter of his armies by them and anxious to find out a leader for the celestial host, thought within himself, I must find out a mighty person who, observing the ranks of the celestial army shattered by the Danavas, will be able to reorganize it with vigor. He then repaired to the Manasa mountains and was deeply absorbed in thought of nature, when he heard the heart-rending cries of a woman to the effect, May some one come quick and rescue me, and either indicate to be husband for me, or be my husband himself. Purandara said to her, Do not be afraid, lady. And having said these words, he saw Kesin, an Asura, adorned with a crown and mace in hand, standing even like a hill of metals at a distance, and holding that lady by the hand. Vasava addressed then that Asura, saying, Why art thou bent on behaving insolently to this lady? Know that I am the god who wields the thunderbolt. Refrain thou from doing any violence to this lady. To him Kesin replied, Do thou, O Sakra, leave her alone. I desire to possess her. Thinkest thou, O slayer of Parka, that thou shalt be able to return home with thy life? With these words Kesin hurled his mace for slaying Indra. Vasava cut it up in its course with his thunderbolt. Then Kesin, furious with rage, hurled a huge mass of rock at him. Beholding that, he of 100 sacrifices rent it asunder with his thunderbolt, and it fell down upon the ground. And Kesin himself was wounded by that falling mass of rock. Thus sorely afflicted, he fled, leaving the lady behind. And when the Asura was gone, Indra said to that lady, Who and whose wife art thou, O lady with a beautiful face, and what has brought thee here? Section XXI. The lady replied, I am a daughter of Prajapati, the lord of all creatures, Brahma, and my name is Devasena. My sister Datyasena has ere this been ravished by Kesin. We two sisters with our maids habitually used to come to these Manasa mountains for pleasures with the permission of Prajapati. And the great Asura Kesin used daily to pay his court to us. Datyasena, O conqueror of Parka, listened to him, but I did not. Datyasena was, therefore, taken away by him, but, O illustrious one, thou hast rescued me with thy might. And now, O Lord of the Celestials, I desire that thou shouldst select an invincible husband for me. To this Indra replied, "Thou art a cousin of mine, thy mother being a sister of my mother Dakshayani, and now I desire to hear thee relate thine own prowess." The lady replied, "O hero with long arms, I am adolescent, weak, but my husband must be powerful. And by the potency of my father's boon, he will be respected by gods and asuras alike." Indra said, "O blameless creature, I wish to hear from thee, what sort of power thou wishest thy husband to possess." The lady replied, "That manly and famous and powerful being devoted to Brahma, who is able to conquer all the celestials, asuras, yakshas, kinnaras, iragas, rakshasas, and the evil-minded daityas, and to subdue all the worlds with thee, shall be my husband." Markandeya continued. On hearing her speech, Indra was grieved and deeply thought within himself, "There is no husband for this lady," answering to her own description. And that god adorned with sun-like effulgence, then perceived the sun rising on the Udaya hill, 71, and the great Soma, moon, gliding into the Sunday, it being the time of the new moon. He of 100 sacrifices, at the Rudra 72 moment, observed the gods and asuras fighting on the sunrise hill. And he saw that the morning twilight was tinged with red clouds. And he also saw that the abode of Varuna had become blood red. And he also observed Agni conveying oblations offered with various hymns by Bhrigu, and Jairas, and others, and entering the disk of the Sunday. And he further saw the 24 Pavas adorning the sun, and the terrible Soma also present in the sun under such surroundings. And observing this union of the sun and the moon, and that fearful conjunction of theirs, Sakra thought within himself, "This terrific conjunction of the sun and the moon forebodeth a fearful battle on the morrow." And the river Sindhu, Indus, too is flowing with a current of fresh blood, and the jackals with fiery laces are crying to the Sunday, "This great conjunction is fearful and full of energy." This union of the moon, Soma, with the sun and Agni is very wonderful. And if Soma giveth birth to a son now, that son may become the husband of this lady. And Agni also hath similar surroundings now, and he too is a god. If the two begetteth a son, that son may become the husband of this lady. With these thoughts that illustrious celestial repaired to the regions of Brahma, taking Devasena 73 with him. And saluting the grandsire, he said unto him, "Do thou fix a renowned warrior as husband of this lady." Brahma replied, "O slayer of asuras, it shall be as thou hast intended. The issue of that union will be mighty and powerful accordingly. That powerful being will be the husband of this lady and the joint leader of thy forces with thee." Thus addressed, the Lord of the Celestials and the lady bowed unto him, and then repaired to the place where those great Brahmanas, the powerful celestial rishis, Vasishtha and others, lived. And with Indra at their head, the other gods also, desirous of drinking the Soma beverage, repaired to the sacrifices of those rishis to receive the respective shares of the offerings. Having duly performed the ceremonies with the bright blazing fire, those great-minded persons offered oblations to the celestials. And the Adputa fire, that carrier of oblations, was invited with mantras. And coming out of the solar disk, that lordly fire duly repaired thither, restraining speech. And, O chief of Bharata's race, that fire entering the sacrificial fire that had been ignited, and into which various offerings were made by the rishis with recitations of hymns, shook them with him and made them over to the dwellers of heaven. And while returning from that place, he observed the wives of those high-souled rishis sleeping at their ease on their beds. And those ladies had a complexion beautiful like that of an altar of gold, spotless like moonbeams, resembling fiery flames and looking like blazing stars. And seeing those wives of the illustrious Brahmanas with eager eyes, his mind became agitated and he was smitten with their charms. Restraining his heart, he considered it improper for him to be thus agitated. And he said unto himself, The wives of these great Brahmanas are chaste and faithful and beyond the reach of other people's desires. I am filled with desire to possess them. I cannot lawfully cast my eyes upon them, nor ever touch them when they are not filled with desire. I shall, therefore, gratify myself daily with only looking at them by becoming their Garhapatya, household fire. Markandeya continued, the Adbhuta fire, thus transforming himself into a household one, was highly gratified with seeing those gold-complexioned ladies and touching them with his flames. Uninfluenced by their charms, he dwelt there for a long time, giving them his heart and filled with an intense love for them. Unbaffled in all his efforts to win the hearts of those Brahmana ladies, and his own heart tortured by love, he repaired to a forest with a certain object of destroying himself. A little while before, Swaha, the daughter of Daksha, had bestowed her love on him. The excellent lady had been endeavouring for a long time to detect his weak moments, but that blameless lady did not succeed in finding out any weakness in the calm and collected fire god. But now that the god had betaken himself to a forest, actually tortured by the pangs of love, she thought, as I too am distressed with love, I shall assume the guise of the wives of the 7 rishis, and in that disguise I shall seek the fire god so smitten with their charms. This done, he will be gratified and my desire too will be satisfied. Section Xxif. Markandeya continued, O Lord of men, the beautiful Shiva endowed with great virtues and an unspotted character was the wife of Angiras, one of the 7 rishis. That excellent lady, Swaha, at first assuming the disguise of Shiva, sought the presence of Agni unto whom she said, O Agni, I am tortured with love for thee. Do thou think it fit to woo me? And if thou dost not accede to my request, know that I shall commit self-destruction. I am Shiva, the wife of Angiras. I have come here according to the advice of the wives of the other rishis, who have sent me hereafter to do deliberation. Agni replied, How didst thou know that I was tortured with love, and how could the others, the beloved wives of the 7 rishis, of whom thou hast spoken, know this? Apostrophe. Swaha replied, Thou art always a favourite with us, but we are afraid of thee. Now having read thy mind by well-known signs, they have sent to thy presence. I have come here to gratify my desire. Be thou quick, O Agni, to encompass the object of thy desire. My sisters-in-law are awaiting me. I must return soon. Markandeya continued, Then Agni, filled with great joy and delight, married Swaha in the guise of Shiva, and that lady joyfully cohabiting with him, held the semen virile in her hands. And then she thought within herself that those who would observe her in that disguise in the forest would cast an unmerited slur upon the conduct of those Brahmana ladies in connection with Agni. Therefore, to prevent this, she should assume the disguise of a bird, and in that state she should more easily get out of the forest. Markandeya continued, Then assuming the disguise of a winged creature, she went out of the forest and reached the white mountain begirt with clumps of heath and other plants and trees, and guarded by strange 7-headed serpents with poison in their very looks, and abounding with rakshasas, male and female pisachas, terrible spirits, and various kinds of birds and animals. That excellent lady, quickly ascending a peak of those mountains, threw that semen into a golden lake, and then assuming successively the forms of the wives of the household 7 rishis, she continued to dally with Agni. But on account of the great ascetic merit of Arundhati and her devotion to her husband, Vasishtha, she was unable to assume her form. And, O chief of Kuru's race, the lady Swaha on the first lunar day threw 6 times into that lake the semen of Agni. And thrown there, it produced a male child endowed with great power. And from the fact of its being regarded by the rishis as cast off, the child born therefrom came to be called by the name of Skanda. And the child had 6 faces, 12 ears, as many eyes, hands and feet, 1 neck, and 1 stomach. And it first assumed a form on the 2nd lunar's day, and it grew to the size of a little child on the 3rd. And the limbs of Gaha were developed on the 4th day. And being surrounded by masses of red clouds flashing forth lightning, it shone like the sun rising in the midst of a mass of red clouds. And seizing the terrific and immense bow which was used by the destroyer of the Azura Tripura for the destruction of the enemies of the gods, that mighty being uttered such a terrible roar that the 3 worlds with their mobile and immobile divisions became struck with awe. And hearing that sound which seemed like the rumbling of a mass of big clouds, the great Nagas, Chitra and Airavata, were shaken with fear. And seeing them unsteady, that lad shining with sun-like refulgence held them with both his hands, and with a dart in another hand, and with a stout, red-crested, big cock-fast sword in another, that long-armed son of Agni began to sport about, making a terrible noise, and holding an excellent conch shell with 2 of his hands. That mighty being began to blow it to the great terror of even the most powerful creatures, and striking the air with 2 of his hands, and playing about on the hilltop, the mighty Mahesana of unrivaled prowess looked as if he were on the point of devouring the 3 worlds, and shone like the bright sun god at the moment of his ascension in the heavens. And that being of wonderful prowess and matchless strength, seated on the top of that hill, looked on with his numerous faces directed towards the different cardinal points, and observing various things, he repeated his loud roars. And on hearing those roars various creatures were prostrate with fear, and frightened and troubled in mind they sought protection. And all those persons of various orders who then sought the protection of that god are known as his powerful Brahmana followers. And rising from his seat, that mighty god allayed the fears of all those people, and then drawing his bow, he discharged his arrows in the direction of the White Mountain. And with those arrows the hill Krauncha, the son of Himravat, was rent asunder. And that is the reason why swans and vultures now migrate to the Sumer mountains. The Krauncha hill, sorely wounded, fell down uttering fearful groans. And seeing him fallen, the other hills too began to scream. And that mighty being of unrivaled prowess, hearing the groans of the afflicted, was not at all moved, but himself uplifting his mace, yelled forth his war-whoop. And that high-souled being then hurled his mace of great lustre and quickly rent into twain one of the peaks of the White Mountain. And the White Mountain being thus pierced by him was greatly afraid of him, and dissociating himself from the earth fled with the other mountains. And the earth was greatly afflicted and bereft of her ornaments on all sides. And in this distress she went over to Skandha and once more shone with all her might. And the mountains too bowed down to Skandha and came back and stuck into the earth. And all creatures then celebrated the worship of Skandha on the 5th day of the lunar month. Section CCXXV. Markandeya continued. When that powerful, high-souled, and mighty being was born, various kinds of fearful phenomena occurred, and the nature of males and females, of heat and cold, and of such other pairs of contraries, was reversed. And the planets, the cardinal points and the firmaments became radiant with light, and the earth began to rumble very much. And the rishis even, seeking the welfare of the world, while they observed all these terrific prodigies on all sides, began with anxious hearts to restore tranquility in the universe. And those who used to live in that Chitraratha forest said, "This very miserable condition of ours hath been brought about by Agni cohabiting with the 6 wives of the 7 rishis." Others again, who had seen the goddess assume the disguise of a bird, said, "This evil hath been brought about by a bird." No one ever imagined that Swaha was the authoress of that mischief. But having heard that their new-born male child was hers, she went to Skandha and gradually revealed to him the fact that she was his mother. And those 7 rishis, when they heard that a son of great power had been born to them, divorced their 6 wives with the exception of the adorable Arundhati, because all the dwellers of that forest protested that those 6 persons had been instrumental in bringing forth the child. Swaha too, O king, said again and again to the 7 rishis, saying, Ye ascetics, this child is mine, your wives are not his mother. The great Muni Viswamitra had, after the conclusion of the sacrifices of the 7 rishis, followed and seen the god of fire, while the latter was tortured with lust. He, therefore, knew everything as it happened, and he was the first to seek the protection of Mahesana. And he offered divine prayers to Mahesana and all the 13 auspicious rites appertaining to childhood, such as the natal and other ceremonies, were all performed by the great Muni in respect of that child. And for the good of the world he promulgated the virtues of the 6-faced Skanda, and performed ceremonies in honor of the cock, the goddess Sakti, and the first followers of Skanda. And for this reason he became a great favorite of the celestial youth. That great Muni then informed the 7 rishis of the transformations of Swaha and told them that their wives were perfectly innocent. But through this informed the 7 rishis abandoned their spouses unconditionally. Markandeya continued, the celestials having heard of the prowess of Skanda, all said to Vasava, O Sakra, do thou kill Skanda without delay, for his prowess is unbearable. And if thou dost not exterminate him, he will conquer the 3 worlds with ourselves, and overpowering thee, will himself become the mighty lord of the celestials. Perplexed in mind, Sakra replied unto them, this child is endowed with great prowess. He can himself destroy the creator of the universe, in battle putting forth his might. I venture not, therefore, to do away with him. To this the gods replied, thou hast no manliness in thee, in that thou talkest in this manner. Let the great mothers of the universe repair today to Skanda. They can master at will any degree of energy. Let them kill this child. It shall be so. The mothers replied. And then they went away. But on beholding that he was possessed of great might, they became dispirited, and considering that he was invincible, they sought his protection and said unto him, do thou, O mighty being, become our adopted son. We are full of affection for thee and desirous of giving thee suck. Lo, the milk oozes from our breasts. On hearing these words, the mighty Mahesana became desirous of sucking their breasts, and he received them with due respect and acceded to their request. And that mightiest of mighty creatures then beheld his further Agni come towards him. And that god, who is the doer of all that is good, was duly honoured by his son, and in company with the mothers, he stayed by the side of Mahesana to tend him. And that lady amongst the mothers who was born of Anga 74 with a spike in hand kept watch over Skanda, even like a mother guarding her own offspring. And that irascible red-coloured daughter of the sea, who lived herself on blood, hugged Mahesana in her breast and nursed him like a mother. And Agni, transforming himself into a trader with a goat's mouth and followed by numerous children, began to gratify that child of his with toys in that mountain abode of his. Section XV. Markandeya continued, the planets with their satellites, the rishis and the mothers, Agni and numerous other blazing courtiers and many other dwellers of heaven of terrible mien, waited on Mahesana along with the mothers. And the illustrious sovereign of the gods, desirous of victory but believing success to be doubtful, mounted his elephant Tirvata and attended by the other gods advanced towards Skanda. That mighty being, followed by all the celestials, was armed with his thunderbolt. And with the object of slaying Mahesana, he marched with terrible celestial army of great splendour, sounding their shrill war cry and furnished with various sorts of standards, with warriors encased in various armour and armed with numerous bows and riding on various animals. When Mahesana beheld the gloriously decked Sakra, attired in his best clothes, advancing with the determination of slaying him. He, too on his part, advanced to meet the chief of the Celestials. O Pather, the mighty Vasava, the lord of the Celestials, then uttered a loud shout, to encourage his warriors, and marching rapidly with the view of killing Agni's son, and praised by Tridasa's 75 and great rishis, he at length reached the abode of Kartikeya. And then he shouted out with other gods, and Gahatu, in response to this, uttered a fearful war cry resembling the roaring of the sea. On hearing that noise, the celestial army behaved like an agitated sea, and was stunned and fixed to the spot. And that son of Pavaka, the fire god, beholding the gods come near to him with the object of killing him, was filled with wrath, and gave out rising flame of fire from within his mouth. And these flames destroyed the celestial forces struggling on the ground. Their heads, their bodies, their arms and riding animals were all burnt in that conflagration, and they appeared all on a sudden like stars displaced from their proper spheres. Thus afflicted, the god renounced all allegiance to the thunderbolt, and sought the protection of Pavaka's son, and thus peace was again secured. When he was thus forsaken by the gods, Sakra hurled his thunderbolt at Skanda. It pierced him on the right side, and, O great king, it passed through the body of that high-souled being. And from being struck with the thunderbolt, there arose from Skanda's body another being, a youth with a club in hand, and adorned with a celestial amulet. And because he was born on account of the piercing of the thunderbolt, he was named Visaka. And Indra, when he beheld that another person looking like the fierce destroying fire god had come into being, was frightened out of his wits, and besought the protection of Skanda, with the palms of his hands joined together, as a mark of respect. And that excellent being Skanda bade him renounce all fear with his arm. The gods were then transported with joy, and their hands too struck up. Section XVI. Markandeya continued, now hear of those terrible and curious-looking followers of Skanda. A number of male children came into being when Skanda was struck with a thunderbolt, those terrific creatures that steal spirit away, little children, whether born or in the womb, and a number of the female children too of great strength were born to him. Those children adopted Visaka as their father. That adorable and dexterous Padrasika, having a face like that of a goat, was at the time of the battle surrounded by all his sons and daughters, whom he guarded carefully in the presence of the great mothers. And for this reason the inhabitants of this earth call Skanda the father of Kumara's little children. Those persons who desire to have sons born to them worship in their places the powerful Rudra in the form of the fire god, and Amma in the form of Swaha, and by that means they are blessed with sons. The daughters begotten by the fire god, Tapa, went over to Skanda, who said to them, "What can I do for you?" Those girls replied, "Do us this favor, by thy blessing, may we become the good and respected mothers of all the world." He replied, "Be it so." And that liberal-minded being repeated again and again, "Ye shall be divided into Shiva and Asaiva. 76. And the mothers then departed, having first established Skanda's sonship, Karki, Halima, Malini, Vrinla, Arya, Palala and Vaimatara. These were the 7 mothers of Sisu. They had a powerful, red-eyed, terrific, and very turbulent son named Sisa, born by the blessing of Skanda. He was reputed as the 8th hero, born of the mothers of Skanda. But he is also known as the 9th, when that being with the face of a goat is included. Know that the 6th face of Skanda was like that of a goat. That face, O king, is situated in the middle of the 6th, and is regarded constantly by the mother. That head by which Bhadrasaka created the divine energy is reputed to be the best of all his heads, O ruler of men. These virtuous, wonderful events happened on the 5th day of the bright half of the lunar month, and on the 6th, a very fierce and terrific battle was fought at that place. Section XVI. Markandeya continued, Skanda was adorned with a golden amulet and wreath, and wore a crest and a crown of gold. His eyes were golden-colored, and he had a set of sharp teeth. He was dressed in a red garment and looked very handsome. He had a comely appearance, and was endowed with all good characteristics, and was the favorite of the three worlds. He granted boons to people who sought them, and was brave, youthful, and adorned with bright earrings. Whilst he was reposing himself, the goddess of fortune, looking like a lotus and assuming a personal embodiment, rendered her allegiance to him. When he became thus possessed of good fortune, that famous and delicate-looking creature appeared to all like the moon at its full. And high-minded Brahmanas worshipped that mighty being, and the Maharshis, great rishis, then said as follows to Skanda, O thou born of the golden egg, mayst thou be prosperous and mayst thou become an instrument of good to the universe. O best of the gods, although thou wast born only 6 days ago, the whole world has owned allegiance to thee, within this short time, and thou hast also allayed deaf ears. Therefore do thou become the Indra, Lord of the 3 worlds, and remove the cause of apprehension. Skanda replied, You gentleman of great ascetic wealth, tell me, what Indra does with all 3 worlds, and how its sovereign of the celestials protects the hosts of gods unremittingly. The rishis replied, Indra is the giver of strength, power, children, and happiness to all creatures, and when propitiated, that Lord of the Celestials bestows on all the objects of their desire. He destroys the wicked and fulfills the desires of the righteous, and that destroyer of valor assigns to all creatures their various duties. He officiates for the sun and the moon in places where there is no sun nor moon. He, even when occasion requires it, acts for, serves the purposes of fire, air, earth, and water. These are the duties of Indra. His capacities are immense. Thou too art mighty, therefore great hero, do thou become our Indra. Sakra said, O mighty being, do thou make us happy, by becoming our lord. Excellent being, thou art worthy of the honor, therefore shall we anoint thee this very day. Skanda replied, Do thou continue to rule the 3 worlds with self-possession, and with thy heart bent on conquest. I shall remain thy humble servant. I covet not thy sovereignty. Sakra replied, Thy prowess is unrivaled, O hero, do thou therefore vanquish the enemies of the gods. People have been struck with wonder at thy prowess, more especially as I have been bereft of my prowess, and defeated by thee. Now if I were to act as Indra, I should not command the respect of all creatures, and they would be busy in bringing about dissensions between us, and then, my lord, they would become the partisans of one or other of us. And when they formed themselves into 2 distinct factions, war as before would be the result of that defection. And in that war, thou wouldst undoubtedly defeat me without difficulty, and thyself become the lord of all worlds. Skanda replied, Thou, O Sakra, art my sovereign, as also of the 3 worlds. Mayst thou be prosperous. Tell me if I can obey any commands of thine. Indra replied, At thy bidding, O powerful being, I shall continue to act as Indra. And if thou hast said this deliberately and in earnest, then hear me how thou canst gratify thy desire of serving me. Do thou, O mighty being, take the leadership of the celestial forces accordingly. Skanda replied, Do thou anoint me as leader, for the destruction of the Danavas, for the good of the celestials, and for the well-being of cows and Brahmanas. Markandeya continued, Thus anointed by Indra and all other gods, and honoured by the Maharshis, he looked grand at the moment. The golden umbrella 77 held over his head looked like a halo of blazing fire. That famous god, the conqueror of Tripura, himself fastened the celestial wreath of gold, of Viswakarma's manufacture, round his neck. And, O great man and conqueror of thine enemies, that worshipful god with the emblem of the bull, had gone the previously with Parvati. He honored him with a joyous heart. The fire god is called Rudra by Brahmanas, and from this fact Skanda is called the son of Rudra. The white mountain was formed from discharges of Rudra's semen virile, and the sensual indulgences of the fire god with the Kritikas took place on that same white mountain. And as Rudra was seen by all the dwellers of heaven to heap honors on the excellent Gaha, Skanda, he was for that reason reputed as the son of Rudra. This child had his being by the action of Rudra entering into the constitution of the fire god, and for this reason, Skanda came to be known as the son of Rudra. And, O Bharata, as Rudra, the fire god, Swaha, and the 6 wives of the 7 rishis, were instrumental to the birth of the great god Skanda, he was for that reason reputed as the son of Rudra. That son of fire god was clad in a pair of clean red cloths, and thus he looked grand and resplendent like the sun peeping forth from behind a mass of red clouds. And the red cock given to him by the fire god formed his ensign, and when perched on the top of his chariot, it looked like the image of the all-destroying fire, and the presiding deity of the power which conduces to the victory of the god, and which is the director of the exertions of all creatures, and constitutes their glory, prop and refuge, advanced before him. And a mysterious charm entered into his constitution, the charm which manifests its powers on the battlefield: beauty, strength, piety, power, might, truthfulness, rectitude, devotion to Brahmanas, freedom from illusion or perplexity, protection of followers, destruction of foes, and care of all creatures. These, O Lord of men, are the inborn virtues of Skanda. Thus anointed by all the gods, he looked pleased and complacent, and dressed in his best style. He looked beautiful like the moon at its full. The much esteemed incantation of Vedic hymns, the music of the celestial band, and the strongs of gods and Gandharvas then rang on all sides. And surrounded by all the well-dressed apsaras, and many other gay and happy-looking pisachas and hosts of gods, that anointed by gods, son of Pavaka disported himself in all his grandeur. To the dwellers of heaven, the anointed Mahesana appeared like the sun rising after extinction of darkness. And then the celestial forces, looking upon him as their leader, surrounded him on all sides in thousands. That adorable being, followed by all creatures, then assumed their commands, and praised and honored by them, he encouraged them in return. The performer of 1,000 sacrifices then thought of Devasena, whom he has rescued before. And considering that this being, Skanda, was undoubtedly destined to be the husband of this lady by Brahma himself, he had her brought there, dressed her with the best apparel. And the vanquisher of valor then said to Skanda, O foremost of gods, this lady was, even before thy birth, destined to be thy bride by that self-existent being. 78 Therefore do thou duly accept her lotus-like beautiful right hand with invocation of the marital hymns. Thus told, he duly married her. And Vrihaspati learned in hymns performed the necessary prayers and oblations. She who is called Shashti, Lakshmi, as Sukaprada, Sinivali, Q, Savrati, and Aparajita, is known among men as Devasena, the wife of Skanda. When Skanda became united to Devasena in indissoluble bonds of matrimony, then the gods of prosperity in her own personal embodiment began to serve him with diligence. As Skanda attained celebrity on the 5th lunar's day, that day is called Srupanchami, or the auspicious 5th day, and as he attained his object on the 6th, that lunar day is considered to be of great moment. Section 6. Markandeya continued. Those 6 ladies, the wives of the 7 rishis, when they learned that good fortune had smiled on Mahesana and that he had been made leader of the celestial forces, 79 repaired to his camp. Those virtuous ladies of high religious merit had been disowned by the rishis. They lost no time in visiting that leader of the celestial forces and then addressed him thus: "We, O son, have been cast out by our godlike husbands, without any cause. Some people spread the rumor that we gave birth to thee. Believing in the truth of this story, they became greatly indignant, and banished us from our sacred places. It behooves thee now to save us from this infamy. We desire to adopt thee as our son, so that, O mighty being, eternal bliss may be secured to us by that favor. Do thou thus repay the obligation thou owest to us." Skanda replied, "O ladies of the faultless character, do you accordingly become my mothers. I am your son, and ye shall attain all the objects of your desire." Markandeya continued. Then Sakra, having expressed a wish to say something to Skanda, the latter inquired, "What is it?" Being told by Skanda to speak it out, Vasava said, "The Lady Abhijit, the younger sister of Rohini, being jealous of her seniority, has repaired to the woods to perform austerities. And I am at a loss to find out a substitute for the fallen star. May good luck attend on thee. Do thou consult with Brahma for the purpose of filling up the room of this great asterism." Danishta and other asterisms were created by Brahma, and Rohini used to serve the purpose of one such, and consequently their number was full. And in accordance with Sakra's advice, Kritika was assigned a place in the heavens, and that star presided over by Agni shines as if with 7 heads. Vinatu also said to Skanda, "Thou art as a son to me, and entitled to offer me the funeral cakes at my funeral obsequies. I desire, my son, to live with thee always." Skanda replied, "Be it so, all honour to thee. Do thou guide me with a mother's affection, and honoured by thy daughter-in-law, thou shalt always live with me." Markandeya continued. Then the great mothers spoke as follows to Skanda: "We have been described by the learned as the mothers of all creatures. But we desire to be thy mothers. Do thou honour us." Skanda replied, "Ye are all as mothers to me, and I am your son. Tell me what I can do to please you." The mothers replied, "The ladies, Brahmi, Maheswari, and Si, were appointed as mothers of the world in bygone ages. We desire, O great God, that they be dispossessed of that dignity, and ourselves installed in their place, and that we, instead of them, be worshipped by the world. Do thou now restore to us those of our progeny, of whom we have been deprived, by them on thy account." Skanda replied, "Ye shall not recover those that have been once given away, but I can give you other offspring if ye like." The mothers replied, "We desire that living with thee and assuming different shapes we be able to eat up the progeny of those mothers and their guardians. Do thou grant us this favour." Skanda said, "I can grant you progeny, but this topic on which ye have just now dilated is a very painful one. May ye be prosperous. All honour to you, ladies. Do ye vouchsafe to them your protecting care." The mothers replied, "We shall protect them, O Skanda, as thou desirest. Mayst thou be prosperous. But, O mighty being, we desire to live with thee always." Skanda replied, "So long as children of the humankind do not attain the youthful state in the 16th year of their age, ye shall afflict them with your various forms, and I too shall confer on new a fierce, inexhaustible spirit. And with that ye shall live happily, worshipped by all." Markandeya continued, and then a fiery powerful being came out of the body of Skanda for the purpose of devouring the progeny of mortal beings. He fell down upon the ground, senseless and hungry. And bidden by Skanda, that genius of evil assumed a terrific form. Skandapasmara is the name by which it is known among good Brahmanas. Vinata is called the terrific Sakuni Graha, spirit of evil. She who is known as Putan Rakshasi by the learned is the Graha called Bhutana. That fierce and terrible-looking Rakshasa of a hideous appearance is also called the Pisacha, Sita Putana. That fierce-looking spirit is the cause of abortion in women. Aditi is also known by the name of Revati. Her evil spirit is called Rayavata, and that terrible Graha also afflicts children. Diti, the mother of the deities, Asuras, is also called Makamandika, and that terrible creature is very fond of the flesh of little children. Those male and female children, O Kaurava, who are said to have been begotten by Skanda, a spirit of evil, and they destroy the fetus in the womb. They, the Kumaras, are known as the husbands of those very ladies, and children are seized unawares by these cruel spirits. And, O King, Zurabi, who is called the mother of bovine kind by the wise, is best ridden by the evil spirit Sakuni, who in company with her devours children on this earth. And Sarima, the mother of dogs, also habitually kills human beings while still in the womb. She who is the mother of all trees has her abode in a karunja tree. She grants boons and has a placid countenance and is always favourably disposed towards all creatures. Those persons who desire to have children bow down to her, who is seated in a karunja tree. These 18 evil spirits fond of meat and wine, and others of the same kind, invariably take up their abode in the lying-in room for 10 days. Kadru introduces herself in a subtle form into the body of a pregnant woman, and there she causes the destruction of the fetus, and the mother is made to give birth to a naga, serpent. And that mother of the Gandharvas takes away the fetus, and for this reason, conception in woman turns out to be abortive. The mother of the Apsaras removes the fetus from the womb, and for this reason such conceptions are said to be stationary by the learned. The daughter of the divinity of the Red Sea is said to have nursed Skanda, she is worshipped under the name of Lochitayani on Kadamva trees. Arya acts the same part among female beings as Rudra does among male ones. She is the mother of all children and is distinctly worshipped for their welfare. These that I have described are the evil spirits presiding over the destinies of young children, and until children attain their 16th year, these spirits exercise their influence for evil, and after that, for good. The whole body of male and female spirits that I have now described are always denominated by men as the spirits of Skanda. They are propitiated with burnt offerings, ablutions, unguents, sacrifices and other offerings, and particularly by the worship of Skanda. And, O King, when they are honoured and worshipped with due reverence, they bestow on men whatever is good for them, as also valour and long life. And now, having bowed down to Maeswara, I shall describe the nature of those spirits who influence the destinies of men after they have attained their 16th year. The man who beholds gods while sleeping, or in a wakeful state, soon turns mad, and the spirit under whose influence these hallucinations take place is called the celestial spirit. When a person beholds his dead ancestors while he is seated at ease, or lying in his bed, he soon loses his reason, and the spirit which causes this illusion of sensible perception is called the ancestral spirit. The man who shows disrespect to the Siddhas and who is cursed by them in return, soon runs mad, and the evil influence by which this is brought about is called the Siddha spirit. And the spirit by whose influence a man smells sweet odour and becomes cognizant of various tastes, when there are no odoriferous or tasteful substances about him, and soon becomes tormented, is called the Rakshasa spirit. And the spirit by whose action celestial musicians, Gandharvas, blend their existence into the constitution of a human being, and make him run mad in no time, is called the Gandharva spirit. And that evil spirit by whose influence men are always tormented by Pisachas is called the Paisacha spirit. When the spirit of Yakshas enters into the system of a human being by some accident, he loses his reason immediately, and such a spirit is called the Yaksha spirit. The man who loses his reason on account of his mind being demoralized with vices runs mad in no time, and his illness must be remedied according to methods prescribed in the sastras. Men also run mad from perplexity, from fear, as also on beholding hideous sights. The remedy lies in quieting their minds. There are 3 classes of spirits, some are frolicsome, some are gluttonous, and some sensual. Until men attain the age of 70, these evil influences continue to torment them, and then fever becomes the only evil spirit that afflicts sentient beings. These evil spirits always avoid those who have subdued their senses, who are self-restrained, of cleanly habits, God-fearing and free from laziness and contamination. I have thus described to thee, O king, the evil spirits that mold the destinies of men. Thou who art devoted to Mahabharata art never troubled by them. Section CCXXX. Markandeya continued. When Skanda had bestowed these powers, Swaha appeared to him and said, Thou art my natural son, I desire that thou shalt grant exquisite happiness to me. Skanda replied, What sort of happiness dost thou wish to enjoy? Swaha replied, O mighty being, I am the favourite daughter of Daksha, by name Swaha, and from my youthful days I have been in love with Hutasana, the fire god, but that god, my son, does not understand my feelings. I desire to live forever with him, as his wife. Skanda replied, From this day, lady, all the oblations that men of virtuous character, who swerve not from the path of virtue, will offer to their gods or ancestors with incantation of purifying hymns by Brahmanas, shall always be offered, through Agni, coupled with the name of Swaha, and thus, excellent lady, wilt thou always live associated with Agni, the god of fire. Markandeya continued, thus addressed and honoured by Skanda, Swaha was greatly pleased, and associated with her husband Pavaka, the fire god. She honoured him in return. Then Brahma, the lord of all creatures, said to Mahesana, Do thou go and visit thy father Mahadeva, the conqueror of Tripura. Rudra coalescing with Agni, the fire god, and Ama with Swaha have combined to make thee invincible for the well-being of all creatures. And the semen of the high-souled Rudra cast into the reproductive organ of Ama was thrown back upon this hill, and hence the twin Mujika and Minjika came into being. A portion of it fell into the blood sea, another portion into the rays of the sun, another upon the earth, and thus was it distributed in 5 portions. Learned men ought to remember that these 5 various and fierce-looking followers living on the flesh of animals were produced from the semen. Be it so, so saying, the high-souled Mahesana with furtherly love honoured his father Mahabharata. Markandeya continued, Men who are desirous of acquiring wealth should worship those 5 classes of spirits with a sunflower, and for alleviation of diseases also worship must be rendered to them. The twin Mujika and Minjika begotten by Rudra must always be respected by persons desiring the welfare of little children, and persons who desire to have children born to them must always worship those female spirits who live on human flesh and are produced in trees. Thus all Pisachas are said to be divided into innumerable classes. And now, O king, listen to the origin of the bells and standards of Skanda. Airavata, Indra's elephant, is known to have 2 bells of the name of Vajayanti, and the keen-witted Sakra had them brought to him, and personally gave them to Gaga. Visakha took one of those bells and Skanda the other. The standards of both Kartikeya and Visakha were of a red colour. That mighty god Mahesana was pleased with the toys that had been given to him by the gods. Surrounded by hosts of gods and Pisachas and seated on the golden mountain, he looked splendid in all the grandeur of prosperity. And that mountain covered with fine forests also looked grand in his companionship, just as the Mandara hill abounding with excellent caves shines with the rays of the sun. The white mountain was adorned with whole tracts of woodland covered with blossoming Santanika flowers and with forests of Karavira, Parijata, jhana and asok trees, as also with wild tracts overgrown with kadamba trees, and it abounded with herds of celestial deer and flocks of celestial birds. And the rumbling of clouds serving the purpose of musical instruments sounded like the murmur of an agitated sea, and celestial Gandharvas and Apsaras began to dance. And there arose a great sound of joy from the merriment of all creatures. Thus the whole world with Indra himself seemed to have been transferred to the White Mountain. And all the people began to observe Skanda with satisfaction in their looks, and they did not at all feel tired of doing so. Markandeya continued, when that adorable son of the fire god was anointed as leader of the celestial army, that grand and happy lord, Hara, Mahadeva, riding with Parvati in a chariot shining with sun-like refulgence, repaired to a place called Bhadravata. His excellent chariot was drawn by 1,000 lions and managed by Kala. They passed through blank space, and seemed as if they were about to devour the sky, and striking terror into the heart of all creatures in the mobile divisions of the worlds. Those maned beasts flitted through the air, uttering fearful growls. And that lord of all animals, Mahadeva, seated in that chariot with them, looked like the sun with flames of lightning illuminating masses of clouds begirt with Indra's bow, rainbow. He was preceded by that adorable lord of riches riding on the backs of human beings, with his attendant Gaikas riding in his beautiful Karpushpaka, and Sakratu riding on his elephant Tirvata, and accompanied by other gods brought up the rear of Mahadeva, the granter of boons, marching in this way at the head of the celestial army. And the great Yakshormogha with his attendants, the Jambaka Yakshas and other Rakshasas decorated with garlands of flowers, obtained a place in the right wing of his army, and many gods of wonderful fighting powers in company with the Vasas and the Rudras, also marched with the right division of his army. And the terrible-looking Yama too in company with death marched with him, followed by hundreds of terrible diseases, and behind him was carried the terrible, sharp-pointed, well-decorated trident of Shiva, called Vijaya. And Varuna, the adorable lord of waters with his terrible Pasakoma 80, and surrounded by numerous aquatic animals, marched slowly with the trident. And the trident Vijaya was followed by the Patisa 81 of Rudra, guarded by maces, balls, clubs, and other excellent weapons. And the Patisa, O king, was followed by the bright umbrella of Rudra and the commander served by the Maharshis, and on it progressed in the company of Bhrigu, and Jairas and others. And behind all these rode Rudra in his white chariot, reassuring the gods with the exhibition of his powers. And rivers and lakes and seas, Apsaras, Rishis, celestials, Gandharvas and serpents, stars, planets, and the children of gods, as also many women, followed him in his train. These handsome-looking ladies proceeded scattering flowers all around, and the clouds marched, having made their obeisance to that god, Mahadeva, armed with a pinaka bow. And some of them held a white umbrella over his head, and Agni, the fire god, and Vayu, the god of winds, busied themselves with 2 hairy fans, emblems of royalty. And, O king, he was followed by the glorious Indra, accompanied by the Rajarshis, and singing the praise of that god with the emblem of the bull. And Gauri, Vijaya, Gandhari, Kesini, and the lady called Mitra in company with Savitri, all proceeded in the train of Parvati, as also all the Vijayas, presiding deities of all branches of knowledge that were created by the learned. The Rakshasa spirit who delivers to different battalions the commands which are implicitly obeyed by Indra and other gods, advanced in front of the army as standard-bearer. And that foremost of Rakshasas, by name Pingala, the friend of Rudra, who is always busy in places where corpses are burnt, and who is agreeable to all people, marched with them merrily, at one time going ahead of the army, and falling behind again at another, his movements being uncertain. Virtuous actions are the offerings with which the god Rudra is worshipped by mortals. He who is also called Shiva, the omnipotent god, armed with a pinnacle bow, is Mahabharata. He is worshipped in various forms. The son of Kritika, the leader of the celestial army, respectful to Brahmanas, surrounded by the celestial forces, also followed that lord of the gods. And then Mahadeva said these weighty words to Mahesana: "Do thou carefully command the 7th Army Corps of the celestial forces." Skanda replied, "Very well, my lord. I shall command the 7th Army Corps. Now tell me quickly if there is anything else to be done." Rudra said, "Thou shalt always find me in the field of action. By looking up to me and by devotion to me shalt thou attain great welfare." Markandeya continued. With these words Mahabharata received him in his embrace, and then dismissed him. And, O great king, after the dismissal of Skanda, prodigies of various kinds occurred to disturb the equanimity of the gods. The firmament with the stars was in a blaze, and the whole universe in a state of utter confusion. The earth quaked and gave forth a rumbling sound, and darkness overspread the whole world. Then, observing this terrible catastrophe, Sankara with the estimable and the celestials with the great Maharshis were much exercised in mind. And when they had fallen into this state of confusion, there appeared before them a fierce and mighty host armed with various weapons, and looking like a mass of clouds and rocks. Those terrible and countless beings, speaking different languages, directed their movements towards the point where Sankara and the celestials stood. They hurled into the ranks of the celestial army flights of arrows in all directions, masses of rock, maces, satagnis, prasas and pariahs. The celestial army was thrown into a state of confusion by a shower of these terrible weapons, and their ranks were seen to waver. The Danavas made a great havoc by cutting up their soldiers, horses, elephants, chariots and arms. And the celestial troops then seemed as if they were about to turn their backs upon the enemy. And numbers of them fell, slain by the Asuras, like large trees in a forest burnt in a conflagration. Those dwellers of heaven fell with their heads separated from their bodies, and having none to lead them in that fearful battle, they were slaughtered by the enemy. And then the god Purandara, Indra, the slayer of valor, observing that they were unsteady and hard-pressed by the Asuras, tried to rally them with this speech: "Do not be afraid, ye heroes, may success attend your efforts. Do ye all take up your arms, and resolve upon manly conduct, and ye will meet with no more misfortune, and defeat those wicked and terrible-looking Danavas. May ye be successful. Do ye fall upon the Danavas with me." The dwellers of heaven were reassured on hearing this speech from Sakra, and under his leadership, they again rushed against the Danavas. And then the 33 crores of gods and all the powerful Marutas and the Sadayas with the Vasis returned to the charge. And the arrows which they angrily discharged against the enemy drew a large quantity of blood from the bodies of the deities and of their horses and elephants. And those sharp arrows passing through their bodies fell upon the ground, looking like so many snakes falling from the sides of the hill. And, O king, the deities pierced by those arrows fell fast on all sides, looking like so many detached masses of clouds. Then the Danava host, struck with panic at that charge of the celestials on the field of battle, wavered at the shower of various weapons. Then all the gods loudly gave vent to their joy, with arms ready to strike, and the celestial bands too struck up various airs. Thus took place that encounter, so fearful to both sides, for all the battlefield was covered with blood and strewn with the bodies of both gods and Asuras. But the gods were soon worsted all on a sudden, and the terrible Danavas again made a great havoc of the celestial army. Then the Asuras, drums struck up and their shrill bugles were sounded, and the Danava chiefs yelled their terrific war cry. Then a powerful Danava, taking a huge mass of rock in his hands, came out of that terrible Daitya army. He looked like the sun peering forth from against a mass of dark clouds. And, O king, the Celestials, beholding that he was about to hurl that mass of rock at them, fled in confusion. But they were pursued by Mahesha, who hurled that hillock at them. And, O Lord of the world, by the falling of that mass of rock, 10,000 warriors of the celestial army were crushed to the ground and breathed their last. And this act of Mahesha struck terror into the hearts of the gods, and with his attendant Danavas he fell upon them like a lion attacking a herd of deer. And when Indra and the other celestials observed that Mahesha was advancing to the charge, they fled, leaving behind their arms and colours. And Mahesha was greatly enraged at this, and he quickly advanced towards the chariot of Rudra, and reaching near, he seized its pole with his hands. And when Mahesha in a fit of rage had thus seized the chariot of Rudra, all the earth began to groan and the great rishis lost their senses. And deities of huge proportions, looking like dark clouds, were boisterous with joy, thinking that victory was assured to them. And although that adorable god, Rudra, was in that plight, yet he did not think it worthwhile to kill Mahesha in battle. He remembered that Skanda would deal the death blow to that evil-minded Asura. And the fiery Mahesha, contemplating with satisfaction the prize, the chariot of Rudra, which he had secured, sounded his war cry, to the great alarm of the gods and the joy of the deities. And when the gods were in that fearful predicament, the mighty Mahesana, burning with anger, and looking grand like the sun, advanced to their rescue. And that lordly being was clad in blazing red and decked with a wreath of red flowers. And cased in armor of gold he rode in a gold-coloured chariot bright as the sun and drawn by chestnut horses. And at his sight the army of the deities was suddenly dispirited on the field of battle. And, O great king, the mighty Mahesana discharged a bright Sakti for the destruction of Mahesha. That missile cut off the head of Mahesha, and he fell upon the ground and died. And his head, massive as a hillock, falling on the ground, barred the entrance to the country of the northern Kuras, extending in length for 16 yojanas, though at present the people of that country pass easily by that gate. It was observed both by the gods and the Danavas that Skanda held his Sakti again and again on the field of battle, and that it returned to his hands, after killing thousands of the enemy's forces. And the terrible Danavas fell in large numbers by the arrows of the wise Mahesana. And then a panic seized them, and the followers of Skanda began to slay and eat them up by thousands and drink their blood. And they joyously exterminated the Danavas in no time, just as the sun destroys darkness, or as fire destroys a forest, or as the winds drive away the clouds. And in this manner the famous Skanda defeated all his enemies. And the gods came to congratulate him, and he, in turn, paid his respects to Maeswara. And that son of Kritika looked grand like the sun in all the glory of his effulgence. And when the enemy was completely defeated by Skanda, and when Maeswara left the battlefield, Purandara embraced Mahesana and said to him, "This Mahesha, who was made invincible by the favour of Brahma, hath been killed by thee. O best of warriors, the gods were like grass to him. O strong-limbed hero, thou hast removed the thorn of the celestials. Thou hast killed in battle hundreds of Danavas equal in valour to Mahesha, who were all hostile to us, and who used to harass us before. And thy followers too have devoured them by hundreds. Thou art, O mighty being, invincible in battle like a Maz lord, and this victory shall be celebrated as thy first achievement, and thy fame shall be undying in the 3 worlds. And, O strong-armed god, all the gods will yield their allegiance to thee." Having spoken thus to Mahesana, the husband of Sakhi left the place accompanied by the gods and with the permission of the adorable 3-eyed god, Shiva. And Rudra returned to Bhadravata, and the celestials too returned to their respective abodes. And Rudra spoke, addressing the gods, "Ye must render allegiance to Skanda just as ye do unto me. And that son of the fire god, having killed the Danavas, hath conquered the 3 worlds in one day, and he hath been worshipped by the great rishis." The Brahmana who with due attention readeth this story of the birth of Skanda, attaineth to great prosperity in this world and the companionship of Skanda hereafter. Yudhishthira said, "O good and adorable Brahmana, I wish to know the different names of that high-souled being, by which he is celebrated throughout the 3 worlds." Vaisampayana continued, thus addressed by the Pandava in that assembly of rishis. The worshipful Markandeya of high ascetic merit replied, "Agnya, son of Agni, Skanda, cast off, Diptakirti, of blazing fame, Anamaya, always hail, Mayirakitu, peacock-bannered, Dharmatman, the virtuous souled, Bhuttasa, the lord of all creatures, Mahashardhana, the slayer of Mahasha, Kamajit, the subjugator of desires, Kamada, the fulfiller of desires, Kanta, the handsome, Satyavak, the truthful in speech, Bhuvanswara, the lord of the universe, Sasu, the child, Saira, the quick, Sachi, the pure, Chanda, the fiery, Diptavana, the bright-complexioned, Sabanana, of beautiful face, Amogha, incapable of being baffled, Anaga, the sinless, Rudra, the terrible, Priya, the favorite, Chandranana, of face like the moon, Diptasasti, the wielder of the blazing lance, Prasantatman, of tranquil soul, Bhadrakrit, the der of good, Katamahana, the chamber of even the wicked, Shashthi Priya, true favorite of Shashthi, Pavitra, the holy, Matravatsala, the reverencer of his mother, Kanyabhatri, the protector of virgins, Bhakta, diffused over the universe, Swahir, the son of Swaha, Rivatijuta, the child of Rivati, Prabhu, the lord, Nata, the leader, Visaka, reared up by Visaka, Nagamiya, sprang from the Veda, Sadashchara, difficult of propitiation, Suvarata, of excellent vows, Lalita, the beautiful, Vilikridanaga fond of toys, Kakaran, the ranger of skies, Brahmakaran, the chaste, Zura, the brave, Saravanod Bhava, born in a forest of heath, Viswamitra Priya, the favorite of Viswamitra, Devasana Priya, the lover of Devasana, Vasudeva Priya, the beloved of Vasudeva, and Priya Grit, the de of agreeable things. These are the divine names of Kartikeya. Whoever repeateth them, undoubtedly secureth fame, wealth, and salvation. Markandeya continued, "O valiant scion of Kuru's race, I shall now with due devotion pray to that unrivalled, mighty, six-faced, and valiant Gaha who is worshipped by gods and rishis, enumerating his other titles of distinction. Do thou listen to them. Thou art devoted to Brahma, begotten of Brahma, and versed in the mysteries of Brahma. Thou art called Brahmazaya, and thou art the foremost of those who are possessed of Brahma. Thou art fond of Brahma, thou art hostile like the Brahmanas, and art versed in the great mystery of Brahma and the leader of the Brahmanas. Thou art Swaha, thou art Swada, and thou art the holiest of the holy, and art invoked in hymns and celebrated as the sixth flame fire. Thou art the year, thou art the 6 seasons, thou art the months, the lunar, half-months, the solar declinations, and the cardinal points of space. Thou art lotus-eyed. Thou art possessed of a lily-like face. Thou hast 1,000 faces and 1,000 arms. Thou art the ruler of the universe. Thou art the great oblation, and thou art the animating spirit of all the gods and the asuras. Thou art the great leader of armies. Thou art Prakanda, furious. Thou art the Lord, and thou art the great master and the conqueror of thine enemies. Thou art Sahasrabu, multiform, Sahasratasti, 1,000 times content, Sahasrabuk, devourer of everything, and Sahasrapad, of 1,000 legs. and thou art the earth itself. Thou art possessed of infinite forms and 1,000 heads and great strength. According to thine own inclinations thou hast appeared as the son of Ganga, Swaha, Mai, O Kritika. O six-faced God, thou dost play with the cock and assume different forms according to thy will. Thou art Daksha, Soma, the Maruta, Dharma, Vayu, the prince of mountains, and Indra, for all time. Thou art mighty, the most eternal of all eternal things, and the Lord of all lords. Thou art the progenitor of the truth, the destroyer of deities' progeny, Asuras, and the great conqueror of the enemies of the celestials. Thou art the personation of virtue, and being thyself vast and minute, thou art acquainted with the highest and lowest points of virtuous acts, and the mysteries of Brahma. O foremost of all gods and high-souled Lord of the universe, this whole creation is overspread with thy energy. I have thus prayed to thee according to the best of my power. I salute thee who art possessed of 12 eyes and many hands. Thy remaining attributes transcend my powers of comprehension. The Brahmana who with due attention readeth this story of the birth of Skanda, or relateth it unto Brahmanas, or hears it narrated by regenerate men, attaineth to wealth, long life, fame, children, as also victory, prosperity and contentment, and the companionship of Skanda. Section XXC. Draupadi Satyabhama Samvada. Vaisampayana said, after those Brahmanas and the illustrious sons of Bandu had taken their seats, Draupadi and Satyabhama entered the hermitage. And with hearts full of joy the two ladies laughed merrily and seated themselves at their ease. And, O king, those ladies, who always spake sweetly to each other, having met after a long time, began to talk upon various delightful topics arising out of the stories of the Kuras and the Yadus. And slender-waisted Satyabhama, the favourite wife of Krishna and the daughter of Satyajit, then asked Draupadi in private, saying, By what behaviour is it, O daughter of Drupada, that thou art able to rule the sons of Pandu, those heroes endued with strength and beauty and like unto the Lokapalas themselves? Beautiful lady, how is it that they are so obedient to thee and are never angry with thee? Without doubt the sons of Pandu, O thou of lovely features, are ever submissive to thee and watchful to do thy bidding. Tell me, O lady, the reason of this. Is it practice of vows, or asceticism, or incantation or drug at the time of the bath, in season, or the efficacy of science, or the influence of youthful appearance, or the recitation of particular formulae, or homer, or collyrium and other medicaments? Tell me now, O princess of Panchala, of that blessed and auspicious thing by which, O Krishna may ever be obedient to me. When the celebrated Satyabhama, having said this, ceased, the chaste and blessed daughter of Drupada answered her, saying, Thou askest me, O Satyabhama, of the practices of women that are wicked. How can I answer thee, O lady, about the cause that is pursued by wicked females? It doth not become thee, lady, to pursue the questions, or doubt me, after this, for thou art endued with intelligence and art the favourite wife of Krishna. When the husband learns that his wife is addicted to incantations and drugs, from that hour he beginneth to dread her like a serpent ensconced in his sleeping chamber. And can a man that is troubled with fear have peace, and how can one that hath no peace have happiness? A husband can never be made obedient by his wife's incantations. We hear of painful diseases being transmitted by enemies. Indeed, they that desire to slay others send poison in the shape of customary gifts, so that the man that taketh the powders so sent, by tongue or skin, is, without doubt, speedily deprived of life. Women have sometimes caused dropsy and leprosy, decrepitude and impotence and idiocy and blindness and deafness in men. These wicked women, ever treading in the path of sin, do sometimes, by these means, injure their husbands. But the wife should never do the least injury to her lord. Hear now, O illustrious lady, of the behavior I adopt towards the household sons of Pandu. Keeping aside vanity, and controlling desire and wrath, I always serve with devotion the sons of Pandu with their wives. Restraining jealousy, with deep devotion of heart, without a sense of degradation at the services I perform, I wait upon my husbands. Ever fearing to utter what is evil or false, or to look or sit or walk with impropriety, or cast glances indicative of the feelings of the heart, do I serve the sons of Pritha, those mighty warriors blazing like the sun or fire, and handsome as the moon, those endued with fierce energy and prowess, and capable of slaying their foes by a glance of the eye. Celestial, or man, or Gandharva, young or decked with ornaments, wealthy or comely of person, none else my heart liketh. I never bathe or eat or sleep till he that is my husband hath bathed or eaten or slept till, in fact, our attendants have bathed, eaten, or slept. Whether returning from the field, the forest, or the town, hastily rising up, I always salute my husband with water and a seat. I always keep the house and all household articles and the food that is to be taken well ordered and clean. Carefully do I keep the rice, and serve the food at the proper time. I never indulge in angry and fretful speech, and never imitate women that are wicked. Keeping idleness at distance, I always do what is agreeable. I never laugh except at a jest, and never stay for any length of time at the house gate. I never stay long in places for answering calls of nature, nor in pleasure gardens attached to the house. I always refrain from laughing loudly and indulging in high passion, and from everything that may give offense. Indeed, O Satyabhama, I always am engaged in waiting upon my lords. A separation from my lords is never agreeable to me. When my husband leaveth home for the sake of any relative, then, renouncing flowers and fragrant paste of every kind, I begin to undergo penances. Whatever my husband drinketh not, whatever my husband eateth not, whatever my husband enjoyeth not, I ever renounce. O beautiful lady, decked in ornaments and ever controlled by the instruction imparted to me, I always devotedly seek the good of my lord. Those duties that my mother-in-law had told me of in respect of relatives, as also the duties of almsgiving, of offering worship to the gods, of oblations to the deceased, of boiling food in pots on auspicious days for offer to ancestors and guests of reverence and service to those that deserve our regards, and all else that is known to me, I always discharge day and night, without idleness of any kind. Having with my whole heart recourse to humility and approved rules, I serve my meek and truthful lords, ever observant of virtue, regarding them as poisonous snakes capable of being excited at a trifle. I think that to be eternal virtue for women which is based upon a regard for the husband. The husband is the wife's god, and he is her refuge. Indeed, there is no other refuge for her. How can, then, the wife do the least injury to her lord? I never, in sleeping or eating or adorning any person, act against the wishes of my lord, and always guided by my husbands, I never speak ill of my mother-in-law. O blessed lady, my husbands have become obedient to me in consequence of my diligence, my alacrity, and the humility with which I serve superiors. Personally do I wait every day with food and drink and clothes upon the revered and truthful Kunti, that mother of heroes. Never do I show any preference for myself over her in matters of food and attire, and never do I reprove in words that princess equal unto the earth herself in forgiveness. Formerly, 8,000 Brahmanas were daily fed in the palace of Yudhishthira from off-plates of gold. And 80,000 Brahmanas also of the Snataka sect leading domestic lives were entertained by Yudhishthira with 30 serving maids assigned to each. Besides these, 10,000 yatas with the vital seed drawn up, had their pure food carried into them in plates of gold. All these Brahmanas that were the utterers of the Veda, I used to worship duly with food, drink, and raiment taken from stores only after a portion thereof had been dedicated to the Viswadeva. 82 The illustrious son of Kunti had 100,000 well-dressed serving maids with bracelets on arms and golden ornaments on necks, and decked with costly garlands and wreaths and gold in profusion, and sprinkled with sandal paste, and adorned with jewels and gold. They were all skilled in singing and dancing. O lady, I knew the names and features of all those girls, as also what they are and what they were, and what they did not. Kunti's son of great intelligence had also 100,000 maid-servants who daily used to feed guests, with plates of gold in their hands. And while Yudhishthira lived in Indraprastha, 100,000 horses and 100,000 elephants used to follow in his train. These were the possessions of Yudhishthira while he ruled the earth. It was I, however, O lady, who regulated their number and framed the rules to be observed in respect of them, and it was I who had to listen to all complaints about them. Indeed, I knew everything about what the maid-servants of the palace and other classes of attendants, even the cowherds and the shepherds of the royal establishment, did or did not. O blessed and illustrious lady, it was I alone amongst the Pandavas who knew the income and expenditure of the king and what their whole wealth was. And those bulls among the Brattas, throwing upon me the burden of looking after all those that were to be fed by them, would, O thou of handsome face, pay their court to me. And this load, so heavy and incapable of being borne by persons of evil heart, I used to bear day and night, sacrificing my ease, and all the while affectionately devoted to them. And while my husbands were engaged in the pursuit of virtue, I only supervised their treasury inexhaustible like the ever-filled receptacle of Arana. Day and night bearing hunger and thirst, I used to serve the Kuru princes, so that my nights and days were equal to me. I used to wake up first and go to bed last. This, O Satyabhama, hath ever been my charm for making my husbands obedient to me. This great art hath ever been known to me for making my husbands obedient to me. Never have I practiced the charms of wicked women, nor do I ever wish to practice them. Vaisampayana continued, hearing those words of virtuous import uttered by Krishna, Satyabhama, having first reverenced the virtuous princess of Panchala, answered saying, O princess of Panchala, I have been guilty. O daughter of Yajnasena, forgive me. Among friends, conversations in jest arise naturally, and without premeditation. Section XXI. Draupadi said, I shall now indicate to thee, for attracting the heart of thy husbands, a way that is free from deceit. By adopting it duly, dear friend, thou wilt be able to draw away thy lord from other females. In all the worlds, including that of the celestials, there is no god equal, O Satyabhama, unto the husband. When he is gratified with thee, thou mayst have, from thy husband, every object of desire. When he is angry, all these may be lost. It is from her husband that the wife obtaineth offspring and various articles of enjoyment. It is from thy husband that thou mayst have handsome beds and seats, and robes and garlands, and perfumes, and great fame and heaven itself hereafter. One cannot obtain happiness here by means that are easy. Indeed, the woman that is chaste obtains weal with woe. Always adore Krishna, therefore, with friendship and love physical sufferings. And do thou also act in a way, by offering handsome seats and excellent garlands and various perfumes and prompt service, that he may be devoted to thee, thinking, I am truly loved by her. Hearing the voice of thy Lord at the gate, raise thou up from thy seat and stay in readiness within the room. And as soon as thou seest him enter thy chamber, worship him by promptly offering him a seat and water to wash his feet. and even when he commands a maidservant to do anything, get thou up and do it thyself. Let Krishna understand this temper of thy mind and know that thou adorest him with all thy heart. And, O Satyabhama, whatever thy Lord speaketh before thee, do not blab of it even if it may not deserve concealment, for if any of thy co-wives were to speak of it unto Vasudeva, he might be irritated with thee. Feed thou by every means in thy power those that are dear and devoted to thy Lord, and always seek his good. Thou shouldst, however, always keep thyself aloof from those that are hostile to and against thy Lord and seek to do him injury, as also from those that are addicted to deceit. Foregoing all excitement and carelessness in the presence of men, conceal thy inclinations by observing silence, and thou shouldst not stay or converse in private even with thy sons, Pradama and Samva. Thou shouldst form attachments with only such females as are high-born and sinless and devoted to their lords, and thou shouldst always shun women that are wrathful, addicted to drinks, gluttonous, thievish, wicked and fickle. Behavior such as this is reputable and productive of prosperity, and while it is capable of neutralizing hostility, it also leadeth to heaven. Therefore, worship thou thy husband, decking thyself in costly garlands and ornaments and smearing thyself with unguents and excellent perfumes. Section XXI. Vaisampayana said, Then Kusava, the slayer of Manu, also called Janardana, having conversed on various agreeable themes with the illustrious sons of Bandu and with those Brahmanas that were headed by Makandya, and having bid them farewell, mounted his car and called for Satyabhama. And Satyabhama then, having embraced the daughter of Drupada, addressed her in these cordial words expressive of her feelings towards her, O Krishna, let there be no anxiety, no grief, for thee. Thou hast no cause to pass thy nights in sleeplessness, for thou wilt surely obtain back the earth subjugated by thy husbands, who are all equal unto the gods. O thou of black eyes, women endued with such disposition and possessed of such auspicious marks, can never suffer misfortune long. It hath been heard by me that thou shalt, with thy husbands, certainly enjoy this earth peacefully and freed from all thorns. And, O daughter of Drupada, thou shalt certainly behold the earth ruled by Yudhishthira after the sons of Dhritarashtra have been slain and the deeds of their hostility avenged. Thou wilt soon behold those wives of the Kurus, who, deprived of sense by pride, laughed at thee while on thy way to exile, themselves reduced to a state of helplessness and despair. Know them all, O Krishna, that did thee any injury while thou wert afflicted, to have already gone to the abode of the armor. Thy brave sons, Brattivandaya by Yudhishthira and Sutasoma by Bhima, and Srutakarman by Arjuna, and Satnika by Nakula, and Sarutasana begot by Sahadeva, are well and have become skilled in weapons. Like Abhimanyu, they are all staying at Dwaravati, delighted with the place. And Subhadra also, cheerfully and with her whole soul, looketh after them like thee, and like thee joyeth in them and deriveth much happiness from them. Indeed, she grieveth in their griefs and joyeth in their joys. And the mother of Pradama also loveth them with her whole soul. And Kusava with his sons Banu and others watcheth over them with especial affection. And my mother-in-law is ever attentive in feeding and clothing them. And the Andakas and Vrishnis, including Rama and others, regard them with affection. And, O beautiful lady, their affection for thy sons is equal unto what they feel for Pradama. Having said these agreeable and truthful and cordial words, Satyabhama desired to go to Vasudeva's car. And the wife of Krishna then walked round the queen of the Pandavas. And having done so, the beautiful Satyabhama mounted the car of Krishna. And the chief of the Yadavas, comforting Draupadi with a smile and causing the Pandavas to return, set out for his own city, with swift horses, yoked unto his car. Section XXI. Goshoyatrapava. Janamjaya said, while those foremost of men, the sons of Pritha, were passing their days in the forest exposed to the inclemencies of the winter, the summer, the wind and the sun, what did they do, O Brahmana, after they had reached the lake and woods going by the name of Dwaita? Vaisampayana said, after the sons of Bandhu had arrived at that lake, they chose a residence that was removed from the habitations of men. And they began to roam through delightful woods and ever-charming mountains and picturesque river valleys. And after they had taken up their residence there, many venerable ascetics endued with Vedic lore often came to see them. And those foremost of men always received those Veda-knowing rishis with great respect. And one day there came into the court of the princes a certain Brahmana who was well known on earth for his powers of speech. And having conversed with the Pandavas for a while, he went away as pleased him to the court of the royal son of Vichitravirya. Received with respect by the chief of the Kuras, the old king, the Brahmana took his seat, and asked by the monarch he began to talk of the sons of Dharma, Pavana, Indra and of the twins, all of whom having fallen into severe misery, had become emaciated and reduced owing to exposure to wind and sun. And that Brahmana also talked of Krishna who was overwhelmed with suffering and who then had become perfectly helpless, although she had heroes for her lords. And hearing the words of the Brahmana, the royal son of Vichitravirya became afflicted with grief at the thought of those princes of royal lineage then swimming in a river of sorrow. His inmost soul afflicted with sorrow and trembling all over with sighs, he quieted himself with a great effort, remembering that everything had arisen from his own fault. And the monarch said, Alas, how is it that Yudhishthira, who is the eldest of my sons, who is truthful and pious and virtuous in his behavior, who hath not a foe, who had formerly slept on beds made of soft ranku skins, sleepeth now on the bare ground? Alas, wakened formerly by suitors and Magadhas and other singers with his praises, melodiously recited every morning, that prince of the Kuru race, equal unto Indra himself, is now waked from the bare ground towards the small hours of the night by a multitude of birds. How doth Vrikadara, reduced by exposure to wind and sun and filled with wrath, sleep in the presence of the princess of Panchala, on the bare ground, unfit as he is to suffer such lot? Perhaps also, the intelligent Arjuna, who is incapable of bearing pain, and who, though obedient to the will of Yudhishthira, yet feeleth himself to be pierced over all by the remembrance of his wrongs, sleepeth not in the night. Beholding the twins and Krishna and Yudhishthira and Bhima plunged in misery, Arjuna without doubt sigheth like a serpent of fierce energy and sleepeth not from wrath in the night. The twins also, who are even like a couple of blessed celestials in heaven sunk in woe though deserving of bliss, without doubt pass their nights in restless wakefulness restrained from avenging their wrongs by virtue and truth. The mighty son of the wind god, who is equal to the wind god himself in strength, without doubt, sigheth and restraineth his wrath, being tied through his elder brother in the bonds of truth. Superior in battle to all warriors, he now layeth quiet on the ground, restrained by virtue and truth, and burning to slay my children, he bideth his time. The cruel words that Dusasana spoke after Yudhishthira had been deceitfully defeated at dice, have sunk deep into Vrikadara's heart, and are consuming him, like a burning bundle of straw consuming a fagot of dry wood. The son of Dharma never acteth sinfully, Dhananjaya also always obeyeth him, but Bhima's wrath, in consequence of a life of exile, is increasing like a conflagration assisted by the wind. That hero, burning with rage such as that, squeezeth his hands and breatheth hot and fierce sighs, as if consuming therewith my sons and grandsons. The wielder of the Gandiva and Vrikadara, when angry, are like Yama and Kala themselves, scattering their shafts, which are like unto thunderbolts, they exterminate in battle the ranks of the enemy. Alas, Duryodhana, and Sakuni, and the Suta's son, and Dusasana also of wicked soul, in robbing the Pandavas of their kingdom by means of dice, seem to behold the honey alone without marking the terrible ruin. A man having acted rightly or wrongly, expecteth the fruit of those acts. The fruit, however, confounding him, paralyzes him fully. How can man, thereof, have salvation? If the soil is properly tilled, and the seed sown therein, and if the God of rain showereth in season, still the crop may not grow. This is what we often hear. Indeed, how could this saying be true unless, as I think, it be that everything here is dependent on destiny? The gambler Sakuni hath behaved deceitfully towards the son of Pandu, whoever acteth honestly. From affection for my wicked sons I also have acted similarly. Alas, it is owing to this that the hour of destruction hath come for the Kurus. Oh, perhaps, what is inevitable must happen. The wind, impelled or not, will move. The woman that conceives will bring forth. Darkness will be dispelled at dawn, and day disappear at evening. Whatever may be earned by us or others, whether people spend it or not, when the time cometh, those possessions of ours do bring on misery. Why then do people become so anxious about earning wealth? If, indeed, what is acquired is the result of fate, then should it be protected so that it may not be divided, nor lost little by little, nor permitted to flow out at once, for if unprotected, it may break into 100 fragments. But whatever the character of our possessions, our acts in the world are never lost. Behold what the energy of Arjuna is, who went into the abode of Indra from the woods. Having mastered the 4 kinds of celestial weapons, he hath come back into this world. What man is the who, having gone to heaven in his human form, wisheth to come back? This would never have been but because he seeth innumerable Kurus to be at the point of death, afflicted by time. The bowman is Arjuna, capable of wielding the bow with his left hand as well. The bow he wieldeth is the Gandiva of fierce impetus. He hath, besides, those celestial weapons of his. Who is there that would bear the energy of these 3? Hearing these words of the monarch, the son of Shivala, going unto Duryodhana, who was then sitting with Kama, told them everything in private. And Duryodhana, though possessed of little sense, was filled with grief at what he heard. Section CCXXXV. Vaisampayana said, hearing those words of Dhritarashtra, Sakuni, when the opportunity presented itself, aided by Kama, spoke unto Duryodhana these words, having exiled the heroic Pandavas by thy own prowess, O Bharata, rule thou this earth without a rival like the slayer of Samvar ruling the heaven. O monarch, the kings of the east, the south, the west, and the north, have all been made tributary to thee. O Lord of earth, that blazing prosperity which had before paid her court to the sons of Pandu, hath now been acquired by thee along with thy brothers. That blazing prosperity, O king, which we not many days ago saw with heavy hearts in Yudhishthira at Indraprastha, is today seen by us to be owned by thee, she having, O mighty armed monarch, been snatched by thee from the royal Yudhishthira by force of intellect alone. O slayer of hostile heroes, all the kings of the earth now living in subjection to thee, await thy commands, as they did before under Yudhishthira, awaiting his. O monarch, the goddess earth with her boundless extent with girth of seas, with her mountains and forests, and towns and cities and mines, and decked with woodlands and hills is now thine. Adored by the Brahmanas and worshipped by the kings, thou blazest forth, O king, in consequence of thy prowess, like the sun among the gods in heaven. Surrounded by the Kurus, O king, like Yama by the Rudra, or Vasava by the Maruts, thou shinest, O monarch, like the moon among the stars. Let us, therefore, O king, go and look at the sons of Pandu, them who are now divested of prosperity, them who never obeyed commands, them who never owed subjection. It hath been heard by us, O monarch, that the Pandavas are now living on the banks of the lake called Vaitavana, with a multitude of Brahmanas, having the wilderness for their home. Go thou there, O king, in all thy prosperity, scorching the son of Bandu with the sight of thy glory, like the sun scorching everything with his hot rays. Thyself a sovereign, and they divested of sovereignty, thyself in prosperity, and they divested of it, thyself possessing affluence, and they in poverty. Behold now, O king, the sons of Pandu. Let the sons of Pandu behold thee like Yayati, the son of Nuashur, accompanied by a large train of followers and enjoying bliss that is great. O king, that blazing prosperity which is seen by both one's friends and foes, is regarded as well bestowed. What happiness can be more complete than that which he enjoyeth who while himself in prosperity, looketh upon his foes in adversity, like a person on the hill-top looking down upon another crawling on the earth. O tiger among kings, the happiness that one derives from beholding his foes in grief is greater than what one may derive from the acquisition of offering or wealth or kingdom. What happiness will not be his who, himself in affluence, will cast his eyes on Ananjaya attired in barks and deerskins? Let thy wife dressed in costly robes look at the woeful Krishna clad in barks and deerskins, and enhance the latter's grief. Let the daughter of Drupada reproach herself and her life, divested as she is of wealth, for the sorrow that she will feel upon beholding thy wife decked in ornaments will be far greater than what she had felt in the midst of the assembly, when Dusasana had dragged her there. Vaisampayana continued, having thus spoken unto the king, Karna and Sakuni both remained silent, O Janamjaya, after their discourse was over. Section V. Vaisampayana said, having heard these words of Karna, King Duryodhana became highly pleased. Soon after, however, the prince became melancholy and addressing the speaker said, What thou tellest me, O Gana, is always before my mind. I shall not, however, obtain permission to repair to the place where the Pandavas are residing. King Dhritarashtra is always grieving for those heroes. Indeed, the king regarded the sons of Pandu to have become more powerful than before in consequence of their ascetic austerities. Or, if the king understands our motives, he will never, having regard to the future, grant us permission. For, O thou of great effulgence, we can have no other business in the woods of Dwaitavana than the destruction of the Pandavas in exile. Thou knowest the words that Kshatri spoke to me to thyself, and to the son of Shivala, at the time of the match at dice. Reflecting upon all those words as also upon all those lamentations that he and others indulged in, I cannot make up my mind as to whether I should or should not go. I shall certainly be highly pleased if I cast my eyes on Bhima and Phalguna passing their days in pain with Krishna in the woods. The joy that I may feel in obtaining the sovereignty of the entire earth is nothing to that which will be mine upon beholding the sons of Bandu attired in barks of trees and deerskins. What joy can be greater, O Gana, that will be mine upon beholding the daughter of Drupada dressed in red rags in the woods? If King Yudhishthira and Bhima, the sons of Pandu, behold me graced with great affluence, then only shall I have attained the great end of my life. I do not, however, see the means by which I may repair to those woods, by which, in fact, I may obtain the king's permission to go thither. Contrive thou, therefore, some skilful plan, with Shivala's son and Dusasana, by which we may go to those woods. I also, making up my mind today as to whether I should go or not, approach the presence of the king tomorrow. And when I shall be sitting with Bhishma, that best of the Kurus, thou wilt, with Sakuni propose the pretext which thou mayst have contrived. Hearing then the words of Bhishma and of the king on the subject of our journey, I will settle everything beseeching our grandfather. Saying, so be it, they then all went away to their respective quarters. And as soon as the night had passed away, Kana came to the king. And coming to him, Kana smilingly spoke unto Duryodhana, saying, a plan hath been contrived by me. Listen to it, O Lord of men. Our herds are now waiting in the woods of Adwaitavana in expectation of thee. Without doubt, we may all go there under the pretext of supervising our cattle stations. For, O monarch, it is proper that kings should frequently repair to their cattle stations. If this be the motive put forth, thy father, O prince, will certainly grant thee permission. And while Duryodhana and Kana were thus conversing laughingly, Sakuni addressed them and said, this plan, free from difficulties, was what I also saw for going thither. The king will certainly grant us permission, or even send us thither of his own accord. Our herds are now all waiting in the woods of Dwaitavana expecting thee. Without doubt, we may all go there under the pretext of supervising our cattle stations. They then all three laughed together, and gave their hands unto one another. And having arrived at that conclusion, they went to see the chief of Kuros. Section VI. Vaisampayana said, they then all saw King Dhritarashtra, O Janamejaya, and having seen him, inquired after his welfare, and were, in return, asked about their welfare. Then a cowherd named Samanga, who had been instructed beforehand by them, approaching the king, spoke unto him of the cattle. Then the son of Radha and Sakuni, O king, addressing Dhritarashtra, that foremost of monarchs, said, O Kaurava, our cattle stations are now in a delightful place. The time for their tailors also for marking the calves hath come. And, O monarch, this also is an excellent season for thy son to go a-hunting. It behoveth thee, therefore, to grant permission to Duryodhana to go thither. Dhritarashtra replied, the chase of the deer, as also the examination of the cattle is very proper, O child. I think, indeed, that herdsmen are not to be trusted. But we have heard that those tigers among men, the Pandavas, are now staying in the vicinity of those cattle stations. I think, therefore, ye should not go thither yourselves. Defeated by deceitful means they are now living in the deep forest in great suffering. O Radha, they are mighty warriors and naturally able. They are now devoted to ascetic austerities. King Yudhishthira will not suffer his wrath to be awakened, but Bhimasena is naturally passionate. The daughter of Yajnasena is energy's self. Full of pride and folly, ye are certain to give offence. Endued with ascetic merit she will certainly consume you, or perhaps, those heroes, armed with swords and weapons. Nor, if from force of numbers, ye seek to injure them in any respect, that will be a highly improper act, although, as I think, ye will never be able to succeed. The mighty armed Dhananjaya hath returned thence to the forest. While unaccomplished in arms, Vivatsa had subjugated the whole earth before. A mighty warrior as he is and accomplished in arms now, will he not be able to slay you all? Or, if in obedience to my words, ye behave carefully having repaired thither, ye will not be able to live happily in consequence of the anxiety ye will feel owing to a state of continued restlessness. Or, some soldier of yours may do some injury to Yudhishthira, and that unpremeditated act will be ascribed to your fault. Therefore, let some faithful men proceed there for the work of tale. I do not think it is proper for thee, Bharata, to go thither thyself. Sakuni said, the eldest of the sons of Bandu is cognizant of morality. He pledged in the midst of the assembly, O Bharata, that he would live for 12 years in the forest. The other sons of Bandu are all virtuous and obedient to Yudhishthira. And Yudhishthira himself, the son of Kunti, will never be angry with us. Indeed, we desire very much to go on a hunting expedition, and will avail of that opportunity for supervising the tail of our cattle. We have no mind to see the sons of Pandu. We will not go to that spot where the Bandavas have taken up their residence, and consequently no exhibition of misconduct can possibly arise on our part. Vaisampayana continued, thus addressed by Sakuni, that lord of men, Dhritarashtra, granted permission, but not very willingly, to Duryodhana and his counsellors to go to the place. And permitted by the monarch, the Bharata prince born of Gandhari started, accompanied by Karna and surrounded by a large host. And he was also accompanied by Dasasna and Shuvala's son of great intelligence, and by many other brothers of his, and by ladies in thousands. And as the mighty armed prince started for beholding the lake that was known by the name of Dwaitavana, the citizens of Hastina, also accompanied by their wives, began to follow him to that forest. 8,000 cars, 30,000 elephants, 9,000 horses, and many thousands of foot soldiers, and shops and pavilions and traders, bards and men trained in the chase by hundreds and thousands followed the prince. And as the king started, followed by this large concourse of people, the uproar that was caused there resembled, O king, the deep tumult of the raging winds in the rainy season. And reaching the lake Dwaitavana with all his followers and vehicles, King Duryodhana took up his quarters at the distance of 4 miles from it. Section XXVI. Vaisampayana said, King Duryodhana, then moving from forest to forest, at last approached the cattle stations, and encamped his troops and his attendants, selecting a well-known and delightful spot that abounded in water and trees, and that possessed every convenience, constructed an abode for him. And near enough to the royal residence they also erected separate abodes for Kama and Sakuni and the brothers of the king. And the king beheld his cattle by hundreds and thousands, in examining their limbs and marks supervised their tail. And he caused the calves to be marked, and took note of those that required to be tamed. And he also counted those kine whose calves had not yet been weaned. And completing the task of tail by marking and counting every calf that was 3 years old, the Kuru prince, surrounded by the cowherds, began to sport and wander cheerfully. And the citizens also and the soldiers by thousands began to sport, as best pleased them, in those woods, like the celestials. And the herdsmen, well skilled in singing and dancing and instrumental music, and virgins decked in ornaments, began to minister to the pleasures of Dhritarashtra's son. And the king, surrounded by the ladies of the royal household, began cheerfully to distribute wealth and food and drinks of various kinds amongst those that sought to please him, according to their desires. And the king, attended by all his followers, began also to slay hyenas and buffaloes and deer and gyles and bears and boars all around. And the king, piercing by his shafts those animals by thousands in deep forest, caused the deer to be caught in the more delightful parts of the woods, drinking milk and enjoying, O Bharata, various other delicious articles, and beholding, as he proceeded, many delightful forests and woods swarming with bees, inebriate with floral honey and resounding with the notes of the peacock, the king at last reached the sacred lake of Dwaitavana. And the spot which the king reached swarmed with bees, inebriate with floral honey, and echoed with the mellifluous notes of the blue-throated jay, and was shaded by saptakadas and panagas and vaculas. And the king, graced with high prosperity, proceeded thither like the thunder-wielding chief of the celestials himself. And, O thou best of the Kuru race, King Yudhishthira the just, endued with high intelligence, was then, O monarch, residing in the vicinity of that lake at will, and celebrating with his wedded wife, the daughter of Drupada, the diurnal sacrifice called Rajashi, according to the ordinance sanctioned for the celestials and persons living in the wilderness. And, O monarch, having reached that spot, Duryodhana commanded his men by thousands, saying, Let pleasure houses be constructed soon. thus commanded, those doers of the king's behests replying to the Kuru chief with the words, "So be it," went towards the banks of the lake for constructing pleasure houses. And as the picked soldiers of Dhritarashtra's son, having reached the region of the lake, were about to enter the gates of the wood, a number of Gandharvas appeared and forbade them to enter. For, O monarch, the king of the Gandharvas, accompanied by his followers, had come thither beforehand, from the abode of Kuvera. And the king of the Gandharvas had also been accompanied by the several tribes of Apsaras, as also by the sons of the celestials, and intent upon sport. He had come to that place for merriment, and occupying it, had closed it against all comers. And the attendants of the Kuru king, finding the lake closed by the king of the Gandharvas, went back, O monarch, to where the royal Duryodhana was. And Duryodhana, having heard these words, dispatched a number of his warriors difficult of being subjugated in battle, commanding them to drive away the Gandharvas. And those warriors who formed the vanguard of the Kuru army, hearing these words of the king, went back to the lake of Dwaitavana, and addressing the Gandharvas, said, "The mighty king Duryodhana, the son of Dhritarashtra, is coming hither for sport. Stand ye aside, therefore." Thus addressed by them, "O king," the Gandharvas laughed and replied unto those men in these harsh words, "Your wicked king Duryodhana must be destitute of sense. How else could he have thus commanded us that are dwellers of heaven, as if indeed we were his servants? Without forethought, ye also are doubtless on the point of death, for senseless idiots as ye are, ye have dared to bring us his message. Return ye soon to where that king of the Kurus is, or else go this very day to the abode of the armor." Thus addressed by the Gandharvas, the advanced guard of the king's army ran back to the place where the royal son of Dhritarashtra was. Section 6. Vaisampayana said, "Those soldiers then, O king, all went back to Duryodhana and repeated to him every word that the Gandharvas had said. And, O Bharata, finding that his soldiers had been opposed by the Gandharvas, Dhritarashtra's son, endued with energy, was filled with rage. And the king addressed his soldiers, saying, "Punish these wretches who desire to oppose my will, even if they have come hither to sport, accompanied by all the celestials with him of 100 sacrifices." And hearing these words of Duryodhana, the sons and officers of Dhritarashtra, all endued with great strength, as also warriors by thousands, began to arm themselves for battle. And filling the 10 sides with loud leonine roars and rushing at those Gandharvas that had been guarding the gates, they entered the forest. And as the Kuru soldiers entered the forest, other Gandharvas came up and forbade them to advance. And though gently forbidden by the Gandharvas to advance, the Kuru soldiers, without regarding them in the least, began to enter that mighty forest. And when those rangers of the sky found that the warriors of Dhritarashtra along with their king could not be stopped by words, they all went to the king